on their way.
All right, guys, let's get right into it. Yo, this is Set with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's bilateral meeting with Hungary's president or prime minister, and then we're going to get into a media analysis. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation early. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
To have a friend of mine here, Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, and he's done a fantastic job. He's a very powerful man within his country, but he's also beloved. They love Viktor, and people that know him do. He's run a really great country, and he's got no crime, he's got no problems like some countries do, but probably has a couple of things that I don't know about, maybe that I don't want to know about. But he's a very special person. I've known him for a long time. We're going to be talking trade. We're going to be talking a little bit of Russia, Ukraine. We'll be talking about energy and energy prices. We have energy down to a pretty low point right now in the United States. We're drilling, drill baby drill, we call it. But energy costs are very low. Our general costs are very low. And I just saw that Walmart came out with a statement last night. They've done it for many years, that Thanksgiving this year will cost 25% less than Thanksgiving last year under Sleepy Joe Biden. So that's a big difference. That's a big difference. 25% less Thanksgiving. And I think that's a very good chart. They include everything that you need for Thanksgiving. So it's 25% less this year than it was last year. And that's true. That's emblematic of the rest of prices. Energy prices are way down from what they were last year. Inflation is almost non-existent. We have inflation down to a very low number, whereas Biden, as you know, is the worst inflation in the history of our country. So we're doing very well. We have a shutdown, as you probably know, because the Democrats have gone, they're crazy. They're crazy. But
I know. Now, the problem with the problem with Trump saying there's like no inflation, there is inflation. The problem is that the increasing of pricing has slowed down because of Biden, we was at 9%. Now, right now with Trump, we're at 3% inflation. So prices are still going up, but slower than they were under Biden. So that's just a fact of the matter. Until they find a way to pull that inflation back to that 2%, that's what we're going to continue seeing.
They don't care if they hurt the country, but we've approved it 14 times. We've approved a opening up 14 times, and they keep rejecting it. And I guess maybe they will again. Let's see what happens. They want to have a lot of bad things happen, bad things for our country. We're not going to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into our country illegally. We're not going to do it. To people who came from prisons, they came from mental institutions, drug dealers. They want to give them medical care. $1.5 trillion. And we're not going to do other things that they're requesting also. So I just want to welcome this really good person.
Yeah, there were arguments that were proposed in the Senate today that we're going to get into. We're going to hear out everybody's arguments because there were arguments to pretty much say, well, why are we funding the healthcare subsidies when it's not making things affordable? We need reform instead of extending a broken system. And then there's this to them is pretty much, just pass it already, so healthcare costs don't go up. Now, I'm not sure if these Dems are going with the permanent option or the 1-year extension, but we'll see.
I know him very well. He's a good person, and he's a great leader, and he's loved in his country. And Victor, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much, President.
Thank you.
First of all, may I say that thank you very much for the invitation. It's good to see you, President, back to the White House, and good to be back after 6 years, in a way, again, to see you here, as we have met last time. The reason why we are here to open a new chapter between the bilateral relation of United States and Hungary, basically because during the Democrat administration, everything was ruined. So after your leaving president, everything was basically blocked, ruined, cancelled, a lot of harm done by the previous administration. In the last 10 months, President, what you have done, we are very much grateful for that. You restored the old level of the relationship. You improved the bilateral relation. You repair.
Now, under the Biden administration, the president of Hungary was receiving major backlash for the most craziest thing. So they were calling this man a racist for not allowing immigrants into his country. Yeah, literally calling this man a whole racist for not allowing immigrants. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you, immigrants that were not white, that were not Christian, into his white Christian country. I mean, I couldn't even blame the man.
What was done badly by the previous administration. So now we are in quite a good position to open up a new chapter, let's say a golden age between United States and Hungary. And we have plenty of suggestions for today: economic cooperation, military cooperation, and political cooperation. And the main issue, probably, President, we are neighboring Ukraine, which is in war. It's the most important issue for us, and we would like to discuss with you how we can contribute to help you in your peace efforts.
And you've taken a lot of Ukrainians that needed your help, and you've taken a lot of them in your country, and everybody appreciates it.
He took the Ukrainians, but the immigrants that they were trying to force on him were the same ones that, they were forced into the UK. I know, the Pakistani Muslims. And how did that work out for them? Hungary seen what was going on. He said, no, I'm not doing it. And, the world tried to call him racist for doing it. Well, guess what? I guess he was right in the end.
Thank you very much. We do our best.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Orban has requested an exemption as it relates to oil that is coming from Russia. Is that something that you are prepared to do? And may I ask Mr. Orban a question in regards to that very issue?
Sure. We're looking at it because it's very difficult for him to get the oil and gas from other areas. As you know, they don't have the advantage of having sea. It's a great country. It's a big country, but they don't have sea. They don't have the ports. And so they have a difficult problem. There's another country that has that same problem, by the way. But when you look at what's happened with Europe, many of those countries, they don't have those problems, and they buy a lot of oil and gas from Russia. And as they know, I'm very disturbed by that because we're helping them, and they're going and buying oil and gas from Russia. So that question could be really asked maybe more accurately if you talked about many European countries, not Hungary necessarily, because Hungary is in a different position, but many European countries are buying oil and gas from Russia.
Yeah, many European countries could actually wane themselves off Russian oil a whole lot sooner than Hungary can. Trump's giving Hungary a 1-year extension to, try to find a way to wane themselves off Russian oil. But a lot of these other European countries can honestly do it like today or maybe within the next 6 months, but they just refuse to. But then they're the same ones, preaching about stopping the war.
And they have been for years. And I say, what's that all about, right? Thank you.
So that will be one of the issues for today, to explain clearly what would be the consequences for the Hungarian people and for the Hungarian economy not to get oil and gas from Russia, because we are supplied by pipelines. pipeline is not an ideological or political issue. It's a physical reality because we don't have port, exactly as the President explained to you. So we will negotiate on that point. It's vital for us anyway.
Mr. Orban, there are two pipelines, as I understand it. There's a pipeline from Ukraine and there's a pipeline from Croatia. And my understanding is that the pipeline from Croatia can provide all of Hungary's energy needs. As a result, why would you need an exemption if that's the case?
So when we discuss that issue, you should separate the gas and the oil. On the gas issue, which is very important for us, 90% of the Hungarian households based on heating system based on gas. So we have only one pipeline delivering gas to Hungary, which is the main pipeline, Turkish one. What we got from Croatia is a very small volume supplementary gas pipeline. Okay, that's gas. Oil is another issue. So oil is coming from the Druzhba pipeline, which is the main supply, and that is a Croatian one, which is the secondary and supplementary pipeline. We would like to convince the Croatian government to enlarge it and make it possible to deliver more. Under these circumstances, it cannot be the main pipeline. It's just supplementary. But later on, with some big investments, it could serve better the interest of Hungary.
Yes, please go ahead.
All right, so pretty much saying, well, our infrastructure is more connected to the Russian pipeline than the one in Croatia. So I mean, we could, but like I said, it would take some time to make that connection. So, all right, yeah, I can see why they need a 1-year extension.
President, thank you. Many people see this meeting not just as an encounter between two countries, but as the symbol.
Oh, God, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
Chancellor of the new Conservative Europe Alliance. Would you agree with the interpretation, and how do you see the future of Europe in the light of leaders like Viktor Orban stand up to Brussels bureaucracy and the globalist agenda?
Are you from Hungary?
Yes,
I figured. The fact is that he's a great leader, and he's respected all over, not necessarily liked by some of the leaders, but, you know, those leaders are proven to be wrong. If you look at his stance on immigration and other things, you know, if you look at Europe, they've made tremendous mistakes on immigration. It's really...
Yeah, he was one of the few European countries that was pretty much resisting the EU's, like, I don't know why, but the EU's mandate on, well, pushing immigration into these countries. A lot of countries fell victim to it, like, you know, Sweden, Ireland, UK, and, you know, Hungary stood strong. And let's be real, they was able to, I'm gonna be honest with you, they're right. They were right. They were right not to take in those immigrants. They don't have high crime like how the other European countries spiked in high crime, like the ones who took in the immigrants. And they've been able to keep their, well, I would say this, their social cohesion together while everything's falling apart in the other European countries like Ireland and Switzerland. But good luck, guys. Good luck out there, man. I'm praying for y'all.
hurting them very badly. He has not made a mistake on immigration. So he's respected by everybody. He's liked by some. And I can tell you, I like and respect. I'm a double. I like and respect him. And that's the way Hungary is being led. They're being led properly. And that's why he's going to be very successful in his upcoming election.
May I have a comment on that? You know, language is important because the Anglo-Saxon terminology is different from the European one. So to use categories can create some misunderstanding. So I would like to be clear as much as we can. We are the only government in Europe which consider itself as a modern Christian government. All the other governments in Europe are basically liberal leftist governments. So we try to do something from 2010, which is different from what the others are doing, even at the philosophical level and at the level of practice as well, as just the president described it, like migration. So we are kind of a special island of difference in a liberal ocean in Europe. And we consider ourselves as a modern Christian government. That's the proper category to describe what we are doing.
Yeah, I mean, they called him racist because he said, look, man, I ain't bringing in the Muslims, but I'll bring in, the Christian Ukrainians. I'll bring in the white Ukrainians. I'll bring those guys in. But as far as, the Muslims out of Pakistan and some of the other countries, yeah, we're not doing that. So shout out to Poland and Hungary for standing strong on that one. Go and respect it.
both of you.
We're talking, but we'll report on that later. Meetings with Putin. We were talking about that with Victor. He understands Putin and knows him very well. And I feel that, I mean, I'm going to let you say what you think, but I think that Victor feels we're going to get that war ended in the not too distant future. Victor, do you want to talk about that?
Well, I'm strongly convinced. So the question is whether we Westerners are unified or not. The problem is that the president has huge peace efforts, which are just splendid and very positive for the European continent and all the peoples of Europe. But at the same time, we are not unified because Brussels and the Europeans has a different approach to the war. So the only pro-peace government is the United States government and the small Hungary in Europe anyway. All the other governments prefer to continue the war because many of them think that Ukraine can win on the front line, which is a misunderstanding of the situation. So it's a complicated issue. We will discuss it. It requests not just 2 minutes to respond to your question, but rather than our lecture. Sorry, not to continue more than that.
To both of you.
So you would say that
Will that be
Ukraine
okay?
cannot win that war?
You know, miracle can happen.
Yeah, that's right.
To both of you.
Damn.
Will that be
Yeah,
okay,
go ahead.
Summit?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well,
What is your message?
At least even Trump is coming around to the fact that you're saying Ukraine can't win the war. He's like, look, I ain't gonna say that, but basically.
The EU, because from Hungary, and the EU wants to impose their war policies on Hungary. What is your message?
Well, I think they should respect Hungary and respect this leader very, very strongly because he's been right on immigration. Look what's happened to Europe with the immigration. They have people flooding Europe all over the place, and it's hurting it. It's the crime rates are way up. A lot of bad things are happening. His crime rates are very low. They're the same as they always were, which is very little crime because he's kept it the way it should be. Europe, I mean, I don't want to go into individual countries. They're all friends of mine, everyone. As you know, in NATO, they voted to go from 2% to 5%, and you know that nobody thought that was possible. And we had just about almost, other than Spain, a unanimous vote. No, I think
I'm gonna be real with you. He was smart. He kept this country what it originally was, a white Christian country. Now, America's a lot different. Like, let's be honest with you. Like, we can't go ahead and do the same thing these guys did, but we can go ahead and make sure we take care of our native born over, well, illegal immigrants. I mean, that's the least we can do. And make sure that we got proper vetting process and, of course, closing our border. Yeah, we can do those things. Not like we just got to go. Not like I'm saying, oh, we only got to let in white Christians. No, that's not what I'm saying. But we do got to vet people and close the border. Which has
I
been
think they
done.
respect him a lot. They don't agree with him, but actually, inwardly, I think they probably do agree. He was right on immigration. They were wrong. They are flooding Europe with people from all over the world, and Europe is becoming a different place. And I tell the leaders all the time, you better stop, or you're not going to have Europe anymore. It's a very dangerous thing they're doing.
May I have a reflection on that? So on migration issue, just for clarification, in Hungary, the number of illegal migration is like that.
Zero.
Zero. Because we have a crystal clear system. If somebody would like to come to Hungary, first he should ask for that. If we give the permission, they can step in. Nobody can step on the territory of Hungary without having a permission from the Hungarian authorities. This is the regulation, simple while working. What is the consequence of that? We are under sanctions, financial sanctions of European Union because we don't let the illegal migrations to come to Hungary.
Literally, like they got hit with sanctions just because they didn't let in immigrants, just because they didn't let in illegal immigrants. And here's the thing. I mean, the EU was saying, well, you need to go ahead and create an immigration process for them, the same BS line they give us in the United States. And he said, no, like, one, that's not what my people want. That's not within my people's interest. So I'm not going to do it. And apparently, I mean, hey, I wish other European countries cared for their citizens like this man did.
And to the European Union as well. So we have to pay, just to inform you, we have to pay every day 1 million euro as a punishment to the Brazilian budget because we stopped the migrants. This is the absurd world we are living now in Europe.
To both of you.
Go ahead, please.
Bill,
Yes,
Thank
go
you
ahead.
so much. Thank you. I'd like to ask what do you think, what do you believe, after this meeting, can you have maybe, or the European Union will have another opinion about, just because of this penalty, another opinion about Hungary because of the immigration and because of this kind of politics, which is not that strictly as the European Union directs. What do you believe?
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm from Hungary.
Okay. I do have that conversation with them, and I respect and like them. They're all friends of mine. I think pretty much every single leader in Europe is a friend of mine. We get along really well. They've done everything I've asked them to do with NATO, etc. The only thing they continue to do is buy oil from Russia. That's not too good. But I told them they should respect this man. They can also learn from Victor. Victor has had a very hard stance on, more than anything else, immigration or even illegal immigration. He literally has accepted no one over the years.
Not a
think
soul.
of how much greater these countries would be if they
I mean, actually, let's be real. The main criticism is that he accepted nobody else but white Christians. That was it. That was it. And you know what? Like I said, I can only respect it. It's like, hey, he accepted people that will be able to assimilate into his culture. So I can only respect that. Only if, the UK would practice that, or other, European nations.
didn't have
Take notes.
the tremendous crime that has come in with the immigration. People just flowing into Europe. They've got to stop it. And not only stop it, they have to reverse it. They have to get them out. We've done that here. We have 0 people coming in now. The borders are closed. We take people, but we take them legally. But we've done it very strongly, and we're moving hundreds of thousands, millions of people out. We had, of the 20 million people, 25 million, nobody knows even what the number is. They never knew. Biden had no idea. He had no idea. I don't believe he had any idea what was happening, because he wasn't about open borders. But we had open borders, and we had millions of people come in, and they were coming in from jails. They were coming in from mental institutions. They were coming in as drug dealers. We had 11,888 murderers. Half of them committed more than one murder. We're getting them all out. We're getting them out. He doesn't have that problem, but Europe does have that problem. Other parts of Europe have that problem. So, I tell them all the time, I stick.
The problem with Europe is a lot of their problems. Well, look, we had an illegal immigration problem. They have a legal immigration problem. The problem with their system is that they do no vetting for these guys. They come over here on the boat, they hit Spain, and then they just do their thing after that. I mean, they go to other migrate out to other European countries with no vetting done, do not have no idea what culture they came from, what country they came from. And you don't really know until, well, they pop up their own little street or a little city in your country. So, yeah, that's the problem with it. It's a vetting problem that they have, because apparently through their immigration system, what they're doing is legal. If they was to do that same thing in America, we consider that illegal. But Europe, they operate differently.
Up for Viktor Orban. Not a lot of people do,
Their own
because
detriment.
in many cases they're jealous. They wish they did what he did. They would have no problems if they did what he did. And I have a bigger heart than anybody, but they've destroyed some of those countries. Some of those countries had no crime 10 years ago, and now they have quite a bit of crime. And I would say that I don't know anything about your crime levels, but I would imagine they're very low.
Down.
Huh?
They're very
Not
down.
too high, right?
No, it's very down. One of the best in Europe.
I had a feeling.
Sorry, may I have one remark?
Sure, please.
No.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get those likes up by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Just a clarification as well. I'm not here to ask how President Trump to manage my conflicts or our conflicts with the European Union. This is our matter, so we will do it. What we need is a golden age, to open a golden age of the United States-Hungary relationship. That's the biggest help we can get from the United
And
States.
maybe Europe too. We can include Europe. It's going to get more difficult.
So inside the European Union, we will manage all of our affairs. To be the most possible humble guy, yeah? But I'm the longest-serving Prime Minister of Europe. I survived all the Prime Ministers who attacked us. And I'm sure we will survive next years as well. So we will manage our conflicts successfully.
Mr. President,
One question for you, Mr. President. One question for the Prime Minister. Speaking of Europe, last month you said that you would not withdraw U.S. troops from Europe, yet 2 weeks later, the Pentagon announced, decided to withdraw significant number of troops from Romania. So have you changed your mind, or the Pentagon ignored your assurance?
No, they don't ignore anything that I say. What they do is we make changes. We move. It's the same number, total number, but we move people around. I happen to like the Romanian people. I think they're great people. And Pete, you may want to suggest something right there, please.
Absolutely. No, nothing was uncoordinated with the White House. It's all part of the view that we have of Europe, and there will remain troops in Romania, but there's some change in how we rotate and how many we rotate.
And the relationship with Romania is very good, right?
Very good, and we've coordinated all this with Secretary General Ruta, with throughout EUCOM, throughout our allies. Everyone was notified in advance.
The relationship with Romania is very good. The relationship with Europe is very good. I disagree with what Europe is doing having to do with immigration, but I agree with them on many other subjects. We just signed the biggest trade deal ever made with Europe, $950 billion. We were able to do it because of tariffs. It was a deal that was good, very good, but
I mean, yeah, he was able to keep a 10 to 50% tariff on the EU, and the EU had 0% tariff on American products, and they had to let in our agriculture into their market. So, I mean, shout out Trump for that deal, because everybody in the world was mad at Trump about that one. I mean, the libs were in disbelief at the EU deal. Even I was sitting here surprised because they were just grandstanding at Trump like, oh, I'm gonna be real with you, probably like 3 months ago. Then 3 months later, we come here and they got an EU deal, and it's overly favored in America. It's like, well, I'm gonna be real with you, it's overly favored in our. Well, I'll just keep it going from there. Sorry, I kind of lost track of that one.
we had a very unfair deal. We were treated very badly before I came into office, but we just signed. It's a single.
Overly favored in our economic opportunity. That's what I meant to say.
Biggest trade deal ever signed. So we have a very good relationship with Europe. Yeah.
What is the main dispute with the Russians which prevent the Budapest summit with Putin from
the basic dispute is they just don't want to stop yet. And I think they will. I think it's taken a big toll on Russia, big toll on both countries, obviously, but it's taken a big toll. They're losing 7,000 soldiers a week. That's a big toll. And between the two of them, divided, with Russia losing more soldiers, actually, but they're both losing a lot of people. And that's the primary thing that with me, it's not economic, it's not money. In fact, we don't spend any money. We send it to NATO. They pay us for our missiles and for our military and everything else. It's not a question of money. It was with Biden. He spent $350 billion. He got nothing for it. The war would have never happened. If I were president, the war would have never happened. I think you would agree with that. This war would never have happened if I were president. It's stupid that it happened. But it did happen. I inherited the war, and I think we're going to get it ended. Not too distant future. Yes, please.
Well, so no question that if that time the name of the United States president would have.
I know a lot of these pro-Ukrainian guys don't want to hear this, but if Biden didn't fund that war in Ukraine, I mean, one, Ukraine would have been forced to come to some type of negotiation or some type of so-called peace deal. And then two, less Ukrainians would have died. Like there wouldn't be so much dead Ukrainians. And three, we wouldn't be, out here in a 2-year-long war. So yeah, well, actually 3. I think it started in 2022. So yeah, maybe it wasn't the best idea to throw money and weapons behind Ukraine. Maybe that just, was a miscalculation in judgment right there. Because did it really help them? Or did we just help these guys dig themselves in a bigger pit? Because, these guys might have to go without heat for the winter. You know that, right? But we'll get into that.
Being Donald Trump, there would be no war between Ukraine and Russia. That's clear. But what we are speaking about here is more than that. Because without the pressure coming from the United States government, I'm speaking 2022, the Europeans would not take that hard line, what they have today on the war. Remember that big countries of Europe rejected to be involved more than just sending some, humanitarian issues. So the pressure coming from the United States to be more pro-war in Europe. So that's
hey, shout out Asher Rose for the baller alert. Hey, appreciate the support, sis. She says, keep up the good work, and I appreciate it. Shout out.
that's the fact of the history anyway. So we have to restore something which was ruined and created from here, and that's the reason why I understand absolutely the devotion of the president now to do everything to stop the war, because that would be not that deep without the previous government pressure from here. So the reason why I'm here to be as much as helpful I can to contribute to the peace efforts of the president, because that was an enormous mistake what we have done, I mean, the Western world several years ago, and we have to stop it, and it's common responsibility.
Biden actually pushed for that war to happen. Okay, if you can believe it. Nobody can believe it, but it's one of those things. And now look what happened. Look what's happened to Ukraine. It's a much smaller country. A lot of people are dead. You take a look at it's a whole different world over there. And Russia has not been helped very much by that war either. They lost a tremendous number of soldiers and people. And, look, that war should have been a 1-week war. I don't know why it's taken. This is 4 years. Should have been 1 week. Should have been over with, but it would have never started. Should have never started. And I would have solved the problem without giving up anything. Ukraine would have remained as is. So there were tremendous mistakes long before I got there. I inherited that mess, so we're getting it solved, along with the 8 wars that we've already ended.
Mr. President,
What is America's interest cultivating better relations with the EU leader or Orban?
I think I can do both. I mean, there's no reason why I can't. I get along well with the European nations.
We are still a member of the European Union, so it's easy.
Yeah, and by the way, he's a member in good standing, I guess, although they penalize him every once in a while. But he's a member in good standing with the European Union, so he's a...
I mean, yeah, that's the only thing the European Union don't like him for is, he didn't let in all the immigrants. He didn't let in all the immigrants that the European Union said he should allow in. But no, all he took was the white Christian immigrants, which was the smartest move. So shout out. I mean, hey, it sounds racist on paper, but it was smart in implication.
He's a member. He's a part of it. But I get along great with him. I get along very well with them. I agree with him on immigration much more than I agree with them. But I agree with, a lot of the things in Europe he also agrees with. But he had a difference, I would say, primarily on immigration more than anything else. And I happen to think he was right, because their whole fabric has changed. I mean, you go to some of the countries, they're unrecognizable now because of what they've done. And Hungary is very recognizable. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President.
yes, Mr. President, will there be a peaceful meeting in Budapest still this year? What do you think?
You mean a meeting with President Putin?
Yes.
You mean in Hungary? Well, I'd like to keep it in Hungary, in Budapest. That meeting, it turned out I didn't want to do that meeting because I didn't think anything was going to be happening of significance. But if we have it, I'd like to do it in Budapest. Yeah, it'd be good.
Oh, wow. Actually, I could put it. Did you guys review the Ukraine video that was sent about Erica Kirk? Yeah, actually, I do have that. I can actually go ahead and pull it up right now. Honestly, it was pretty disturbing because of, Charlie Kirk was speaking out against Ukraine, how we should be funding them, how we should kind of just let them. Well, okay, this is my words, but in a way, how I was reading it is that we kind of should just let them sink, let Putin win. And be quite honest, well, it's kind of the NATO's and Ukraine's fault why this is happening to them. But let's go ahead and, get into this video real quick, and we'll get right back over to Trump. But this is the video that Mandy's talking about, or Asher Rose. Appreciate the support, but let's see let's show the audience what you're talking about. We address Erica Kirk. If you repeat what your husband said, call to cede Ukraine territory. Yeah, calls to cede Ukrainian territory to Russia and to stop providing aid to Ukraine. You will die just like your husband. The disrespect. Watch your neck, Erica. Yeah, and that's pretty much what they had to say. So, I mean, oh, wow, Ukraine, that's how y'all talking to us? Say less. I mean, now I really hope I hope those guys lose. I'm gonna be honest with you. If that's the type of threat you're gonna make to an American citizen, okay, cool. Crash and burn. I can care less.
You said many times to support Viktor Orban. Why is it important to win the next election For example, for the United States, Hungary, and also Europe? Why is it important?
Well, I don't know his opponent. I don't know if he has an opponent yet. At some point he will, I guess. You know, we always have opponents,
always.
right? Not much of an opponent. But I'll be supportive of him. He's done a fantastic job. We've had a great relationship. The United States, look, we had a country that had no leader. It had an auto pen, illegal auto pen, totally illegal. And that's coming out stronger and stronger. But we had no leader in the United States. I mean, Hungary, as an example, had no relationship with the United States, even though we do, you know, billions of dollars in trade with Hungary. Hungary's a big country economically. We do, you know, billions of dollars in trade with Hungary. Why would they give that up? And they gave up so much else. Look, they gave up everything. This country was poorly run. I think if I didn't win the election, we might not have a country, if you want to know the truth, not a recognizable country. But our relationship was immediately good as soon as I won the election, because Victor's one of the people that's highly respected, and we had a great relationship with Hungary. We do again. That was an easy one. Yeah.
Do you and Prime Minister Orban agree on ways to put pressure on President Putin to come to the negotiating table to end the war in Ukraine?
I think we agree that the war is going to end. Sometimes people have to fight it out a little bit longer, but I think we agree that the war is going to end in the not too distant future. You want to talk about that, Victor?
Well, I have some ideas, and I will present it to the president. How to stop it.
Mr. Prime Minister,
Mr. President, since you brought up the Walmart Thanksgiving meal,
Yeah.
and it is cheaper, but it also contains less. As a board member,
Well, I haven't heard that. You're telling me. Who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with NBC News, sir.
Fake news. NBC. You're fake news. What a NBC's gone down the tubes along with most of the rest of them.
If I ask, why do you think there's such a disconnect between the economy that you're describing day to day and the way many Americans say are feeling and are concerned about?
Well, they feel better about our country right now, other than the shutdown, obviously.
And
which
to be quite honest, like affordability is different in other states. Like, to be quite honest, like over here in Ohio, our affordability crisis isn't as bad as what's going on in New York, what's going on in California. Like our affordability, like, and I'm saying this is like not every red state. I'm not saying making this a blue state, red state thing. I'm making this maybe like an East Coast, West Coast thing. So yes, affordability on the West Coast is a lot worse than affordability on the East Coast. So, and I'm be honest with you, there's also sales tax, taxes that go into how much you pay for your products and all that. That's imposed by the state. So affordability is different, and the affordability crisis is either less or worse according to the state that you're in. And like I said, I'm not going to make this a red state, blue state thing. It could be East Coast, West Coast, North or South, depending on where you live and how your country, I mean, not country, but state is governed. Yo, low-key do depend on how much you're going to be paying across the board.
is caused by the Democrats could be ended by the Democrats in 2 minutes. They feel much better. We have more jobs. We just set a record on jobs. You do know that we have more investment in our country than any country in history. We're over $18 trillion as of this moment, and we're going to be maybe at 20 or 21 trillion by the time I finish up my first year. And there's been no country, China, no country in the world that's done anywhere even close to that number. Your friend Biden, as an example, in 4 years was less than $1 trillion. We'll be at 21 trillion in 1 year. So there's no country that was even close to that, and our country was a laughing stock all over the world. We have more jobs, we have more potential than any other country, and frankly, we're the hottest country right now. Victor said to me before, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of it. We'll have $21 trillion invested. We have auto plants pouring back in. We have AI pouring back in. We're leading China in AI by a lot. We're leading everybody in every category. There's
mainly this $21 trillion in investment mainly comes from manufacturing promises, energy purchase proposals or promises as well. Like the best example I can give you right now is South Korea's promise to buy about $350 billion in American energy. And of course, AI infrastructure. I mean, we put a lot of money into it. We're putting a lot of money into AI, which is a bit concerning because one of the main reasons why we're having record layoffs, or there has been announced record layoffs, an announcement of record layoffs this year, is because, well, AI advancement. So, and the Dems were trying to blame it on Trump, but even Reuters, how do you pronounce these guys, reported that this is mainly because of, well, a lot of people turned to AI for blue collar jobs, well, not blue collar, but white collar jobs. So white collar jobs are being replaced with AI. And that is actually affecting our job market as we speak. Now, I would just say if AI does not create as much jobs as it takes away, then we're going to be leading to a very terrible future in the job market. And, well, AI or tech oligarchs' heads will be on sticks. I'm just saying that's the doomsday scenario I'm giving you guys.
That we're in second place. So I just heard this yesterday that Walmart said that the Thanksgiving was 25% more expensive under Biden. That's to me, that's a big number because Walmart's respected. I mean, Walmart is Walmart and, they're giving you prices. So that would mean that the whole series of pricing and costs, the groceries and everything else, it was a con job. It was a con job. Affordability, they call it, was a con job by the Democrats. The Democrats are good at a few things: cheating on elections and conning people with facts that aren't true. It was 25%. Walmart just announced it 2 days ago. 25% cheaper this year will be cheaper to have Thanksgiving than it was a year ago under sleepy Joe Biden.
I mean, let's be real. That's just off the fact that inflation is not as bad. Like, let's just be honest.
You say affordability is a con job, as you put it.
Say it.
You said affordability was a con job, and you said last night you didn't want to talk about affordability.
I talk about it. When did I not want to talk about it? I talk about it all the time. We are much better than Biden and all of them. Now, just so you understand, do you remember?
Yeah, but here's the thing I would tell Trump. I mean, look, just because affordability is better under you right now doesn't mean that it's solved. That's the problem. I mean, anything is better than Biden. I'm be real with you. You couldn't do worse than Biden. So coming down from an all-time high doesn't mean that, hey, everything's all good, guys. We're out of the woods. No, we still need improvements done. We still need you guys to focus on home base a little bit more. And this is what I was preaching last night when, I was pretty much saying that, yeah, maybe one of the reasons why we got swept in those elections is not just because those are Democratic areas anyway, but it's because we're not focusing on home policies that affect the American citizen.
That
instead, we're all over the world trying to spread our military or trying to flex our military muscle. And I don't know, that's not really what we voted for, to be quite honest.
The Biden administration had the highest inflation in 48 years, but most people say ever recorded. Do you remember that? Right? Do you remember it? Did they have the highest inflation in 48 years? Did they? Just answer me the question. You know the answer. The answer is yes. They had the worst inflation in 48 years. We have almost no inflation. We're down now to 2%, and we'll be at maybe.
Wrong. We are at 3% inflation right now. 3%.
Maybe 1%. You want to always stay above 1%, actually. You want a little tiny bit of inflation. We're at a perfect number. They were at the
whoever's Trump's guys, they need to start giving him the right number because Trump is only going off the information that he has. So who's ever misinforming the president right now, stop it. Like, we're at 3% inflation. We'd like to get to that 2%. But if Trump's over here saying it's 2% inflation and it's not, I mean, that's a problem. And that is what's going to lose a lot of people if Trump does not get it together and be like, come out and be like, all right, look, you're right. It's not as bad as Biden, but we are at 3% and we could be doing better. That's all we want to hear.
Highest level in recorded history, okay? And when you talk about affordability, that one fact. Now, let's talk about the second biggest subject after inflation, energy. We're going to be at $2 gasoline. We're going to be approximately $2 very soon. We're a little bit above $2 right now for gasoline. Now,
I mean, right now, I believe, what was that, $2.50? Some places, the highest I've seen gas right now is like $2.80 or so. So we are in that $2 area. I mean, it's a lot better from the $3 area that we were about, maybe all through the summer?
Under Biden, it was $4.50. It even hit $5, but it was $4, $3.50. We're going to be at $2 a gallon. So gasoline's much less. Energy costs are less. When you have energy and when you have gasoline less, everything else follows. It's such a big category. So when you have lower energy prices, which I think you admit we do substantially, that means everything else. So we are the victors on affordability. But if I watched that election, which I was not much involved in, I didn't support Virginia, the candidate, didn't do a lot of support for the other candidates. They asked me about Cuomo, and I said, well, it's a question, do you want a thug or do you want a communist? I mean, that was my response. So I wasn't involved in that stuff too much. But I will say this, if you look at affordability, which they campaigned on, they lied because they talked about, oh, prices are up. No, prices are down under the Trump administration, and they're down substantially. Energy prices are down by 30, 35, 40%. Gasoline is way down. And the other big thing is inflation is way down. The biggest thing is inflation. The second biggest thing is energy. Energy is way down. And what's also down? Gasoline. Also, the biggest thing is inflation, and it's way down. We took over a mess. The highest inflation in...
And here's the thing, though. A lot of reason why everybody says, oh, stop talking about Biden, because we're still kind of living under Biden's inflation problem. Like, it's easing down now, but that's the truth. It is easing down, but we are still dealing with that damage. And if you want to sit here and think that an inflation problem that was created over 4 years can be solved in 10 months, you're delusional. I mean, at least wait a year or so until we can sit here and be like, oh, he was good or bad on inflation. Because even I'm holding back my argument for that right now, because we got to see. Because like I said, you can't fix a 4-year problem that we have for 4 years in 10 months. But hey, apparently the Democrats don't like to hear that. And shout out to my man, what was it? Sunil? Well, shout out. He says, what does MAGA look like in 2018 without Trump? Well, I'll tell you this. I'm not really too sold on Marco Rubio. I'm not too sold on J.D. Vance. It would have to be somebody who's actually America first who picks it up. And I think it's going to be up to, MAGA to decide who that is. Because without Trump, MAGA doesn't die. I mean, MAGA's a message, make America great again, just like America first is a message. I mean, and who's America first? I mean, it's not just Steve Bannon, Nick Fuentes, and the rest of them. You could separate the ideology, or I would say the policies, from the people. So trust me, there's going to be people that's going to come up in the Republican Party, probably some new faces that's going to be able to represent MAGA, probably maybe better than Trump. But don't think that, MAGA just goes away because Trump goes into retirement after his 4 years are up.
Recorded history. Some people would say 48 years. I'll take either one of them.
Sanel?
But I believe
But appreciate the support, Sanel.
Highest inflation in recorded history. That alone makes it impossible for them to have done a good job affordability-wise. And one other thing, when I came into office, Victor, 2 days into office, they were screaming at me about the cost of eggs. I was there for 2 days. Eggs had quadrupled. And I said, listen, I just got here. Let me check it out. And they were right.
Yeah.
Eggs had gone up by 3-4 times.
I mean, let's be honest. There has been a rush for Trump just to fix affordability. Even on his first day in, they were talking about egg prices. And I'm just like, bro, what did he do? And, everybody didn't want to talk about the whole bird flu situation that Biden took care by, holocausting a whole bunch of chickens, which created a scarcity in eggs. It is what it is. But they didn't want to tell you that. They wanted to say that Trump wasn't fulfilling his promises.
Within a period of a few months, we had eggs down to a normal cost. We did a great job on groceries and affordability. The only problem is the fake news. You people don't want to report it. And in fact, I'd like to ask Caroline. Where's Caroline? I'd like to ask Caroline a question. Where is she? Did she? She deserted us. She deserted me. Our great Caroline superstar deserted me. Anyway, she's right outside. She was going to talk about, because the fake news yesterday, they talked about that. They said, I don't want to talk about affordability. The reason I don't want to talk about affordability is because everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump than it was under Sleepy Joe Biden. And the prices are way down. Caroline?
Yes, I mean, that is true, but doesn't mean it's perfect. Doesn't mean it's great. That is the problem. So they do need to focus more on affordability. And, since this has came out, there has been certain releases on that. So Trump has announced, they was going to add 10 critical minerals to the list to start mining in the United States. in the United States. So that should also help with affordability, and they're going to start doing more drill baby drill. So that's going to help with affordability. The problem is he should have been did this. He should have been making these proposals. But hey, I guess it took an election suite for this man to hop on, tune.
Could you discuss that,
But I'm
that
here for it.
question that was asked and how it was asked in such a fake, disgusting manner by the fake news?
Yeah, and I just saw it after again here, and it's very unfortunate that the reporter.
And guys, if you want to be delusional and sit here and ignore the fact that gas was like $5, almost $6 in the summer under Biden, and we only had it at $3 at $3.50 under Trump. I mean, come on now. Gas is definitely cheaper under Trump. Like, we got to admit that. I mean, even in certain states, power is cheaper.
Refuse to address, sir, what you just said, which is that you inherited the worst inflation crisis in modern American history, and you are fixing it in 10 short months. And your entire administration has been tasked with this effort, from Treasury Department to Agriculture Department to the National Economic Council right here at the White House. They are slashing regulation. He signed the largest middle-class tax cut in 6 months. In 6 months, in record time, putting more money back into people's pockets. So affordability is what the American people elected this president to do, and he is doing it, and you guys refuse to cover it, and you refuse to cover that the previous administration created the worst unaffordability crisis in American history. And I've been watching the TV all day saying that he doesn't want to talk about affordability. That's what he's working on every day. And
That's what I'm talking about right now. But you know why they refuse to cover it?
Can I get
Because
her
they're
for
fake
someone?
news. That's why. Go
Can I
ahead.
get her someone?
Sure. Caroline, the Prime Minister would like you to work for him in Hungary.
Please consider.
You know what? That's a very good decision you just made. Please don't leave us, Caroline. Yeah, please.
You spoke to Republican senators. They do not seem interested right now in getting rid of this filibuster.
That's too bad. They're making a big mistake. That's right. No, but they're coming my way. You're right. Wait a minute.
I think the senators or the Republicans are trying to give the Dems one last chance before they take the nuclear option and take like all the scrutiny in the world for doing so. Because like I said, it's a trap. I mean, they want them to use the nuclear option, or they can go ahead and say that the Republicans are authoritarians, they're fascists. Look how they don't listen to the other side. And then boom, we fell into the trap. So yeah, I mean, hey, if it gets the government open, great. I really don't care. But the Dems are gonna spin it as if we just didn't listen to them, as if we're just an authoritarian regime that don't listen to nobody but ourselves. And we are trying to include these guys in the argument, but hey, in a way, they don't want to negotiate. They kind of just want their way, and if they don't get their way, they'll hold the American people hostage over it. It is what it is.
The way to do it for the Republicans is to terminate the filibuster. They call it the nuclear option. This is the second form of nuclear. Very good, very good. This is a good form. This is not a bad form. I would have been in favor of that a long time ago. But you know the Democrats are going to do that. And most of you will admit the Democrats are going to do that. So why aren't we doing it? And I think only a foolish person would be against that, especially when you realize that these are crazed people. These people are absolutely crazed, Trump derangement syndrome, whatever it may be. And I am totally in favor of terminating the filibuster, and we would be back to work within 10 minutes after that vote took place.
And don't worry, guys, we're going to get into the arguments that both sides were proposing on the Senate floor, because they had some really good arguments on, well, both sides. But mainly the Republicans were kind of exposing how the Obamacare failed, and the Dems just want to keep pouring money into a failing system. And then, the Dems say, well, you guys don't have a plan. And, well, guess what? They do actually have a plan. They proposed a plan in October 2019 to fix some of the things that they believe were wrong with Obamacare. And, well, it got struck down. And ever since then, I mean, Dems ran off with the story saying that Republicans don't have a plan for healthcare. But they do, actually. And you can look it up. October. They proposed it on October 19th, 2022. No, wait, 2019. Sorry, 2019.
And lots of other good things would happen. And it doesn't make any sense that a Republican would not want to do that.
If they're not going to do that, then it seems like you'd have to make a deal with Democrats to end the shutdown.
Here's some of the things that we'd pass if we terminated the filibuster. Voter ID, no mail-in voting, no cash bail, no men and women's sports, no welfare for illegals. You could go on and on. This is 2 pages of things we'd do if you did that. Without it, I don't know that you pass anything, because you can't deal with them. They're really irrational. They really are. But I was happy to see that a tremendous liability to this country, a woman that made herself rich in this country, Nancy Pelosi, has quit, and she'll be out of here pretty soon. And that I consider that to be a great asset for America, getting her out. Yeah, please go ahead.
Are you really going to deal with Democrats? You're not interested in the deal?
I don't know. We'll see what they have. I mean, we'll see. But they're very destructive for the country. NBC, fake news. I'm not taking you. Go ahead.
Are you worried about it backfiring in the future on Republicans? Should they get rid of the filibuster and then down the road, Democrats?
Well, normally I would say, well, a little bit, but the reason that I'm not is because if they ever took over power, they'll do it. Look, Joe Manchin and Sinema are two people that are no longer in politics because of this issue. They were opposed to what the Democrats wanted to do. They wanted to terminate the filibuster. They were opposed to it. They're no longer in politics. They're gone. The Democrats will do this. So if the Democrats are going to do it, I'm saying Republicans should do it before they get a chance. It's very simple. And if we do it, we will never lose the midterms and we will never lose the general election because we will have produced so many different things for our people, for the country, that it would be impossible to lose an election.
Oh, man.
Are you worried about an AI vote?
Saying kill the filibuster, we can just get whatever we want, and that is what's going to be a bit concerning. Like, I mean, even I'm sitting on my seat like, I don't know, why would the Dems want this? Why would they want to go ahead and just try to get us to use the nuclear option? Because they know we can do this, but why wouldn't they just want to open up the government instead of, honestly, they could possibly lose power in the Senate through this? It doesn't make too much sense.
No, I love AI. I think it's going to be very helpful. So many things are happening with it. And in addition to which, we're leading China, we're leading the world in AI. We're building massive electric plants that the companies themselves are building for their plant. I've given them the right because we need so much electricity for that. And just the word is electricity, believe it or not.
Actually, sadly, Kathy, we do have one. Nope, you got to look it up. October 19th, 2019, the Republicans proposed a healthcare plan that include risk pools and all that good stuff. I won't go into every section with you, but maybe you should look it up and look into it and see if you agree with it. I'm not saying that you will, but you should at least look up the other side's health plan instead of saying that they don't got one, because they do. I mean, Mike Johnson came out and reported, it's like, yeah, we do have a health plan. We proposed it in October 19, 2019, and the Dems struck it down. So when they say that, the Republicans have no health plan, that is a lie.
Double the electricity that we currently have in the country for just the AI plants. And I've allowed those companies to rebuild and build electric plants along with their facility. We're getting approvals done in less than a month, sometimes in 2 weeks, for massive, beautiful, massive buildings. And no, I'm totally in favor of it. I think it's really going to be the wave of the future. And we're leading the world. We're leading everybody by a lot.
How long do you think the shutdown will last? Mr. Orban, President, how long do you think the shutdown will last?
I don't know. It's up to the Democrats. The Republicans have voted 14 times to open up the country, and the Democrats have voted 14 times to hurt the country, really. They should approve it, but they might not. That's why I like the fact that we terminate the filibuster. If we terminate the filibuster, the country will be open within 10 minutes after that termination, because we'll take a second vote, which is the opening of the country, and the Republicans will vote to open the country. That's one of the reasons, not the major reason, by the way. I think it's less important than the other things that we get. But if we terminate the filibuster, the second vote that we will take will be to open up the country. It'll take 10 minutes and the country will be open.
Is there any room for bipartisanship? Because it seems like that's the main purpose of the filibuster, is to create some sort of compromise.
Well, it didn't work, obviously.
So
You're right. That was the purpose of the filibuster, bipartisanship, but that didn't work.
So are you saying the next 3 years in Washington there shouldn't be?
Well, no. If the filibuster is terminated, we will have the most productive 3 years in the history of our country. If the filibuster is not terminated, then we will be in a slog with the Democrats, and very little for either party will be done. So it's a good thing. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and start it on the right side of media with Jesse Waters and work our way over to the left. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
Press. Choo-choo. Democrats just boarded the Commie Express.
I endorsed Mayor-elect Mondami myself,
Sure.
I congratulate him on his victory back in the primary, and I've endorsed him in the general election.
But do you think your leader was?
I'm all on board.
Lefties stuffed Pelosi on a one-way charter back to Napa. And now they're all buying one-way tickets on the commie train. No one's missing Nance, though. Finally, something we can all agree on.
Oh, and
Trump said,
just to go ahead and show you guys right here. Let's see here, American Hospital Association. So we can go ahead and get it right now. Here it is. So, American Health Association, whatever. Now, here it is. Republican Study Committee unveils ACA replacement. This came out in October 22nd, 2019. So, yes, you can go ahead and look this up right now. And the Republican Study Committee today announced a proposal to alternative to the Affordable Health Care Act and Democrats' proposal for a government-ran healthcare system. So, yes, the Republicans actually have a plan for healthcare. You can literally look this up, American Hospital Association. .org or AHA.org. So there you go. Somewhere you can go ahead and read up on the Republicans' healthcare plan. If you like it or not, I mean, shoot, let me know. I ain't saying you're going to like it, but they do got a plan.
we finally got rid of Nancy's stench.
I was happy to see that a tremendous liability to this country, a woman that made herself rich in this country, Nancy Pelosi, has quit, and she'll be out of here pretty soon. And that I consider that to be a great asset for America, getting her out.
Now that Pelosi's retiring to the villages, Democrats are hitching their wagons to Zoran. Hakeem's hitchhiking in a sombrero, and Schumer's tied to the tracks getting run over.
Chuck Schumer was afraid to. This is now going to be the third time Chuck Schumer has been booed at a Democratic event I've been at in 48 hours.
Damn.
It's the Brooklyn Bolshevik Revolution, and the Democrat royal family better get ready for the guillotine.
We got to get rid of the gerontocracy within the party. Down with the seniority structure that we have.
Everyone over 70 is dead weight, and they're getting thrown overboard. And if you were born in a foreign country, you get to ride in the front.
Do you have any plans to retire?
Sure. I have plans to retire.
Now?
And when that time comes, my daughters, I have 3 of them, I meet with them. It will not be done without that family consultation.
These lifelong politicians see the writing on the wall. A 34-year-old communist born in Uganda who wants to legalize prostitution and defund the police.
Not a
gets
good
elected
look.
as mayor of New York City. They know this isn't your daddy's Democrat Party anymore. Axios says the party's in the middle of a generational war. The commies are telling the old guard to take their cues from Pelosi and make this their last term.
Yeah, but the thing is, both sides are in a civil war. I mean, like I said, we got the honestly the socialists versus the sensible Dems, or I guess honestly, I would say this: the non-establishment Dems versus the establishment Dems, and then on MAGA, we got MAGA versus MEGA. We got the Israel First crowd versus the America First crowd, and there's pretty much 2 civil wars going on in each party. It's actually pretty damn funny.
Or at least grow a pair.
Have some balls. Like, run a campaign. Tell us what your campaign is about. Don't be a fascist and be able to talk.
Democrats always danced around being communist. Finally, one of them was like, yeah, I'm a communist. And he won. And now they're all like, we should just say what we think too. Now Democrats want to run mini Mandanis everywhere. They're even sending Hakeem to commie finishing school.
He has been a master, and frankly, he could do a master class for all Democrats on communication, whether you're talking about speaking with passion and heart and just talking to the working class.
Hakeem
The party of
Jeffries?
JFK is dead. This isn't even the party of Barack.
I'm sorry, Hakeem Jeffries is not easy to listen to. I'm gonna be real with you. He's not the best speaker, but I mean, he's all right. I'm not gonna sit here and say that the man's incoherent, but to sit here and try to like gas him up, like he's just such a great speaker. He's so inspirational. He comes with so much passion. I mean, no, that's not Hakeem Jeffries. Y'all got those people on the left, but it's not Hakeem Jeffries.
Barack Obama.
True.
It's the commie Mandani.
I would say AOC and Jasmine Crockett speak with more passion than Hakeem Jeffries. That man sound monotone most of the time.
Party, and He's planting the hammer and sickle. Boom, right down.
If tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution and we have paid a mighty price. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great.
Is communism what's been holding the Democrat Party back from being great?
Hope not.
I always thought it was common sense and drag queen story hour. Well, nothing's holding Mondani back. After he won on Tuesday, he went where he feels more comfortable, another country. Zoran's on the beach in Puerto Rico, which is beautiful. I love Puerto Rico. He probably needs a break after thumping Cuomo. He's attending a conference that's hosting a toes in the sand beachfront party. Is it hypocritical for a communist to be getting massages at luxury spas in the tropics? While the New Yorkers he says he's fighting for?
I mean, come on, let him celebrate. If he want to go out there and, you know, dip his feet in the sand, go ahead and let him. I mean, what you mean? Got a one. Let's not be haters here, okay? Let's not be haters. Let Mondani have his little commie vacation and then come back and destroy New York. Come on now, let New Yorkers have some final days of countdown before Mondani steps into power. Let them have some remorse time.
Can't make rent? Should he be enjoying an ooh la la body massage or a ginger wasabi yin body wrap by a male masseuse? And now that we're on that topic, should a man get a massage from another man? Clay Travis says yes. Or is this a well-deserved vacation after a tough campaign? We also hear the hotel offers Pilates. It's a combo of yoga and Pilates. How limber should the commie be on inauguration?
I mean,
or will he be too sore to fight the war on capitalism? Are Commie Mondami's voters jealous he's drinking peanut?
Hey, I mean, you know, yoga's stress relieving, and, you know, he got to be in shape. He doesn't look like he's that in shape, but, you know, it's never too late. It's never too late.
Is at the pool while they're yelling about affordability.
I think the average, Ivy League grad voting for this mayor is highly annoyed that their education is not that valuable. And the person down the street who knows how to drill for oil and gas, who's moved to Texas, has a more valuable profession. And I think that annoys the out of these people.
He's right. Every revolution starts with a forgotten base. Democrats shut down pipelines and told the workers, learn how to code. Liberals laughed, remember? But guess what? Now they wish they knew how to code because progressive New Yorkers with PhDs can't even get a call back. Who made New York City unlivable? Not Trump. He didn't pour 2 million migrants into the housing market. He didn't shut down power plants. He didn't block new home construction. He didn't tell you to take out $200,000 in debt to get a degree in DEI. And he definitely didn't spend trillions of dollars and jack up inflation. Mondami voters should be mad at Biden and Adams and de Blasio. But if Democrats aren't the answer and Republicans are fascists, then you got to go with the
I mean, that is the problem with the Democratic base. They really don't know how to hold their own base accountable. Somehow they let their politicians steer them in the blame of Trump, even though Trump has nothing to do with their situation in their city. Like what was it? Some of the crime in their city, somehow they were able to blame Trump for that. Some of the affordability problems in their city. Hey, if y'all city tax is crazy, then it is what it is. I mean, you might want to talk to your mayor about that in your Democrat ran city. So, yeah, it is a bit of a problem when the base of Democrats don't know how to hold their politicians accountable, like whatsoever. I mean, dog, they still haven't held Biden accountable for inflation. I've only heard a few people actually hold Biden accountable for that. The rest of y'all, I mean, y'all act like it's Trump's fault.
But Barack Hussein says, calm down.
Tuesday was nice, but we've got a lot of work to do. Yeah, we have differences, and yes, there are fights that are.
I mean, shout out to the patron saint of politics, Obama, and shout out to Ove. Appreciate the support, sis. Did you hear the NYC fire chief resigned? Many NYCD police officers, NYCPD, will be also resigning. Many New York City Police Department are looking into Texas, Florida, and Tennessee officers. Remember when Detroit shut down? That's going to be NYC. Oof, that could be the case. It could be. But I could see why many New York officers are looking into Texas, Florida, and Tennessee because they're going to let them be cops. In NYC, apparently every cop going to have to roll with a social worker. And I mean, that's going to make them hard to do their job because now they got to protect the social worker from whatever situation they might be walking into. It might be a situation that can be talked out. It might be a situation we need a little bit of enforcement.
To be fought, but that deep down, there is something core in us that we have in common that is extraordinary.
Barack saying sometimes families fight, and that's okay. We're still getting together for Thanksgiving. But this Thanksgiving scares me because the Clintons are joining forces with the communists to pack the court.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. A Democrat is going to be elected in 2028. You know that. I know that. He's going to be a Democratic House.
Well, I ain't told. If that's the case, then it's over. If like they over here offering these guys like $10,000-$20,000 more, yeah, they leaving. I mean, it would be a shame to lose. Can you imagine like New York City going from the #1 biggest police force in America to like, I don't know, #3 or something? Like, I don't know, they lose to LA or Chicago, which is, I believe, is second and third. But yes, New York City Police Department, biggest police department in America. Can you imagine if they lose so many cops that they lose that ranking?
Makes sense. They're going to recommend that the number of Supreme Court justices go from 9 to 13. That's going to happen, people. That's going to happen to you.
Carville's got some liquid courage. One shot of Mondani, and he's letting it all hang out. Democrats aren't beating around the bush anymore. They're not hiding their beliefs. They're telling us, yeah, we're going to tax white neighborhoods, and yeah, price controls, hundo P. The trans congressman is downright giddy they let a commie in. And he's saying, come one, come all.
It goes both ways. A Big Tent is bisexual. It goes to the left and the right. And that starts with us being kind to one another, being respectful to one another, and being welcoming.
I mean, damn, you know what sucks, guys? When your Dems' only argument is that, well, he's a pedo with no proof, no nothing, no conviction, nothing at all. This, that, oh, he's a pedo. Like I said, with no proof. I mean, you gotta love their arguments sometimes, because when they can't argue back, they go right to what? Oh, he's a pedo. Okay, where's your proof? And then you get crickets after that.
To one another.
Thanksgiving dinner is going to get messy. They might not even have any food on the table. It's day gazillion of the Schumer shutdown. Food stamps are drying up. People are going to go hangry before the holidays. Jon Stewart says Tuesday was big, but Democrats will probably screw it up.
I think the Democrats are still a mess. I truly believe they're a mess just because there is what this shows to me is, again, there is this underlying potential energy within the United States of America that is much larger than I think any of us could have imagined. And channeling that energy directionally will be the challenge for whoever wants to harness it. I still don't,
I still have the opinion that it's not that big of a deal. Like, those are blue states to begin with during the election, and they doubled down on voting blue. I mean, that's not too much of a surprise since, that's what them's been doing, been rallying up their base to vote more, which that's a smart idea. And that's exactly what happened. It worked. They rallied their base to vote more because they got double the number of voters that they got with Kamala for the Abigail Spanberger and in New York. New Jersey, Virginia, and New Jersey. They had double the turnout of voters for the governors than the president, than the presidential election when they voted for Kamala Harris. It goes to show they've made their party double down.
Believe they're doing that.
And the Democrats say they're fighting for you, but they're flying to Puerto Rico and won't pay the military. Flights are grounded. Their own voters who work for the government aren't getting paid. But Democrats are voting to pay themselves, just not anybody else. Yeah, they won a few races in some blue states, and now they're feeling cocky.
I think that there is no reason to surrender now, every reason to stand firm.
They're shutting down the government, not to hurt they're trying to hurt Trump. They're not trying to help you. They're not doing it for the people. They're doing it for the power.
If we surrender without having gotten anything, and we cause a lot of folks in this country who had started to believe in the Democratic Party to retreat again. I worry that it will be hard to sort of get them back up off the mat in time for next fall's election cycle.
Sources tell Primetime that Democrats in the Senate already starting to cave. Moderate Democrats are getting anxious about flight cancellations and soldiers not getting checks. And we already have 3 Senate Democrats voting to open. We just need 5 more. Schumer only shut down the government to prove he was tough to the commie wing. Well, the commie wing just won. And all these Senate Democrats, especially the older ones, have targets on their back. This isn't a game of chicken with Trump and Schumer. This is a game of chicken with Schumer and the commies. The Republican strategy is working. Just hold the line. If they give in now and hand Democrats what they want, Republicans will get extorted year after year.
I mean, yeah, and that's the truth. I mean, we just let them grandstand like this and give them what they want. That they'll always do that. They'll always hold the American people hostage just to get what they want. And then the plan of them just trying to blame, we'll just blame you guys, and we'll just give what we want and make the American people suffer if you don't give us what we want. And we'll fake like we're negotiating, which they're not, because trust me, they haven't stepped off the $1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending, nor have they stepped off the permanence of the Obamacare healthcare subsidy. So, hey, it is what it is, and we'll see if it changes. All right, though, let's get into the next video.
Turning back to that breaking news out of Chicago, Customs and Border Protection says agents were shot at while conducting an immigration enforcement operation earlier today. Cameras from our Fox affiliate were there in the aftermath of the shooting. That's the video currently on your screen. There have been weeks of tension in Chicago over the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration, amid a legal battle over whether the White House can send the National Guard there. Former acting ICE Director Jonathan Fahey is with us. Jonathan, so a black Jeep apparently speeds by a bunch of ICE officers. Shots are fired and the Jeep speeds off. What's your reaction?
I want to say it would be shocking or something else, but I feel like with all of this rhetoric and all this what's been going on in the last several months with this rhetoric, political rhetoric directed at ICE agents, directed at CBP, it's not surprising that the level of violence against them has risen. And something like this, and even something worse than this, are bound to happen because of the rhetoric. And the unfortunate thing is these ICE agents are simply doing a job that they're required to do. And these politicians are, elevating themselves.
I know, calling them terrorists, pretty much saying that they're trying to hurt American citizens, take your neighbor away. When no, they're just doing their job and rounding up illegal immigrants. That's it. That's all. I mean, doing sting operations on companies or farms that like to hire illegal immigrants. That's all. But for some reason, the Democrats want to ramp up the rhetoric on these guys and put them in danger. And I have no idea why, but hey, it is what it is.
Within the Democratic Party by essentially tacitly supporting this type of activity.
It's a wonder, frankly, that nobody was hurt. ICE agents had to call in local police. Are they allowed or are they not allowed to actually, enforce local law and maybe fire back in a situation like this?
Well, they're certainly allowed to defend themselves and also to arrest somebody doing that, because that would be a federal law violation as well. But it just gets so complicated because you have...
You're right, Chase. You're right. I do know why. They want the votes. They want the votes. But look, guys, you got to understand what type of energy we're coming on. And I got the perfect video for you guys. You're going to hate me for playing this video, but...
Ain't shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you going to take these jobs? I'll send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 National Guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing the shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go? Tell you something you don't know. Chicago fucked up cause the government slow. Murder rate number was low. Everybody killing cause everybody is broke. And why is everybody broke? Because the immigrants taking the jobs you won't. Send them back over the wall, take notes. I send them back on a plane, a boat. I don't want them in the country no more. I don't want no one looking for work at the store. Why the fuck is they making the city look bad. Motherfuckers, they rhyme around waving that flag. I done got so sick of this shit and I'm mad. I called Joe Biden that night and I bragged. They deep in the street, then you know it's DT. Free Larry Hoover, I'm really GD. And I hop in the back of a black truck. Camouflage bulletproof vest and you cannot attack us. Stupid little boy better back up. I get the snapping and turn the whole city to back up. Ain't no more New Mexico, I rename. They don't know we about to use Chicago for training. I put 300 guys in the streets in this blaze. We making America great, it's amazing. Think shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you gonna take these jobs? I send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 National Guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass.
Well, that's enough right there. I think you guys get the point. I think you know what energy we're coming with at this point.
Locality, of Chicago and
Catching the ass
Illinois as a
outside,
whole,
send their ass back
that are
home.
basically fighting against the governments are fighting against the federal government at every step of the way. So they're really not getting the support that they need, and even the local police probably want to support them, but they're not getting the support from their upper level. So it really is just a bad situation. And again, these agents that are out there, these are moms and dads, brothers, sisters, neighbors of so many people, and they're putting their lives on the line, and they're in fact doing what they're supposed to do. And these politicians, it goes so far beyond irresponsible political rhetoric, what's been going on. And it's sad that we're going to have to be either today.
Yeah, I know. Calling them Gestapo, trying to say that they're terrorists is too much. And I don't know why the Dems don't just back off that, because they're putting American citizens in danger. And I don't know why they don't understand that. I mean, they're the same people that are crying about Capitol Police, but they're out here putting, ICE in danger, a.k.a. law enforcement. But it is what it is, man. But let's go ahead and see what the Dems got to say, because apparently federal judge, a Border Patrol officer or Border Patrol official in Chicago admitted he lied. Well, we're going to hear both sides of this because, CNN say that he lied, but this man came out on Fox Business trying to explain himself. Well, let's hear what CNN got to say first.
Does the Trump administration have a credibility problem in the court of law? Well, this morning, several cases around the country are pointing exactly to that. A federal judge in Chicago says a top Border Patrol agent was lying Thursday when he said he was hit in the head with a rock before deploying tear gas on protesters. Judge Sarah Ellis called the government's portrayal of Chicago untrue, finding the evidence presented by that agent simply not credible. In another embarrassment for Trump's DOJ this week, a man who threw a Subway sandwich at an officer in Washington has been found not guilty of the only misdemeanor assault charge that he was charged with.
What? I mean, hold on, wait, really? So you could assault an officer, you could throw something at an officer, and that's a misdemeanor in that state? Hey, yo, there is, okay, now I see reason why some people be leaving, or some of these cops leave, because there ain't no way. Ain't no way. That's crazy. If you do that shit in Ohio, I ain't gonna lie, that's not gonna turn out the way you expect. Not gonna be no misdemeanor.
Prosecutors were initially seeking a felony charge for that man, and they failed to secure an indictment. Lastly, a magistrate judge is slamming prosecutors in James Comey's trial for their handling of evidence, accusing Trump's handpicked attorney and prosecutor of taking an indict first and investigate second approach. There's a lot in the court.
I love how she saw nothing wrong with that statement of throwing a sandwich at an officer was a misdemeanor. I mean, so assaulting an officer with something is no longer what, a felony? I mean, all right, bro. If that's how they run it in that state, it is what it is. No judgment. Well, I ain't gonna lie, heavy judgment, because what the hell? If you guys if that state start losing all their officers, they deserve it, because ain't no way. I mean, so what? I mean, they could have thrown a brick at an officer and that could have been a misdemeanor, even if the officer could have got hurt. I mean, okay.
It's happening. And I will say Trump is winning in some cases, but on the question of can the government's word be trusted, that's being called into question many times. And I'm actually flabbergasted by this, because let me play for you what Gregory Bovino, he's the Border Patrol agent that has been sent over to Chicago. This is the exchange where he is asked about the use of force, and particularly his use of force, and here's what he says.
You said on October 30 that from what you have seen, all of the uses of force by yourself and the men under your command have been more than exemplary, your words. You still stand by that?
Yes.
So when you tackled Scott Blackburn, as shown in the video marked for identification as Exhibit 8, that use of force on your part was more than exemplary?
Objective form lacks foundation.
As we talked earlier, that was not a reportable use of force.
Not a use of
placed
force.
him in under arrest. I didn't tackle him. I placed him under arrest.
Gotcha.
The judge looked at that and said, that's a lie. There's a video.
I mean, hey, bro, sometimes you got to get tackled to be placed under arrest. Hey, two things could happen at once. It happens.
You clearly tackled him. I think it is really ballsy, frankly, to go to a court and then straight up lie like that.
Okay, so
what is happening?
You know what I do with my day job, right? When I'm not playing a lawyer on TV.
Yes.
Of course, I couldn't agree with you more. That's what I do all day long. Is I cross-examine law enforcement officers and I try to say that they're either exaggerating or blowing things out of proportion, and that my client is not guilty. So this is like nothing new. I mean, this is being, look, I bleed blue because I need them to protect us. But law enforcement officers lying in a court of law is not exactly something that's unique and new under Trump. I mean, it's been going on forever and ever and ever.
About something that's on video?
Well, now there are
this
video.
is the issue, right?
Look,
like we see
Derek Chauvin went to trial, right? The whole thing was on video, and that's his constitutional right to contradict what we saw on video. So, but I mean, look, Trump's Department of Justice going to trial.
He's like, hey, he said, look, y'all saw a tackle. I saw an arrest. I mean, that's literally what the man said right to their face. He's like, look, y'all say tackle, I say arrest. So, hey, it is what it is.
Someone being found not guilty. Luckily, under my law firm, of the last 5 presidents, Department of Justice has gone to trial, and they've been found not guilty by lawyers in my office. So that's not so unique. But I will say, there have been some arguments by the Trump administration in the Supreme Court of the United States and in other courts of appeals that have strained credulity. Is that the right word?
Yes, it is.
But the flip side of the coin is that often is what makes new law. I mean, that's often what makes people think.
But
it
can also be just, it's just
you're lying.
Nobody believes this. Because also, again, when you're talking about things, when you're not just legal theories, but like actual events that have occurred and actual evidence. There was a case of an incident in which, I don't want to say Border Patrol, but immigration officials arrested a woman who they drove into. And everybody watched the incident and said, you drove into her, and then they dragged her out of the car and arrested her. And then dropped the charges later. These are the things that are happening.
And part of this challenge is there are people who feel empowered and emboldened to just make bald-faced lies, and then there's people like this young man.
But then there's also people who's emboldened to try to attack ICE, try to close in their cars, try to break their windows as well. So can we also speak? Because let's be real, if you guys can prove that ICE is doing all this wild stuff within full context, okay, great, we'll condemn it. But we haven't been seeing that. We've been seeing 30-second clips, no context. All we just see is ICE putting somebody's face to the ground and them getting arrested. But then you look it up and you actually see that, oh, this person was trying to assault them. Oh, this person ran into them. Like, come on now. If you can show me a situation where the ICE officer was completely in the wrong, yeah, we'll go ahead and condemn it. But sadly, we have not been able to see that. We've just been seeing 30-second clips being taken out of context.
Who was the security guard at a farm where there were undocumented workers on the farm, and he's like, "Here's my passport. Let me just get it for you. I'm a U.S. citizen," and they didn't care. Just dragged him out, brought him in, put him.
I know. Wonder why they didn't care? Because they came onto a farm that was hiring illegal immigrants, which is illegal, which basically like an operation. So they hit this thing, and yes, even though you're an American citizen, guess what, hombre? You might be a part of it. You might be somebody who was actually helping them get these illegals in, and we don't know that. So guess what? You're going to get arrested. We're going to take you in. We're going to question you for about 3 days, and if nothing comes up, we'll let you go. But since you were caught up in this thing, and we don't know if you were a part of this or not, yeah, you're getting arrested too. I mean, it's common sense. That's what an investigation is. That's what officers do during a raid, which that was. Like, they didn't care. They didn't care. Like, yeah, cool. I bet you can prove you're an American citizen. But guess what? You're caught in a pretty shady place right now. So we kind of got to take you in.
Into custody. He was detained for 2 or 3 days. So those of us who have to now prove that we are legitimately U.S. citizens.
Hey, and shout out to my man Maine. He says, I have the full video. The lady hit ICE. And we're talking about Chicago? I believe so. I think, yeah, because they said it happened in Chicago. Talking about that.
Don't feel that confidence that the American justice system is going to be treating all of us equally.
So on a lighter note, the sandwich guy.
I was
yes,
gonna
they-
love
We got
him.
to talk about the
He's
sandwich
free.
guy.
Link, yes, they are. When you're caught up in an investigation, like if the SWAT team came in and kicked in a trap house, and for some reason you're in that trap house, guess what? You're getting arrested too. Even if you just pulled up to go see your homie or something, you're getting arrested too because you're in a sting operation. That's how it works. When they go there and do those raids and all that, everybody gets rounded up because they don't know who's actually in on it. Like, isn't that a pretty reasonable? If you get caught up on a sting on a farm where they're hiding a whole bunch of illegals and you're out here, like, what was this? Like, I think the man was he was a security guard. Like, and he was actually trying to drive out the front line. Yeah, they have a reasonable suspicion to stop him. Like, yo, why are you trying to leave? Like, yeah, we understand you're a citizen, but why are you trying to leave this here when we're telling you to stay here? Like, it's common sense that we got to take in now because you're acting suspicious, like you're involved or something. If you weren't, you'd have just been sitting there chilling.
He is free. This was the testimony from the Border Patrol agent. You could smell the onions and mustard, he recalled. He said the sandwich exploded on him. He could feel it through his ballistic vest, and to which a jury said,
All right, bro was stretching that. Okay, I can even admit he was stretching the hell out of that. He was trying to make it seem way worse than it was. So, all right, that's wild. He said it exploded. I could feel it through my vest. Okay, bro. Nah, come on now. You don't got to make it that extreme.
guilty.
Now that
I mean, they tried
that is
to
a bit
charge
funny.
this guy with a felony. They raided his home essentially in this sort of like major operation, only to charge him with throwing a sandwich.
We're in a twilight zone. This is the same world that we live in.
I mean, come on now. Let's be real. Yes, he does need to be charged for throwing a sandwich at an ICE officer. The fact that he got, and it's a felony, whatever, it's cool. All right, that's how they run over there. But here's the honest thing, though. The fact that he got away with it is hilarious as well, too. So, I mean, like, damn, so no respect for these guys? Huh, all right. It is what it is.
And where we don't have enough money. I want to go back to what we've already talked about to feed the 42 million Americans, but we have enough money to bring somebody to court over a sandwich. Like, this sounds insane to me that this is even a conversation. You look on social media, you see it. Every 5 seconds, you see someone doing something illegal under the name or under a guise of authority, and they feel as if they're empowered to do so.
It's been going on for a long time.
Man, where are these videos that y'all are seeing? I mean, y'all need to send these to me, please. My email is open. Send these to me because I have not seen too many. And the ones that I've seen has been debunked. So please send me whatever you guys got. I'm willing to have my mind changed.
No, I agree
when I
with
was
you.
in the DA's office, I would dismiss cases because cops did the wrong
Arthur,
thing.
no one's disagreeing. I am saying, look, I come from the world of sports. No one's ever fouled, ever. Like, every guy's like, I didn't do it. That was him. I didn't do it. Yeah, you do it. But, like, I understand. But the world that we live in today, I'm watching in real time, and people are out here doing whatever they want to, taking law into their own hands, because if they feel as if they can, and it starts from the top, they feel as if
I've asked this a number of times, but I will continue to ask it because I think every time these videos come out, and it's every single day, and also, you know, the DHS spokesperson keeps making false statements in trying to diminish the effect of these videos. How much longer will they be able to keep this up? Because there is going to be backlash. There already is some backlash to some of this.
I mean, yeah. Why not just let ICE do their job instead of trying to stop them, and there wouldn't be this type of backlash? Like, why not just tell the people to look, we know you disagree, but stay out of the way of law enforcement. I'm not sure why you're actually promoting people to get in the way of law enforcement so these things could pop off. I mean, you guys are honestly sponsoring this, but okay, I see I don't want to take that responsibility. Like, come on now, let's take responsibility for the rhetoric that we speak about, because you got these people thinking that these ICE officers are evil. They're going out, getting in their way, and these altercations are happening because they're listening to you guys. So take some responsibility.
First of all, with the sandwich incident, I think it's a crime for two reasons. First of all, you shouldn't really be throwing at a cop. But secondly, I'd like to eat one.
Okay,
But secondly, here's the
I think
thing.
they said it was thrown at point blank range.
The
dangerous sandwich.
Danger.
Look, I don't think you never should be screwing with a law enforcement officer, but I understand the tensions of the issue, whatever. The point I'm trying to make is, with any great sort of change or some big effort being undertaken, there comes a great deal of responsibility. And so I support the men and women of ICE, but there has
the lie here is that the ICE officers are intentionally going out trying to hurt ICE officers. And the fact is, it's kind of the lack of outrage on the fact that, well, somebody did just throw something at an officer and he got away with it. And I mean, that is a bit crazy. Just because it's the Trump administration that's going after it, it's still a crime. It's kind of crazy how the judge took a radical position to not charge this guy for the crime he committed. That is wrong, but they're over here celebrating it, aka promoting violence against crime.
They have to.
Well, my bad. Promoting violence against ICE. Sorry. So then that's pretty much what they're doing by saying, oh, it's not that such big of a deal. It's just a sandwich. All right, well, who's to say that the next person, since this guy got off, is not going to take something a little harder now and throw it at ICE? I feel like they should get the same treatment.
Hold the mantle of responsibility and hold themselves to a higher level.
Because
at some point, like you said, there will be negative backlash. There already is. It's also a PR campaign to keep your deportations popular. When I was on the show after Trump got elected, we saw polling in favor of mass deportation. Now that number has flipped. Why? Because of the way things have been carried out. So I think there needs to be changes to the process to ensure that we're doing the right thing by the American people, we're carrying out the will, and we're following the law.
With power comes a lot of responsibility. I think you're totally right about that. And I don't know. I feel like this administration is just sort of flaunting that as if it doesn't matter. But
I mean, I don't know. Come on, Link. We know how the law works, and I mean, hey, he went through the law. He got a due process, but to be quite honest, he should have got charged. And the fact that he didn't is only going to promote violence against ICE. Like, just being honest here. All right, guys, let's hear the other side.
U.S. Border Patrol Commander, Sector Chief Greg Bravino. Greg, it's great to see you, sir. Commander, let's talk about this. What happened here? So U.S. District Judge Sarah Ellis said that you lied about a rock throwing incident at an anti-ICE protest in Chicago that was used to justify deploying tear gas against protesters, that you were actually hit by a rock after you threw the tear gas. What happened here? Did you deploy the tear gas twice? What happened here?
Well, Liz, it's good to see you, and thanks for having me again. This injunction and this temporary restraining order, as far as lying, we tell the truth in law enforcement. That's a cornerstone of American law enforcement. What happened that day in the field was pure, unadulterated violence against Border Patrol agents and ICE agents for not just a period of minutes, but for a period of hours, whether they were ramming our vehicles, gang members en route with weapons, physical assaults on agents, rocks being thrown, and that type of thing. And less lethal devices were deployed, and they were deployed in a more than exemplary manner. You may have heard that in my deposition and my testimony, a more than exemplary manner. I'm proud of our agents.
Okay, but did you admit in court that you lied about the timeline here?
No, ma'am, I did not. If you look at the deposition, I did not admit to lying, and I did not lie to the timeline. So absolutely not.
Okay, but that's what the judge is accusing you of.
That judge is. I would call that fake news, Liz. Look at the deposition, and I think you'll find in that deposition, which a lot of that's online now, several hours worth. Take a look at the deposition. No lies.
Okay, switching gears, let's talk about this.
All right, he's pretty much saying that, yeah, I'm not sure why the judge is saying that I'm lying, but I never admitted to lying. I never said that I lied, but for some reason the judge is trying to say that, oh, well, he's lying. And that's what CNN ran with. But, hey, I like to listen to the actual guy and see what he got to say.
That ICE and DHS has been battling a dangerous and violent home invasion robbery network from South America. It's called the South American Theft Network. It's been targeting homes and small businesses nationwide. We're showing that terrifying video and footage obtained by Fox News' Brooke Taylor. You're going to see these masked men said to be illegal aliens with handguns chasing a resident, screaming around his house. This happened in Texas. How bad is this home invasion robbery network? We hear they scope out homes and businesses to target. They use burner phones and encrypted messaging apps. Can you tell us more about this?
Yeah, Liz, these networks are unfortunately a result of that unmitigated a border chaos that we had over the past 4 years. These individuals were allowed into the United States by the thousands. We're dealing with that now. And it's not just this network, but it's the Tren de Aragua network. We saw the same thing in the Aurora, Colorado apartment complex, and then here on the South Side Chicago apartment complex. So they're well organized, they're well equipped. They utilize technology to their advantage to do exactly what you're seeing there. It's a problem, but that's one reason we're in the homeland taking care of the problem.
So getting back to that judge, we know the Trump administration is appealing that judge. So why aren't activist judges focused on that? Focused on the damage and the pain and the suffering caused by criminal, illegal, alien home invasion networks, robbing Americans, putting their lives at risk, and damaging small businesses. They're breaking into small businesses, too. So can you put that together for us? Where are the judges on this?
So, Liz, we wonder the same thing oftentimes. We're out there putting some very, very bad.
I mean, y'all over here getting in the way of law enforcement when y'all got actual crime going on out there. It's kind of crazy to be trying to sit here and stop ICE officers' operation while y'all got rapid crime going on that you guys could be handling right now. Is absolutely insane. So, yeah, I will give them. That's actually a pretty damn good argument. Like, y'all could be focusing on more important things. Y'all could be letting ICE do their job, and you could do your job by locking up criminals. That's all y'all got to do as judges.
Criminals, bad people, and bad things in jail. We just arrested a Ukrainian national, a legal alien that was wanted that served time for espionage, was walking around the streets with impunity. Where are the judges on that? Where are the judges on the child rapists and all these other things we see? Instead, it seems like we're given impediments that all law enforcement must get around to do the job. And I tell you what, we're going to get the job done. We're going to go even harder and tougher, but those impediments are there.
Commander, what advice would you give our viewers and Americans out there to protect themselves against a home invasion robbery? I mean, we know that they do surveillance. They sometimes knock out, the outside cameras outside of homes. What advice would you give people?
A few things there, Liz. One is stay alert. If you have the means for electronic surveillance, whether it's Ring doorbells, things like that, utilize that. Oftentimes these networks will scope a residence out and then come back at a later date. So be aware. Also a network of neighbors, your friends are great eyes. And then also the means to protect yourself during a home invasion. That Second Amendment's there for a reason.
Got it.
All right, guys, let's get over to the left side of media with a decision made by Donald Trump to weaponize hunger. Jeffries blasts Trump on snap expiration. And I mean, come on now. You guys could just vote yes and end it all. But hey, for some reason, they don't really see that as an option.
This is a reasonable offer that reopens the government.
It is.
Deals with health care affordability and begins a process of negotiating reforms to the ACA tax credits for the future. Now, the ball is in the Republicans' court. We need Republicans to just say yes.
That was Chuck Schumer. Republicans just said no. The proposal was that Democrats would agree to end the shutdown in exchange for a one-year extension of...
Hey, they admitted it. Hey, hold on. They admitted it. The Democrats would agree to end the shutdown. I mean, let's go.
Obamacare subsidies. But the leader of the Republicans in the Senate said the proposal was that Democrats would agree to end the shutdown in exchange for a one-year extension of Obamacare subsidies. But the leader of the Republicans in the Senate says that is a non-starter.
So the president is ready, willing, and able to be a part of the solution on fixing the problems with Obamacare, but that can't happen until the government opens up, and I think he's made that abundantly clear.
All right, now to be fair here, Senate Democrats said no to a vote to pay federal workers who are being forced to work without pay during the government shutdown on Friday failed. So if you're trying to keep track at home, the Senate is not looking like they're close to a deal.
Yeah, I mean, the GOP said, all right, cool. Let's just push a bill to get the federal workers paid and all that good stuff. Well, the Democrats said no. Well, the Democrats said, all right, well, give us that one-year extension to Obamacare. And the Republicans said no. So it kind of looks like they're not really giving each other any ground here, which is absolutely terrible. I mean, they got to get it together.
They'll be back in session this afternoon, though. But once again, the House will not be in session next week. So what happens next? Joining us now live, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, thank you for being with me.
Good morning. Great to be with you.
So let me start here with the news overnight, and I'll get to the machinations there in Congress. But your reaction to this hold on the administration being required to immediately pay out full SNAP benefits?
Donald Trump and his administration have made the decision to weaponize hunger, to withhold SNAP benefits from millions of people, notwithstanding the fact that two lower courts, both the district court and the Court of Appeals, made clear that those SNAP benefits needed to be paid immediately. The administration chose to go begging before the United States Supreme Court to put a halt on that because they want to withhold SNAP benefits from children, from veterans, from seniors.
Their argument is that one is not really going to help anything. Like, you're only going to provide about 3 weeks of benefits, partial benefits that ain't really going to help Americans. It's going to run out pretty quick. So why not just open up the government, give actual funding, full funding for SNAP benefits instead of relying on contingency funds, when you could easily just open the government and just start talking about healthcare reforms then? Because we're going to get into the Republicans' arguments on why they don't want to extend it for a year, which honestly I disagree with. I'll be real with you. I think they should just give them the year, but something's telling me that the Dems are asking for more than just a year extension on Obamacare health care subsidies. I have a little feeling, okay?
From American families, and it's shameful.
Hungry children, Leader Jeffries, don't know if they're not being fed because of a lack of SNAP benefits or a lack of their parents' federal salary. And so when Democrats voted yesterday to not pay federal workers, is that something you would have supported?
Well, from the standpoint of the votes in the Senate, I think what's become clear is that as Democrats, we are ready, we're willing, we're able to sit down with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, find a bipartisan path forward to reopening the government, to enacting a spending agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people, and also at the same time decisively address the Republican health care crisis, particularly as it relates to the need to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, which are going to trigger, in the absence of doing that, dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles on working class Americans. The legislation yesterday, Victor, would have actually given the Trump administration the discretion to do what it wants to do relative to which federal employees it pays, which federal employees it doesn't pay, how to maneuver through the offices that they've been shutting down for months, even prior to the start of the Trump Republican government shutdown. So it wasn't a credible effort by Republicans to try to resolve this challenge.
All right, let's talk about efforts to resolve this. Do you fully support the proposal that the Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer posed yesterday, a 1-year extension of the ACA tax credit, the subsidies that expire at the end of the year, and then open the government and discuss everything else after that?
All right. It looks like that is their only argument. And why the Republicans rejected is the Republican leadership led by John Thune and others called the Democrats' offer a non-starter. Their objections include they insisted that the healthcare policy negotiation must wait until after the government is reopened, not be bundled into the reopening deal. They viewed the 1-year extension of the ACA tax credit as not a clean funding bill, but a policy rider, which they refused to accept as part of the reopening. They argued that the Democrats were leveraging the shutdown to force health care concessions. So, yeah, in short, the open the government proposal was to reopen plus extend ACA tax credits for 1 year, plus then negotiate reforms. But the Republicans are like, no, we want to reopen the government first, then we can go ahead and negotiate reforms with no policy strings attached. All right. I mean, that's fair.
I think that
we'll see how that works
the proposal
out.
was offered in good faith by Leader Schumer and supported by Senate Democrats. And our view has been that we would consider anything as House Democrats that is arrived at in a bipartisan way that emerges from the Senate, that reopens the government, that provides us with a path toward decisively addressing the Republican health care crisis, beginning with the extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credit.
Now, where the Republicans are coming from right now, they're pretty much saying, look, if we concede every time to these guys, they're always going to shut the government down to get what they want. Like, and I mean, that's kind of what the Republicans are grandstanding against. So like, we're going to vote no because we see what your guys' game is. You want to shut down the government to get what you want without at least negotiating, because they should have negotiated this stuff first instead of shutting the government down over it. But apparently the Dems didn't want to be too diplomatic under that. They wanted to have some type of leverage. And I mean, hey, they found some leverage, the American people.
So we haven't had an opportunity as a caucus to sit down and evaluate the specifics of the proposal. We'll do that as House Democrats in short order.
But how about
it
the
was
headline?
A strong,
how about the
reasonable
headline?
step in the right direction.
So you call it a reasonable step in the right direction for a 1-year extension to get the government back open. Let me play for everyone what you said in October. This is October 7th about a 1-year extension when it was proposed then.
A 1-year extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits is not acceptable. It's a non-starter. It's a non-starter.
Exactly.
Like, what world are these?
Bro, they're like, and I said Akeem Jeffries changed their argument, because I remember when it was Lawler, he was a Republican. He's a Republican senator. He walked up to this man and said, "Bro, we got a 1-year extension for you right now. Sign it." And then they changed their argument. They was like, "Nah, we want it to be permanent." And at that point, the Republicans are like, "All right, F you guys. No, now we just want the government open. We don't care what it is. Just open up the government and then we'll talk." Because they tried to give them a 1-year extension. They said, "No, we want permanent." Now they're like, all right, we'll take a 1-year extension. It's like, really? Now that you just let the American people, let this drag on and let the American people get dragged with it? Yeah, okay, no, just open up the government and then we could talk.
MAGA extremists living in right now.
Let's hear him say it again.
A 1-year extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits is not acceptable. It's a non-starter.
But now it's acceptable all of a sudden. I mean, CNN, for the one time, shout out.
It's a non-starter. Like, what world are these MAGA extremists living in right now? To think that Democrats are going to go along with a 1-year extension from a group of people, meaning the Republicans, who just permanently extended massive tax breaks for their billionaire donors. It's a laughable proposition.
I mean, they made also permanent to, reduce taxes on the American people as well. But hey, it is what it is, right? I mean, here's the thing. They didn't really give any new tax breaks to the billionaires, just the same ones that they had, they made permanent.
It makes no sense.
Makes perfect sense.
Makes no sense. Laughable, non-starter. Then now it's reasonable, and it's the Democratic starting point. What changed?
Well, let me compare the two things. What I was responding to was a proposal by a handful of House Republicans who put forward the notion that they are up to extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits by a year, who have zero credibility on the issue. They hadn't even been able to convince their own House Republican leaders, beginning with Speaker Johnson, to even put the legislation on the floor of the Senate. And so it was a floor of the House. It wasn't a serious proposal being put forward.
The legislation
by
that,
these
that's
random
sponsored
House.
by...
Nah, there was an actual, they actually proposed it to you guys. I said no. They gave you a 1-year extension and you guys said no, you want it to be permanent. Now you guys are moving. Oh, really? I guess you're going back to, what the Republicans offer. You're going back to their original offer of a 1-year extension. And that's what's kind of blowing them right now, is because, we offered that to you guys already. You said no. You went on to just tout this nonsense all over mainstream media. Now you want to work back to a 1-year extension? Yeah, I'd have been like, kiss my ass. I'd have been like, yeah, bro, kiss my ass and get out of my office. It'd have been one of those moments with me.
Republicans.
But it's also some House Democrats who support that legislation as well. It's a bipartisan piece of legislation.
Yeah. Well, and it's a bipartisan piece of legislation, and those House Democrats are proceeding in good faith. That said, if you look at the Schumer proposal, Schumer proposal is...
Dog, what you guys just did was the opposite of negotiating in good faith. To sit there and have the Republicans tell y'all we'll give you a 1-year extension, then you go out there and say it's a non-starter, then you want to walk it back and be like, all right, we'll go ahead and take that 1-year extension. Yes, that's bad faith, because you're pretty much saying that, what the Republicans offer was actually good in the first place. We just want to drag this out, pretty much.
A 1-year extension of the tax credits as is, and a step toward a multi.
Nah, Link. I'm not mad at them for negotiating. I'm mad at them for going back to the original proposal that was already proposed to them in the first place. Like, that is bad faith negotiating right there. But he's saying they're doing good faith negotiating. It's like, no, how are you guys? Why didn't you just take the 1 year extension in the first place if these extensions were that important? It's like, why drag this on if you guys are going to walk this back anyway? It's like, you might as well have held firm and stuck to the permanent extensions or make it permanent. I'd have respected that you guys just walking it back to the Republicans' position. But okay, like, it is what it is. But look, they're negotiating, but not in good faith.
Year extension, because there's a recognition by the Senate Democrats that, of course, simply taking the step toward a year without any further process moving forward beyond that leaves us back in the same situation. So the Senate proposal is definitively different than what was being floated out there by House Republicans.
Leader Jeffries, there are some people who don't know what a clean CR is and don't care. They just need to be able to pay their rent.
But they do need to, because we'd explain it to them, they would honestly understand how this is the Democrats' fault. If a lot of people understand how, them voting no in the CR is pretty much taking away their SNAP benefits, government pay, and military pay, yeah, a lot of people would understand what's going on, and they'd understand that they need to put more pressure on the Dems. But they don't. Honestly, they're just like, bro, I don't care what it is. You guys need to open up the government. I don't care if it's Republican, Democrats, don't care. Open it back up. They don't care. They just want to get in their flights. They just want to get paid, and they want to go on with their holiday. And let them do that. Like, that's all the people want, and I can't blame them for not really giving a damn about the CR and them just saying, hey, now just open this shit up so I can continue my life.
Children. I want you to listen to some of the people who are going without now on day 39, and then I want your reaction or response.
I was born with a mild form of cerebral palsy, so I've been disabled since birth. So I rely on food stamps and Social Security to survive. I've been struggling. It's been really hard. I've literally been eating spaghetti for 4 days because it's all I have in my apartment.
Rather than myself having like a full plate of food along with my kids, I'm making sure that they have a full plate of food and their bellies are full, and I may have either less or I may not eat what they are eating just for the sake that they are getting enough. I just don't understand how we've come to a point where we're using food in politics and being essentially political pawns.
What do you say to the people? And maybe, listen, some of them might even support your end goal, but they have to feed their children this morning and tomorrow morning and the morning after that.
Here's the thing. If they were negotiating and it wasn't, at the detriment of the American people, I wouldn't be so mad, to be quite honest with you. But the fact that they were like literally going back to what the Republicans offered, and they've been dragging this out for weeks. So are you serious? Are you serious? Like, you know how much American people have low key like suffered because of this, just for you guys to go back to what the Republicans offered? Yeah, dog. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I have pretty good reason to be pissed. It's like, come on now. Like, if they wasn't gambling with the American people, sure, I wouldn't give a damn. But since this is hurting the people, I'm actually pretty upset.
What do you tell them?
That the administration has the funds to pay every single SNAP beneficiary right now.
Partial benefits, not full benefits that they need, partial benefits, because they got to spread it out. Like, if we don't have enough to give everybody full benefits. We have to give people partial benefits, which is not going to be enough for them. So what the hell? You even saying that sounds dumb. Because we can't give them full. If we gave them full benefits, there's going to be some people that got to go without because it's not the full fund. It's only $5 billion to cover a $7 to $9 billion budget. So what the hell are you talking about? This is not going to help the American people.
And that the administration's decision, a decision made by Donald Trump, supported by his so-called Attorney General and House and Senate Republicans, is to weaponize hunger. And the refusal to pay SNAP benefits has nothing to do with the fact that...
Bro, you guys, by voting no on the CR, you guys are refusing to pay SNAP benefits. You know that, right? Like, yeah, when you vote no on the CR, you're saying no to SNAP benefits, government pay, military pay. I mean, does he not know that? So you can't sit there and say that the Republicans are holding up SNAP benefits when you're literally voting no to fund SNAP benefits. Like, that's a wild argument.
Republicans also shut the government down. Keep in mind, Victor, that in July, in connection with their one big ugly bill, Republicans, in addition to the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, cut $186 billion out of SNAP. They literally ripped food out of the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans, and they did it so they could reward their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks that they then made permanent. And now, as we,
I mean, you mean the same tax breaks that Biden kept that he did not change whatsoever? I mean, those same tax breaks that Biden kept, the one but Trump just made permanent. You talking about those tax breaks that your party did not break up or try to raise at all? Okay, I thought so.
We are in the midst of this ongoing Republican Trump shutdown. They are intentionally withholding SNAP benefits from people all across the country. 42 million Americans, 16 million children, 8 million older Americans, and over 1 million veterans. It's outrageous. There's no justification for it. And those SNAP benefits, as ordered by 2 different federal courts, should be paid immediately.
I'll point out that there are people in the same food line for help that are not getting.
I mean, what's scary, because like, and this is what I don't like. Since you guys want these guys to get partial benefits, you're kind of kicking the can down the road. So what are you then trying to say? Like, because we have this contingency fund, you can hold out longer and negotiating? Like I said, you're using the American people as leverage. Like, come on now. This is like pretty damn obvious what they're doing. But hey, shout out Maine. He says DEI, deport every illegal. Shout out Shy Flips Red. Oh yeah. Well, I doubt that. But yeah, I shout out to those guys or the organization Flip Chicago Red.
The stamp benefits or federal workers as well who are not getting their salaries. And we talked about the vote yesterday in the Senate against paying those employees. Leader Hakeem Jeffries, thank you so much for your time.
Man, well, just playing with our time, though. He's playing with our time, but, you know, hey, he's having a good time at least, you know, able to grandstand against Trump, you know, pretend like he's just this hero for the left. It is what it is. It is what it is. Now let's get to the next video. Schumer outlines Democrats' offer to end shutdown as airlines cancel Saturday flights. Ugh. People trying to get over to the fam for, you know, Thanksgiving. Like, y'all getting in the way.
Would you be open to getting a backup ticket?
You got to have backup money. I don't have that.
It's difficult to understand how they just can't figure this out. You know, it's going to impact everybody.
You guys got to get it together. You guys just have to sit down, talk like regular human beings and get it done. You know what I mean? I mean, this is ridiculous. People are really hurting out here. And it's not just the traveling public, but it's affecting the whole economy. And you people are to blame.
You want to know why the politics of the shutdown are changing? Like those people right there, because their frustration does not appear to be going anywhere anytime soon. Travelers across the country are preparing for even more cancellations as airlines are buckling down for day 2 of federally mandated flight cuts in the face of the government shutdown. Right now, nearly 800 flights for tomorrow have already been canceled. Today, a 4% reduction in domestic flights went into effect at the nation's 40 busiest airports. Here in Washington, we're following some movement on what could be a way to open the government. But that's also something that we have said a few times over the past month. But just about an hour ago, the Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, went onto the floor to make this new offer to Republicans.
We will.
Oh, and shout out Hearts Bleeds for You. Now, he said, what this is showing is that the Dems/liberals could not survive living in a world of natural selection. Oh, damn. I mean, nature selection. The devil is a Democrat. I mean, hey, shout out to that, what was it, Tom McDonald song? So, shout out. Well, he said it could not solve a world of nature selection. I think you mean natural selection, but hey, I'm going with it.
Agree with the Republican request not to start negotiations until after the government reopens. All Republicans have to do is say yes to extend current law for 1 year. It makes sense. And since what we're proposing is only a simple extension of current law, the Senate could do this within a few hours.
So speaking of the United States Senate, this just in from President Trump just a few moments ago. He writes this on his Truth Social platform, quote, "The United States Senate should not leave town until they have a deal to end the Democrat shutdown. If they can't reach a deal, the Republicans should terminate the filibuster immediately and take care of our great American workers." Of course, the question, will the Senate work through the weekend to try to get something done? CNN's Arlette Saenz is on Capitol Hill for us. We're also joined now by CNN aviation correspondent Pete Montine, who is at Reagan Airport, of course, just outside D.C. Arlette, let me ask you, I mean, clearly Senate Republicans do not want to end the filibuster. The president has been on them to do it, but they have been pushing back against that piece of it. What do you make of the fact, and how do you think it's going to affect the politics on the Hill that he is now saying that they should go nowhere until the shutdown is ended?
Well, Casey, Senate Majority Leader John Thune has actually left the door open to senators remaining here over the weekend to continue work on efforts to reopen the federal government. But what's unclear right now is that whether there can actually be any traction to do that. Yes, Senate Minority Leader today, Chuck Schumer, unveiled this counter offer, which says that they would want to have a 1-year extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies in order to reopen the government. But Thune very quickly told reporters that that's a non-starter. He feels that agreeing to extend the Obamacare subsidies is a negotiation, and they have been very clear that they do not want to negotiate while the government remains closed. So right now, both sides still seem to be very much in their corners. At this very moment, Senate Republicans are meeting together, talking about the path forward, but it's not expected that they're going to emerge from that meeting being ready to get on board with Chuck Schumer's plan. Even if the Senate were to agree to that, there is additionally the very difficult math over in the House. House Speaker Mike Johnson has been very non-committal about bringing any type of vote on Obamacare subsidies up for a vote on the House floor, and that is because wrangling together so many parts of the Republican caucus in the House would also be incredibly difficult. All Republicans, or most Republicans who have talked about extending Obamacare subsidies, have said that in order to do that, there must be some reforms to the program. So it is expected that this proposal from Schumer will fall flat with Republicans.
And shout out to Toe. She says, "Set, you should play that song." All right, I'll go ahead and cue it up. And shout out to Lincoln. He says, "Sometimes you miss the forest for the trees, brother, but I appreciate the movement to hearing out other arguments, though." Hey, man, I appreciate it, too. So, hey, ironically, I feel the same thing about you, but we have respectful disagreements. We have respectful conversations. So, I appreciate you.
Republican senators. And then the next question is what happens next, whether there could be any momentum behind the scenes for those bipartisan talks that had been unfolding over the course of the last week. But right now, many Democrats are feeling emboldened after their success in Tuesday's elections and want to try to continue to fight in this shutdown standoff.
Yeah, for sure. Pete Montine, we heard at the top here from a bunch of frustrated travelers who were laying the blame for their problems squarely at the feet of the government, which is, of course, what deserves the blame. But what are you seeing at Reagan, and how hard is it going to be for people who are trying to go somewhere, anywhere this weekend?
The good news here is that we have not seen passengers stranded in mass. We've not seen people camped out in the airport, which is really a signal that the airlines did a good job of getting the word out about this. And by the way, if I'm a member of Congress, I'm voting to put the cancellation and delay graphic into law. We should have this all the time, although it is a bit of a misery minder now. The big thing now here at Reagan National Airport is that there is a 4-hour delay for flights coming here. That is because of the fact that there's a shortage of controllers in the tower here. And so it's really a sign that this mandate by the Trump administration to slash these flights isn't really working. There are still shortages at air traffic control facilities across the country today, about 25 we have tallied so far today. The upset here is big from airlines because they received this 15-page memo, this emergency order from the Federal Aviation Administration.
All right, guys, now let's get over to here. Let's see. Whoops. Wrong video. Let's see. Make sure. Here it is. Senate works through a weekend to end government shutdown. Now we're going to go ahead and get into some of these guys' arguments because they had their nice little posters and all that good stuff to explain their arguments. So let's get right into it and let's see what these guys got to say.
Right now, Republicans are trying to return to the original ACA model in which money went straight to the patient, but not to the insurance company. At some point, it wasn't funded, and so the first Trump administration allowed a workaround, and that workaround has led to these high premiums. Democrats are going to the mattress to defend a workaround from the first Trump administration that was trying to make up for a portion of the Affordable Care Act that could not be implemented. They should be saying, let's go kind of back to the model of how the Affordable Care Act was supposed to be implemented. Instead, they're defending Trump 1 policies. I don't even know if they know that, but it's their, my gosh, I got to oppose just to oppose, that's going to defeat us getting out of this lockdown. So let's just talk about the enhanced premium tax credit. Again,
Please.
A program that sends billions. This coming year, $26 billion will go to insurers if all we do is a straight out reauthorization. But that actually doesn't make health care less affordable. And in fact, even for health insurance, it can make the policy more expensive for many of those who are in the individual market. Now, let me make clear now. I am not. Are we ready for a thing? And by the way, let me just show this chart as to the impact this is having upon health insurers. This is major health insurance company stock performance after the passage of Obamacare, from March 2010 to November 2025. For United Health Group, they're up almost 1,200%.
Damn.
For Cigna, 800%.
Damn, United Health Group was up 1,200% after Obamacare? And remember, the United Healthcare CEO, that's the one that Luigi Mangione shot. And because of Obamacare, after Obamacare, this man, they've seen, a record stock performance, 12,000. Well.
And you can go down the line. Now, I'm not bashing insurance companies. We need them. But do we really need to send $26 billion more this year when we can send it straight to the patient? By the way, and we're not talking about doing away with every part of the health insurance program, just that portion currently being funded by the enhanced premium tax credits. And so when Senator Moreno talks about these dollars going to insurance companies, we can see the impact of that upon their stock price. It's done great. So let's maybe do something different. Let's, instead of worried about the pocketbook of the insurance company, let's worry about the pocketbook of our fellow American who's paying these higher costs. Now, instead of paying the insurance company to manage the care, my proposal is to have a pre-funded federal flexible spending account. Now, before I go into that detail, let's talk about the problems of the enhanced premium tax credits. And by the way, this is Bill Cassidy talking. This is not the chairman of the Help Committee. This is not the Trump administration. This is not the leader of the Senate. This is my proposal, and I don't attribute it to anybody.
Yeah, that's why I chose this list to this guy's argument, because this is like literally bipartisan, or as we say, he's not even bringing politics into this. He's literally just bringing the facts to it. And the fact of the matter is, I mean, these healthcare corporations are doing lovely under Obamacare.
Although I'll note that the president apparently is in support. And right now I'm speaking to my colleagues and I'm speaking to Americans who might be watching. Now, under the enhanced premium tax credit, if your insurance premium goes up, Washington just pays more. There's absolutely no incentive for the insurers to hold down cost, because the more it costs, the more they get.
Are you serious?
Think about that. The higher the healthcare cost, the more the insurance company gets. Now, they're not evil, but I will say, there's a clear motivation here.
I mean, I don't know. That is kind of evil. Hold on now. Like, I wouldn't go that far. Like, hold on now. That's kind of evil to sit there and know that healthcare is getting more unaffordable for Americans. So you're just going to keep raising your prices because the government's going to give you more. That is a bit evil. Like, come on now.
Making company, and you can be insensitive to how much that cost is increasing. You're going to be insensitive. We need to have incentive to bring the cost down. We need to have a transparency as to what things actually cost, and we need to reward families who actually try and save. I liken this to you got a broken bone, you put a bandage on it, it doesn't heal the fracture, it just hides the broken bone. Let's fix the broken bone. We actually need to help the patient, the family, be incentivized to shop for that lower cost and incentivize the companies to lower the cost. So the enhanced premium tax credit, it doesn't empower patients, it enriches insurance company, and I will note that since this Obamacare passed, insurance companies have done very well. But the patient's health care has become more expensive, and it's now out of the reach for many families. Now, I got a tweet last night from one of my Democratic colleagues. No, we got to defend status quo. I'm thinking, and this person is a vociferous critic of insurance companies. And I'm thinking, will you just listen? As opposed to just reject, listen. We don't want this $26 billion going to insurance companies where 20% of it is taken for administrative overhead and profit. We want it to go to the families where 100% is paid for health care. And not in some way which puts them at a disadvantage, but in a way which puts them at an advantage. And as opposed to discussing this over Twitter, let's actually meet face to face and see if you can be persuaded that this is a better way to go. So what can we do to break the model, to do something different? Can we, are we ready for the next one now? Now imagine a different, chart 2, please. Now imagine a different type of help, not an insurance subsidy, but a health account that you, our fellow Americans, control. Right now, where does the healthcare dollar go? In the enhanced premium tax credit, it goes to the insurance company. 20% is going to administrative overhead. That should read 80%, and 80% is going to pay for payments of care. So 20% for administrative overhead, you lose that, 80% to take care of payments. Here, we take that portion of the current payment the federal government is making that goes to enhanced premium tax credits, and we put it in a pre-funded flexible savings account. And the patient has an account. My wife and I have one of these. It works pretty well. And 100% of the money goes to paying for health care. And it can pay for the physician, the medicines, it can pay for dentistry and orthodontia. So in all this, you've got—
My question would be though, like, all right, well, how much would each American have in this account for healthcare? Because I mean, it sounds good. It sounds like we're kind of doing something what Australia is doing by holding out at least what $6,700 for each Australian. I mean, if we're doing the same thing like that, then I'm all for it. That sounds like a way better plan than we got going right now.
20% plus up in the amount available to actually pay for health care. Now, every eligible American citizen on the exchange would get this federally pre-funded. I keep stressing the pre-funded. In the health savings account my wife and I have, we're on an Obamacare exchange, we actually take a portion of our income and we designate it to go into the flexible spending account. But here, we would take a value equal to the amount the person would have otherwise received from the enhanced premium tax credit, and we put it in the flexible spending account. And it pays for real world expenses. I just mentioned, it pays for dental care. It pays for eyeglasses. Keep in mind, many insurance policies on the exchanges don't pay for dental care, and they don't pay for eyeglasses. It's something extra that you have to purchase. In this case, the flexible spending account would allow that to be done. Prescription drugs, your routine medical services and preventive care. It does not go for premiums, though. It goes to the patient, and the patient then uses it as she understands, helps her family's budget the most. Now, by the way, let me just give a shout out to the president. He recognizes we have a problem. He knows the insurance market is broken. He put out a tweet last night favoring this approach. And you can't read this because it's too much language, but you see it's from Donald J. Trump, and bottom line is he wants money to go to patients and not to insurance companies. And the response to that from one of my—
But Democrats don't want that. Democrats want to go to the insurance companies, but, you know, not the patients. You know, and they say they're the ones fighting the corporate elites. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, guys, for good, really, really funny joke.
Democratic colleagues was, oh, we're taking money from insurance companies. No, We're taking that portion that would be part of the enhanced premium tax credit, and we're putting it in a pre-funded flexible spending account. If people would just listen as opposed to automatically reject, and if people would realize that Democrats are defending a Republican workaround to something that Obamacare tried to do, but they wrote the language poorly so it couldn't be implemented, maybe they would stop and reconsider. Why am I part of this a totally ironic situation where Democrats are fighting to the death, keeping the government closed almost 40 days because we want to defend Trump 1 administration policies? The irony here is incredible.
I don't know, Link. I don't think that's a good argument by saying, well, the insurance companies are the only one right now. No. According to his plan, it doesn't have to go to the insurance companies. It could have went into a flexible savings account that the patient has that could promote these guys to lower their costs according to what these patients have available to spend. I mean, not it going straight to them and they're just constantly raising their healthcare premium. So, the insurance company isn't the only option. It's the option that the Democrats chose.
So, the president's posting that we need to redirect these enhanced premium tax credit subsidy amounts to our Americans so that they can get their own health care. So, I agree with the president. We need to give the money to the patient and bypass the insurance company for this portion of what they would otherwise receive. Now, I've also been told, sounds great, Bill, but it sounds complicated. 72% of Americans working for a government entity, federal government, state, local, have access to a flexible spending account. 47% of those in the commercial market. Hundreds of millions of Americans have access to these accounts. My wife and I have had an account for several years. This is not complicated. Now, my wife and I are on the small business Obamacare exchange. It's not offered on the individual exchange, but it's offered on the small business exchange, the one that Congress is on. So, but the point is, we are already doing this. If you say it's complicated, you say it's complicated, and yet we're already doing it. So I'm not quite sure where the complication comes. It's like saying it's complicated to play a football game, but we've been playing football games every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. No, it's not complicated. We know the rules of the game. The players know who they are. They go out and they play, and we have a score. So, by the way, if there's going to be some bureaucratic obstacle to getting some rule change in order to make sure we can take it from one exchange to the other, even the people that hate President Donald J. Trump will admit that guy can get the bureaucracy to do things. If there's anybody in Washington, D.C. that can get something done when a bureaucrat says it can't be, it is Donald J. Trump. So you may not like the guy, but at this point, his strength is our strength, so let's use his strength to solve this problem if we can just get beyond an outright rejection, because the president might like it too. Now, and I just one example. I'll hold that example just for the sake of time. So let me make clear the differences between the enhanced premium tax credits and a federally funded, pre-funded flexible spending account. Again, this is only the portion benefiting the patient that currently goes to the enhanced premium tax credit, which will be $26 billion this coming year. Who gets the money? Enhanced premium tax credit? Insurance companies. Under a pre-funded flexible savings account, patients and families. What can it be used for? Insurance premiums. For patients, real care. Doctor's visits, dentist visits, glasses, prescriptions, boom, real care. Who makes the decision? The insurance company? No. In the pre-funded FSA, it is the patient making the decision. And does it lower costs? No. Demonstrably, this enhanced premium tax credit has contributed to higher premium costs. Here, the patient is empowered to shop. If I can get my medical service, my mammogram, my MRI, cheaper here than there, I'm motivated to do that because it leaves more money in my pocket. That is called patient empowerment. Give the patient the power, dadgummit. By the way, if it turns out you can save money by paying cash instead of the negotiated rate from the insurance company, pay cash. That begins to lower it. but you would at least get the negotiated price. But now you also have the option of paying cash, and believe it or not, it is oftentimes cheaper to pay cash than to pay the negotiated price from the insurance company. So you save money, and the taxpayers pre-funding your account also saves money. That's the essence of giving a patient the power. She picks the best deal, just like she would for groceries, for a car, or for a house. Now, how does this empower consumers? The pre-funded flexible spending account doesn't treat someone as a dependent of the federal government like the enhanced premium tax credit does. It treats them like a capable consumer who knows what's best for their family, where to go for their dental work, where to go for their pharmacy, and how much to pay. The negotiated rate from the insurance company, or if you can find it, a cheaper cash price. And instead of Washington paying insurance companies to manage, the insurance company to manage your day-to-day care, you manage it, the patient manages it, the mama manages it with fairness, transparency, and flexibility.
And all right, now let's go to John Thune pretty much snapping on the Senate floor. Because as the Senate in session, as Democrats offer a proposal to end government shutdown. Well, let's get into what Thune has to say.
Absolutely. Madam President, I'm trying to understand what's going on here, and perhaps the senator from Michigan can clarify.
But hey, though, hopefully that my man's arguments was convincing on how these Obamacare health subsidies isn't really helping the American people. I mean, but they sure is helping these insurance companies.
Every public sector employees union is supporting the senator from Wisconsin's bill, but you're objecting because you think it grants too much power to the president. Now, if that's I don't know how every public sector employees union would be in support of this bill. And my understanding is the modification proposed by the senator from Michigan would essentially cover back pay, but wouldn't do anything to address going forward. So in other words, we're going to keep federal employees hostage. So they might get paid for back pay, but starting tomorrow, they're not going to get paid again. And that means that in the future, they continue to be pawns. They continue to get held hostage. This is a straightforward approach that addresses that issue.
Shout out Lincoln. He says, AI will be president one day. AI remembers all. I mean, hey, it's already taking jobs out here. So, hey, you're not too far from that might not be too far from reality. So I know everybody's probably thinking, but really, this could be a problem.
And everybody in this chamber who isn't getting paid, I can't believe people come down here and look these people in the eye when he's saying right here, we will pay them not only for today, but for tomorrow and for the entire year, and we won't allow them to be held hostage and be pawns in a political game in the future. And my understanding is the senator from Michigan, on behalf, I suppose, of other Democrats, is objecting to that. Please, please help me understand. This is a straightforward proposal which addresses the concern that millions of Americans have who are headed to food banks and can't pay their rent. And you're coming down here and saying you're going to object because you just want to pay them for yesterday, not for tomorrow or the next day after that? It's about leverage, isn't it? Isn't that what y'all been saying?
Yep.
It's about leverage? This isn't leverage. This is the lives of the American people. Senator of Wisconsin has put forward a straightforward proposal to pay people, federal employees, today, tomorrow, and in the future. And what you're essentially saying is, well, I'm fine with paying them for yesterday, but we're not going to pay them for tomorrow or for the day after that, for the future. And we don't seem to care that there are men and women in uniform who are frequenting food banks, who are not making rent payments, or trying to borrow to get by because it's leverage. So, Mr. President, Madam President, I should say, I would hope, we're going to vote on this. So, Senator from Michigan can object to the unanimous consent request the senator from Wisconsin made. But everybody in this chamber is going to be put on the record on whether or not they want to pay federal employees. Not yesterday, but today and tomorrow and into the future. I am tired of political games. I really am. And so feel free to object to something that I don't know how anybody in their right mind can walk into this chamber, look these people in the eye, and say, we're not going to pay you. So we're going to vote on it. You object to it right now, but everybody in this chamber is going to vote on whether or not they want to pay federal employees, something that every single public employees union has said they support. I yield back to the Senator from Wisconsin.
Reclaiming my time for briefly to reemphasize the fact, if we can pass this now, and again, Senator from Michigan, I'm literally begging you, do not object. Do not object. It's still going to take a couple days to actually pass this. If we have to go the route of motion to proceed, getting on a bill, I mean, that's going to take quite some time. Our skies can't remain at this level right now. We can't continue these airport delays. We can't continue to use public sector employees and the American public in general as pawns in this partisan gamesmanship. So literally, I think you know me. You know I'm saying this in good faith. Please do not object. Let this bill pass so the House can come back and sign this into law, and these good people who are forced into work or who have been furloughed can get the pay they deserve. Again, today, tomorrow, and in the future, assured they will never, ever be used like pawns in these partisanship games. But again, I'll underscore.
All right. Well, I guess that was his argument there. Let's go on to the next guy and the next good argument. So let's see. It was here more towards the end here. Was it this guy? Yeah, it was this guy here.
$1 billion to insurers, hoping that families see smaller bills. But that actually doesn't make health care. Tried to make health care affordable by giving insurance companies more money. The enhanced premium tax credits, EPTC, is the latest example. It sends, next year it would send $26 billion to insurers, hoping that families see smaller bills. But that actually doesn't make health care less expensive. And for some, it actually makes the health insurance more expensive if you're not getting subsidized care on the exchange. So we can do better than just papering over the cost with subsidies. Instead of paying insurance companies to manage our money, let's trust Americans with a pre-funded, flexible savings account worth as much as the enhanced premium tax credit that they would receive. Let me repeat that. A pre-funded, not out of their salary, but pre-funded from the federal taxpayer, equivalent in value to the enhanced premium tax credit that they would receive. Now, let me make it clear. I'm not speaking for the Republican caucus. I'm not speaking for President Trump. I'm not even speaking as the Health Committee chairman. I'm speaking as a senator and as an American that sees us at an impasse and is trying to think differently about how we can move forward. So I'm going to present to my fellow Americans an idea that hopefully will move us out of this stalemate and go forward.
Hopefully.
And I'm going to try and speak as if I'm speaking to the American back home. Here's the problem. Under the enhanced premium tax credit, if your insurance premium goes up, if the insurance company decides to pay more, they just get more subsidy from the taxpayer. Now, insurance companies get paid no matter what, and it doesn't matter how expensive the tab is. There's absolutely no incentive to bring the cost down. There's no transparency as to what the care really costs, and there is absolutely no reward for the family that goes to a place which is less expensive.
AKA incentivize these corporations to overprice us.
It's like putting a Band-Aid on a broken bone. You're hiding the fracture, but you're not fixing the broken bone. Let's fix the broken bone, which is high health care costs. So, put simply, the enhanced premium tax credit does not empower patients. It enriches insurance companies. By the way, they're important. We need them. But if I have a choice of empowering you, the American, or enriching an insurance company, I and we should pick our fellow American. Now, imagine a different type of help. Not paying the insurance company another subsidy, but putting money pre-funded, not out of your salary, but roughly equal to the enhanced premium tax credit, put that into an account that you control. Every eligible American citizen on the exchange would receive this federally pre-funded flexible spending account. And it would work like the prepaid health account you use for real-world health expenses. All
right, guys, we're about to move on to the next topic here because I believe we've heard our man's argument pretty extensively. And you know what? Hey, I mean, they're making a good argument on why we shouldn't continue these healthcare subsidies, but we'll see how the Debs feel about that one because obviously they're not hearing it. But as we take a quick break and move on to the next segment, go ahead and enjoy this clip.
See all those faces? Those are the people that are promoting Ozempic to you. So if you haven't caught the news flash yet, if you're not paying attention, if you didn't wake up during COVID and you really thought RFK was going to come in and maha you, let me show you a clip of RFK. Let me show you a couple, actually. Check this out.
They're trying to sell this. There's a huge push to sell this to the American public. And, it's now the biggest company in Europe, but they're not marketing it in Europe. They make this drug in Denmark, and in Denmark, they do not recommend it for diabetes or for obesity. They recommend dietary and behavioral changes. Mm-hmm. In our country, they're counting on selling it to Americans because we're so stupid and so addicted to drugs.
How do we give this government 53% of every penny we make? Because I literally swear, I wake up every day thinking that my own government wants to end my life, and they want to poison my children, and they want to chop their genitals off. How else do you explain this?
Everybody will be able to get this drug, and it's going to change. We will lose the American public because of this agreement. We'll lose 125 million pounds by this time next year. It is going to have dramatic effects on human health in this country.
Sometimes God just throws you a bone, just gives you a sign, right? Check this out. Sometimes God just makes this super easy for you, I don't know if the guy that's promoting the drug or founded the drug or created the drug just drops dead from a heart attack during the press conference promoting it.
Has been investing in America. We've been advancing science and creating high-value jobs. But today, are you okay? Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Gordon, you okay?
Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Now that I got your attention, you might be asking yourself, Ryan, well, what's in this Ozempic drug?
They never told you it was venom. I didn't know it was venom. I looked it up. What kind of drug is this? Oh, it's a GLP-1 drug. What the hell does GLP-1 drug mean? Never heard that in my life. Holy crap, it comes from the venom of a lizard?
Probably thinking, Ryan, lizard venom, that can't be good, right? What are the side effects? Has anybody ever gotten sick from this drug?
Just hit. And what's coming out is truly horrifying. Muscle wasting. And we're not talking a little, we're talking 20 years of muscle lost in only 1 year of taking this. Doctors say losing this much muscle contributes to you aging faster, losing strength in your heart, destroys your metabolism. It gets scarier though. Plaintiffs developed gastroparesis, which means stomach paralysis. Food just sits in their stomach, just rotting. Imagine being so backed up you vomit for days. You end up in the ER. They have to shove a tube down your nose just to empty out your stomach. And for some of the plaintiffs, they have said their whole gastrointestinal tract cannot function anymore, can't even move.
You don't think it's strange that RFK, Mr. Maha, is literally bragging about how everybody can go sign up for this drug and it's going to have monumental impacts on the health of American citizens?
That's not bad enough. Patients are reporting losing their teeth because this medication will dry out all of the mucous membranes. And what happens is if you're not having healthy saliva, it affects your teeth so quickly. Nightmare doesn't stop there. There are cases of sudden permanent blindness, according to the documents. Waking up one day with no vision, no way to bring it back ever. Yeah, and pancreatitis and kidney failure. So $2 billion for this lawsuit is just the beginning, according to the lawyers. Ask yourself, is the shot worth losing your strength, your independence, your smile, possibly even life-altering consequences?
I think it's only fair to say that this drug's so safe and effective, and since Congress, a majority of these mother effers are so overweight, that it's only fair that we mandate it on Congress like they mandated on our troops. And then let's wait about a year like we did with the COVID-19 vaccine, just to make sure there aren't any of those long-term side effects. We don't want to get long Ozempic, right?
I mean, hey, I agree with him on that one. Hey, how about y'all test it first, and let's see how that works out for you guys. But, just have to share that little warning with you. You got to give you just a little bit of conspiracy. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. Go look that up for yourself, because actually I've been hearing about those effects of Ozempic for a while now. So if you are somebody on Ozempic and you're experiencing those side effects, please see your doctor today. All right, then let's get back to it.
Companies are laying off tens of thousands of white-collar workers, and they're blaming artificial intelligence. Madison Allworth joining us now from a new technical school. It's in New York City. Are more people now going for blue-collar jobs, Madison?
Stuart, they sure are. You're seeing more of those jobs and more enrollment in schools like Apex, where we are right now. This school has seen about a 15% increase in enrollment over the last year. That's slightly better than the average.
Yeah, people seeing it. They're trying to go to where AI can't replace them, and that's in, well, manual labor jobs, or I would say trade jobs. So shout out to the blue collar guys, because, hey, my white collar guys, AI is pretty much trying to replace you guys. I mean, accountants, financial advisors, all those good stuff. I mean, all the office jobs you guys like, AI is not able to replace you. Well, not call center yet.
11% increase, nearly 4 times that of a college degree, because the kids are smart. They're seeing that this is where opportunities are. One of the big draws to a trade school and a trade program are job opportunities.
Yep.
So this school, Apex,
job opportunities right out the gate. You get hands-on training, and then as soon as you're done, you get opportunity right out the gate. I wish university worked like that, because it should. I mean, instead of having to make you fend for yourself for an internship, which is all fun and all, like, trust me, I love the struggle. But don't you think it'd been a little bit easier to have the trade school set up?
keep their accreditation.
I'm just saying. But shout out to my man Maine. He says employees of Big Pharma get fired. You take it. Huh? All right. Well, I think what we're talking about is that Big Pharma employees get fired if they hand out too many benefits. They don't hold some people up and start sending out denials. They can't approve everybody, which is sick, but it is what it is.
And they need to graduate 70% of their students, and they need to place 70% of those graduates in jobs. In an uncertain market, that is hard to beat.
Some of our programs, our placement rate is in the 80% range. And I doubt any college can compete with that.
So not only do they have incredible placement with jobs, which is obviously the goal of education, those jobs are also somewhat AI proof. That's a problem for our recent grads. The class of 2025 is submitting.
Oh, okay. No, Maine was saying no, said if they take the vax, they get fired, which is, I mean, well, they've had healthcare companies like CEOs come on. What was it? It was James O'Keefe. You know how you always get these guys caught up in these dates with these, I guess, beautiful women, and they end up, telling everything. One of the CEOs of these pharmaceutical companies did pretty much admit, saying that, well, I didn't take the vax. What you mean? I didn't take it because I knew it was experimental. I was like, damn, okay. I wish you'd became a whistleblower.
More job applications than their 2024 counterparts, but they're getting fewer offers. That's all according to the National Association of Colleges and Employers. So I have Felicia here with me. It's rare to see a woman in trade.
Smart.
And you've worked for a couple of years. Now you're here doing construction. Did AI have any role? Or when you're thinking and going through your trade program, are you happy to be doing this because of AI?
I am happy to do this because of AI, because I feel like AI is going to take over the world for the most part, and a trade you kind of can't have a robot build the house or do electrical work or welding. So AI definitely made me be like, I should get into a trade because AI can't take over a trade.
Thank you so much. There you go. Job.
I mean, ain't that the truth? I mean, yo, even in STEM, I say in STEM too, it's hard to AI is hard to take over in that too. I mean, science, technology, which AI is, engineering and math, yeah, it's pretty hard for AI to take over in that. Now, maybe in math, it might dominate that soon, but as far as rest of STEM goes, it's pretty safe. And as far as those blue collar jobs go, those are also pretty safe. So it is pretty smart to go in that direction. And like I said, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a boom in these jobs and a boom in these services. And this is where the American youth will be going. It is what it is. It's how the time goes. It's how time, well, it's just how time is, how time flies. Because what happened during the internet boom? Everybody was working on the internet. Now during the AI boom, well, people can start working with their hands, which I'm all for. It is what it is. All right, guys, next video, because $27 billion data center partners. All right, let's go ahead and get into it because Meta blew out to build I don't know why I keep saying that, but $27 billion data center in Louisiana. I don't know why I keep saying 200. Huh.
Will invest $600 billion in American infrastructure and jobs over the next 3 years, including AI data centers. Now, this news comes as alternative asset manager Blue Owl recently announced a joint venture with Meta to build out a $27 billion data center in Louisiana. Now, Blue Owl Capital co-founder and president Mark Lipschultz is here to discuss so many questions. But first,
well, let's see here. What do you say? Let's see. Total development cost, $27 billion. Ownership, Blue Owl 80%. Meta Platforms 20%. Meta commits to lease with 4 years initial term for campus once complete. All right.
Now, Blue Owl Capital co-founder and president Mark Lipschultz is here to discuss so many questions. But first, let's talk about Hyperion. But then in the bigger story, within the space right now, we're seeing these stocks under pressure from a market perspective because there's concern about these frothy valuations. You're actually going into this deal with Meta. How in the heck do you structure something like this? It's fascinating.
So we're in a really fascinating time, of course, for AI. And I break it down into two components and ultimately get into the question of structure. There's the kind of overall direction of travel, or put another way, is AI a transformative force on the economy, the world, over the next 10 years? And I'd have to say that seems quite clear. It's going to be a transformative impact. Then the question becomes, of course, valuations. Okay, well, what's it worth and to whom? So, who will make the money and when will they make that money and how much? And so
that's the structure question.
Therein lies exactly. Yeah. So that takes us to structure. So for Blue Owl and in our partnership with Meta, we're in a very particular part of this AI transformation. We're in the infrastructure layer. So the thing we do at Blue Owl is we provide the large amounts of sophisticated and properly structured capital to actually build the core infrastructure, these data centers. As you said, the Meta project's a $27 billion project in Louisiana. The way that works for Blue Owl and our investors is we sign a 15, 20-year, in that case, it's expected to be a 20-plus year combination, where we get payments from Meta to be the lessor of those properties. So for us and our investors, it's a very, very predictable and attractive income stream to provide the infrastructure layer.
And anytime of them want to say, there's no investments, what are you guys talking about? Well, here's $27 billion data center in Louisiana. So, hey, when you guys say there ain't no investments, I mean, hey, we got examples. We definitely got examples for you. Now, as we switch over to the next video, I mean, this little clip kind of goes along with what we're going to be getting into.
So I want you guys to take a look at this clip from my partner in my previous documentary, What is Treason? #invaded and #trafficked. He goes by the name of JJ Carroll, and he's got a really good message that I think that's resonating with all Americans. Check this out.
I'm not going to say it's mine. I'm saying I'm grabbing it. I want to be a part of it. And that's America only. There's no wiggle room. It's America only. No. Listen to me. America only. That means everyone else gets nothing. That means they don't get our attention. They don't get our time. They don't give our talent or treasure. They get nothing. We're not going to Nigeria to fight the Muslims for you. We're not doing that. We're not going to Mexico and give you money for sewage treatment plants. We're not going to Ukraine and fund your border and your biolabs. We're not going anywhere. We're not doing anything. Anything. It's America only.
You want to know what America only looks like? America only looks like federalizing our energy production. And that means going ahead and allowing our government to put nuclear reactors in whatever city or town that they want, running those nuclear reactors, creating a government department. Like, let's fire the IRS. Let's disband, 50 out of the 5,000 government agencies that we have. And let's take all of those employees and let's put them to work. And by work, I mean federalizing oil production, energy production. And then you allow your government to make all of the profits off natural resources like Saudi Arabia does, and they don't have income tax or property tax or any taxes like that. They don't need sales tax in these countries, because their government makes so much profit and so much money off selling the energy to the world that they don't have to tax their citizens. And then you start looking at things like this, like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. How much faster would our economy recover if none of us had to pay sales tax, if none of us had to pay income tax? Would we really need a government to put money into a 401k and manage a 401k when we have assets like Bitcoin that appreciate at the worst 28% every year over a 4-year period? The worst 4 performing years of Bitcoin, back to back to back, the average return was like 26.8%. That's insane. Imagine if your 401k gained 28% every year. If you're lucky and you have a good 401k manager, you're pulling in maybe 10, maybe on like a really good couple years, maybe 15%. But the dollar is getting devalued at a rate of 7. So then you're really only making 7% at best. And if you take the fees out of that, you might be making 5% on top of the devaluation of the dollar. Or you could pay no taxes and you could put your money into Bitcoin, and that would appreciate at 28% per year. And you would go from the retirement age of being 65 to probably the retirement age of being 42. And that's how quickly we could change our country and make America the greatest country in the world. And then they could take all of that money. Think about the trillions of dollars that come in from selling natural resources and how quick we would pay off the $30 trillion that we have in debt, or 38 trillion, probably 40 trillion by the time we get our shit together. So your government would still be able to spend recklessly. They would make more money than they know what to do with. They would be able to spend radically. And then at the same time, every single American citizen would be getting filthy rich in the process. And that's kind of what America only looks like. No more sending our children off to die in Iran. No more bombing Israel, or no more giving Israel bombs to bomb Gaza. No more going into Nigeria to save the Muslims or Christians. No more going into Venezuela to steal their oil. We have our own oil. We have our own energy right below our feet. Why don't we pull it out and we allow our federal government to federalize it? It's really that simple. Instead, we are like, hey, BP, Chevron, like, you can go in there and you can steal that oil from Venezuela, and then we're going to tax it at 20%. We're going to take 20% of the take on it, while you guys make the other 80%. How about our government just makes 100%? We don't have to pay fucking taxes. And that's what they're really terrified about that message coming across. And people like myself that are this low IQ, yet we can figure it out. Because you just go and you look at how does our government destroy all these countries all around the world, and they do it because they force them to federalize their energy production. They force them to privatize their energy production. And if they would just allow these countries to federalize it and keep it federal, and that country wouldn't have to tax their citizens to death, they'd never have to go to the IMF to borrow money. And it's really that simple. So if we want to save America, we need to start federalizing energy production. We need to start eradicating political corruption, and we need to start removing taxes from the American citizens. If you really want this country to thrive, that's the way to save America. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments.
All right. Shout out to my man. I like where he was coming with that, but let's go to people who I guess somewhat personifies America first. Since, this whole MAGA war has been spilling off, let's go to start with the other side of the MAGA first, and then we'll go ahead and get to the Israel first guy, because they had a whole convention to tell us how they feel.
Hello, what's up, everybody? Welcome to a brand new episode of Part of the Problem. Ooh, do we have a good one for you today? Very quickly, before we get the show started, I do want to remind everyone, thank you so much, I should say, to everybody who's already pre-ordered my amazing wife's wonderful new children's book, which was up at the top of the new releases for children's books on the Amazon charts. Healthy Hibernation. My beautiful wife, Lauren Smith, just wrote it. It's her first children's book. It's very sweet, and it's all about...
Oh, yes, and I congratulations to your wife's children's book and all, but...
When you go on Amazon, where books are like, the Israel lobby, up in... by way of deception. It's just... Anyway, okay, that was funny to me. Moving on from talking about one mother to another one. My good friend... Candace Owens, who has been just on.
I mean, shout out to Candace Owens. She is the #1 podcast in the world. Yeah, she was beating Joe Rogan out in numbers for this year. And I mean, like, bro, if you've been looking at her podcast, she's been doing like what? 100K, 200K live viewers every time? Bro, by the end of the day, the video's at 1 million views every single time. I mean, shout out Candace.
On fire in a way that is hard, almost impossible to overstate over the last, really, look, you've been a huge force in conservative media for many years now. Over the last couple years after, leaving, parting ways with the Daily Wire, you got even bigger. But now just over this last stretch, you've really become the mover of the narrative, at least on the conservative side of the aisle. And I really, I've talked to Tucker this week, and I really wanted to talk to you also about this massive kind of cancellation attempt. So Candace Owens, thank you so much for coming on the show. Great to see you.
I'm so excited to do it. One day we're going to have to do it in person, but on your show, but yeah, I'm excited to be back.
Well, next time we're in the same city, we'll make sure that happens. Whoever show it's on, maybe we'll do it on your show, seeing how big that show is these days. I should probably be focused on that one. It has been there's been something that I've been thinking a lot about this, because obviously there's been this big cancellation attempt primarily against you and Tucker. Although by proxy, I guess I've been caught up in it a bit. Obviously, both you.
I mean, the propaganda is Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens once again propose anti-Semitic views. It's like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, every single time.
When Tucker, Tucker was fired from Fox News. You were fired from the Daily Wire. Both went on to be much bigger after getting canned, and yet now there's this attempt again to cancel you, and we're all kind of wondering, like, from what? Like, what would you even cancel them from? And I just thought, I was very close friends with Joe Rogan when he was going through that major cancellation attempt in the 22 in the height of COVID insanity. I was the first one on his podcast after all that stuff really went down, and I was out doing shows with him. And I remember at the time having this feeling where all of them kind of hadn't admitted it yet. The corporate media hadn't admitted that Joe Rogan is the biggest thing in media. They did eventually after the 2024, but at the time it was like so weird, because you're like, wait, Brian Stelter is trying to cancel Joe Rogan? Doesn't he know? And so anyway, as Mark Levin is openly calling for you and Tucker's cancellation, and Dinesh D'Souza, people like this are openly calling, it is just funny because you're like, objectively right now, you and Tucker are the two biggest conservative political commentators. This is just undeniable. And so their plan right now is, we want to cancel #1 and #2. This is just like, how do you even get away with doing that when the people have already told you they're on their side, not yours? Right. What's it been like for you to just kind of watch this?
Well, yesterday was a fantastic day. I mean, to get the email from Podscribe, #1 podcast in the world. And of course, I am humbled by it, truly, because the audience is the reason. Like, this truly was a free market response. And to go back and find the people who worked day in and day out to ruin my life. It wasn't like they just wanted me gone from the Daily Wire, which they got and they celebrated and effectively danced on my grave. It wasn't, they then were trying to get my speaking events canceled. They were the ones that put pressure on Charlie not to let me speak. And I said to him, dude, I got enough going on. Like, I don't want you to also just by proxy catch a flame because they want to cancel me. They got me banned from Australia. I had to cancel a tour, right? Simply because I didn't agree with Israel. That you would think that I harmed somebody by having a different opinion. And I think the reason why yesterday was such a win was precisely because they worked so hard and tried to destroy me, and we survived. That's where their true hatred and vitriol is coming from.
Yeah, I would say this. I mean, the pro-Israel side, they've made two people like the biggest names right now in, I guess, the podcasting world, just off their constant attack of them. Well, really three, due to their constant attack of Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes. Like, the three people they hate the most, they made the biggest due to their constant attack on them. And I mean, here's the thing. When you actually listen to these guys, they have some reasonable arguments and you can agree with them. But to sit there and say that Tucker Carlson is not MAGA, in my eyes, is going a bit too far. And it's making me wonder, it's like, all right, so what's so different about Tucker Carlson and what you guys are preaching? Because I'm kind of going with Tucker Carlson, how we should focus on our own, and you guys are going with what? We need to focus out there in the Middle East for the sake of who? Because it ain't us.
Is the fact that we survived a virtual assassination attempt, right? It's like we shouldn't have survived it, but given everything they did, and even the element of how they wanted me to be fired, like the element of surprise for Tucker to be fired. He's doing a show on a Tuesday, suddenly on a Wednesday, he doesn't get to say goodbye to his audiences. I really do believe even that was a part of their like sadistic effort to be like, you are no more. And so, yeah, it feels good. And I'm really happy to say all I did was commit to the truth, and I didn't allow peer pressure.
Yeah, and then she's officially the biggest podcast in the world. I mean, the firing from Daily Wire was the best thing that ever happened to Candace Owens. We got to be real. She got more subscribers, more viewers, so AKA more income coming in. Considering that she has a small team and all that. So, like I said, as much as they tried to destroy her and make her sound insane and try to make her seem like she's crazy, people have only tuned into her more.
To come to something that's actually evil.
Market don't lie.
It's like, do you agree that Palestinians should be genocided? No. Okay, well then you're going to be canceled. You're never going to be on a Republican stage ever again.
Yes, Candace Owens has been doing more than Rogan. Yes, Candace Owens, look at her, bro. I can bring her up right now. Guarantee you. Candace Owens podcast she's doing 1 million a podcast. Every time, 1 million to 2 million views a podcast. 100 to 200K live viewers. Even I got to sit there and be astonished, impressed, like, God damn. I mean, this is tremendous growth. I mean, after everybody's calling her crazy and all that, you only seem to be driving up her engagement. That's all I'm saying. I mean, hey, a lot of people, y'all say she's crazy. People's watching. They coming out with a different tune because they coming back.
Okay, bye. I'll just do my own show. Okay, you're not going to be allowed to speak at the CPAC or the RNC. You're not going to get an invite to the White House. Okay, bye. I'd like to keep my morals and my principles in line. If I never get to go to Mar-a-Lago again, at least I can lay my head in the pillow and know that I'm not cheering for children to die, irrespective of whether they're Palestinian or Israeli. I'm not going to root on children dying. And so I think also something that's important to remember.
I mean, I stood on that too. I said that's one of the reasons why I don't like Randy Fine. I'm always going to be against people who honestly wish death on children. Just like I'm not against, that's a Republican and Lindsey Graham too. And then on the Democrat side, we got that man, Jay Jones. It's like, I'm always going to be against those that wish death on children. Like, it's absolutely insane.
Remember, Dave, is these people do not believe in the free markets. That's the number one thing to remember. They want people to be artificially pushed out of the free markets so that they can say they're number one. They love a world where, like what happened back, what was it in 2020, when people were getting knocked off of platforms left and right. Maybe it was earlier than that, actually. It was before Trump was president. They love that world where you're artificially kicking out the Gateway Pundit. You're not allowed to be on Facebook anymore. You're artificially kicking out Alex Jones. You're not allowed to have a platform. And then they go, we're number one. We are the number one most listened to conservative news podcaster. It's like, no, you're not. There's no market here. And that's what they want right now. They want their markets to be restricted so that they can be number one again.
Yeah, it is. Well, that's right. And
as Tim Dillon said, we need a gatekeep. Yes, we do need to censor people. Like, literally just going pretty much like, bro, everything antithetical to what MAGA stands for when it comes to freedom of speech, hearing everybody out. They're pretty much saying, no, we need a gatekeep. No, we need a censor. And they're supposed to be on our side. Like, amazing.
And because in a way, if they if the punishment, let's say like for whatever, like it was in the old guard where like, if you canceled someone, that was it. There wasn't like they couldn't just go start their own podcast or something. Like when Bill O'Reilly got fired from Fox News, I mean, I guess he did go start a podcast, but even back then it was like, it just wasn't as big of a market. And also his audience was a lot older. They weren't getting into like the technology. So he goes from being a guy who's speaking to like 5 million people a night to being a guy who's speaking to like 80,000 people when he does a show. And that's like, that sucks. And, you could see where the pressure would be like,
hey, shout out Terry. She sent a latte, 600 joules. Appreciate the support, Terry.
Look, are you sure you want to say this one thing that'll piss everybody off? Because then you lose the right to say all the other things that you also might think are important. And you make people make these calculations in their mind. But you going to number one, it's like, oh, no, not only is there not a price to be paid, there's a reward in the market for people going like, oh yeah, she stood up for what was right. And as you talk, like when you get down to the specifics of it, what you're talking about is like, I mean, I don't know, me and you've been reading the news for 2 years on this. You're talking about what? Children being shot at as they desperately try to get food because they've been starving for like I'm sorry, the American right wing is still made up of a lot of Christians and a lot of people who are just like, what? No, they're decent people, they're not going to go along with this. And the thing is, like, they kind of never got presented the opportunity to hear from people who were going to make that argument. And you've been a part of this huge like test study of like, well, how would it work if there was actually a market? And yes, I think it's incredibly rewarding for me to see you being the #1 podcast, because it shows that, like, yeah, like, you demonstrated that people could have the courage to say the right thing, and then the audience demonstrated that, like, yeah, and there's a lot of people who will have your back if you do that. I just think that's a great precedent to be set.
It is. And I'm so grateful, because I want to remind people, you might think of me now as anti-Israel, but when they came after my entire life, I just wanted to learn about the topic. I actually didn't have a perspective, but I knew that I didn't know everything. And they were just...
Now, during my YouTube journey, I kind of knew that talking about Israel was a no-no, but when October 7th popped off, there was like a green light on it. Like, trust me, if you talked about Israel before October 7th, that was the quickest way to, lose engagement, shadow ban, damn right, lose your channel. Like, if you talked about Israel and the genocide or any of the problems that was going on in Gaza before October 7th, or them being in an open air concentration camp, you couldn't talk about it. Now you can. And you know what? I think they're going to start reeling this back as they did on TikTok, because if you try to talk any of this stuff on TikTok, I mean, you're done, you're gone. I mean, they're going to hit you with hate speech, misinformation, whatever. So it is pretty cool that YouTube is kind of laxed up on this, but I don't think it will last too long, to be quite honest.
So vicious with, no, you have to come out and you have to say these things. And I was like, look, I don't know anything about this. Let me speak to other people. Like, I watched Bassem go viral, the clip go viral where he was holding up the chart. And I was going, whoa, that is kind of crazy. Like, are this many Gazans dying? Then I went back and I watched some old content of you on Joe Rogan speaking about the topic. Then I hosted you at the Daily Wire, and that was a big wake-up call. And I really was coming from a place, it's still one of my favorite episodes. I think they pulled all the content down, but just learning about Middle Eastern politics, I'm not presenting myself as an expert. And I think that is what also the market is responding to, is at least I want to learn. At least I am showing that I will correct where I was wrong. I was working for PragerU, Daily Wire. I was working with Zionists. I obviously had no hatred in my heart towards the Zionist cause. And then it was just asking the question. Like, I was messaging with Max Blumenthal, because, strange allies, right? And he has done some really incredible work. And I went back and I found these messages from a time where I simply retweeted Max Blumenthal on something that he said about Kyrie Irving that I agreed on. So it wasn't even about Israel. And I got messages, like, all I can tell you is, like, Agent Smith, I sent it to him. It's crazy. Like, Marissa Strait, Dave Rubin. And I actually apologized to them, because I was like, wow, this guy must literally be Hitler. Like, I didn't know. I just saw it trending and I retweet him. That's what kind of goes on behind the scenes. Like, they are actually presenting themselves as free speech thinkers. And then they put pressure on people and tell them, hey, even listening or retweeting Max Blumenthal, you may not know it. And they told me this. He's an anti-Semite. Like, he's a committed anti-Semite. Max Blumenthal. So it's a different time now. And that sort of, we're going to tell you what.
Here's the thing. I ain't got no hatred for the Zionists either. It's just the problem is they kind of don't see how their geopolitical policies is kind of hurting America. They don't see it. Now, I'm pretty sure we can both agree that we want America to thrive. Me and a Zionist, but the problem is, though, they don't see how their geopolitical policies is a detriment to America. I mean, they just don't see it. They don't see how they get us involved in stuff. They don't see how they ruin our diplomacy. But hey, I mean, they want the same thing as us to, make America great, or to keep America running.
To thinking you're going to like it is not, like, people aren't buying it anymore.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Cove Pure. You may have seen this. Utah and Florida recently banned fluoride in their drinking water. Now ask yourself,
As they should.
Why are they doing a massive stop purify?
But all right, guys, any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat it in. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. And make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
I think there's a lot that's just been revealed. And there was a lot of things about, like, even, the Conservatism Inc.
And look, I know, guys. I know, like you said. I mean, are you really supporting Candace? Yes, I'm supporting Candace, guys. I'm real with you. I'm standing with Candace on this one, guys. I'm standing with Candace. I think she's going in the right directions. I think she's asking the right questions. Let's see where it leads us. Let's see where she leads us with this one. Because we all thought she was like acting crazy with the Charlie Kirk messages and all that. Then she dropped the messages and proved that Charlie Kirk was leaving the Israel argument. So we're calling her crazy, but she comes with the receipts. The problem is, though, she kind of slow cooks everybody. She comes in with, she relays out the accusation without providing no proof, really. Like she says the accusation with no proof at first. Then she rolls out the proof as time goes, as everybody just starts calling her crazy and all that good stuff. If anything, I didn't receive as brilliant marketing in a way, because if you kind of say it with no proof at first and everybody starts calling you crazy, then people come to your show and you backing it up. I mean, it makes people want to come back for more. I'm gonna be real with you.
Online type people like Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro and even Steven Crowder and like a lot of guys like this who really rose to prominence during the craziest woke years. They were kind of the figures who were speaking up against the insanity, like being like, no, actually, you're a dude in a dress. You're not a chick. And, that was necessary to some degree. It was pretty crazy what was going on in college campuses, right? And the whole left-wing wokeism stuff in general was crazy. But because that was the dynamic and because, for whatever reason, while tons of other right-wingers were being deplatformed, those were the ones who weren't, and in fact were very pushed by the YouTube algorithm and stuff. I mean, I remember for years, I always hated Ben Shapiro, and for years, YouTube was like, I know you want to watch Ben Shapiro, and I was like, I do not. I've never told you that, YouTube, but YouTube kept insisting I did. I was aware.
You do.
Well, I was aware of this because, as I've been talking about lately, because I was a Ron Paul supporter back in the day. And I remember Ben Shapiro saying like that Ron Paul wants to strangle Jews and that he's a vicious anti-Semite. And I'd be like, whoa, like, and you realize you're like, oh, it was easy in those years for them to pretend like that wasn't actually all they cared about. But actually, that's all they care about. And I mean all they care about. And this has been revealed. This is the thing with the neocons. This is why even the original core neocon group, they were all a bunch of commies who then became Democrats, who then became Republicans, and then became Democrats again. And what they when they were George W. Bush.
And those are the Republicans that we're trying to separate ourselves from. Those war-hungry Republicans like Lindsey Graham and Randy Fine. MAGA's trying to separate ourselves from those guys, and then we go off with a new conservative Republican Party. But, these guys are trying to hold on strong to the MAGA movement as if they were supporters day one, which they weren't. They were some of the never-Trumpers.
Republicans, they were like, marriage is between a man and a woman, and our culture is getting out of because they just thought that was the best way to get votes for their wars. And then when Donald Trump ran against Hillary Clinton, they went, okay, she likes the wars, we'll go support Hillary Clinton.
Right.
Marriage,
exactly
gay marriage,
right.
Anyone who's against gay marriage is a homophobe or whatever. Like, but they don't actually. And so, look, just think about it, right? Why would someone like Ben Shapiro, at the very least, wouldn't he have liked a lot of things about Ron Paul? Oh, he's the most fiscal conservative guy. He's the strict constitutionalist. He's a devout Christian who, believes in traditional values. There's a million different things that he would go, oh, I like a lot of his thing. I do disagree with him on foreign policy. Nope. He's evil. As soon as you're not on board with Israel and Israel's wars, you're evil. And I think part of what
you're evil, you're a Hamas supporter, you're an anti-Semite, and that's just not it. I just think that, what Israel's doing in Gaza, or what Bibi Netanyahu's doing in Gaza, is not within the best interest of Israel itself. And it's not, and honestly, the image of Israel has been tarnished around the world. And it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot to low-key, for countries start trusting Israel again, to be quite honest. Like, to be real with you, the world condemns Israel, and the only reason why nobody's been able to enact on it, or Bibi Netanyahu's not in jail, is because, America, we protect them. I mean, it is what it is. I don't condone it. I don't support it, but that's just how things are working out.
happened here is that you, just by doing what you did, it demonstrated that.
All right, guys, I got you. All right, we're gonna go to a quick musical interlude. Shout out to Tove. She's the one who suggested this song, so nobody take credit, because if you do, you lying. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get to it.
The propaganda is on every channel. They think we stupid like the truth is just too hard to handle. Put on your camo, it's a culture war and load the ammo. They want Antifa ruling everything like it's Seattle. And they want anyone who's fighting to be dead and canceled. They want rainbows in the classrooms and 15 different bathrooms and white guys that hate black dudes. They want war, they don't want peace. They want fentanyl in our streets. They want borders to be weak. I swear the devil lives in California. He a politician. He passing bills that bring chaos and division. Yeah, the devil lives in California. Should be in prison. He got horns, but he tries to keep them hidden. Cause the devil is a Democrat. And we don't play that. They say that. They love America. We know it ain't that. Cause the devil is a Democrat. And we ain't with it. We ain't switching. Y'all are tripping. I guess God just built us different. They get celebrities to do they talking. They get mansions while they cram us all into apartments. Tell us it's cool to stay in school and then make you retarded. If you ain't liberal, then they treat you like you human garbage. If you speak up, then you a target. They want their voice through an amplifier. Violence and our flag on fire. No voter ID required. They want war, they don't want peace. They want defund the police. They want you surrounded by screens. The devil lives in California. He a politician. He passing bills that bring chaos and division. Yeah, the devil lives in California. Should be in prison. He got horns, but he tries to keep them hidden. Cause the devil is a Democrat. And we don't play that. They say that. They love America. We know it ain't that. Cause the devil is a Democrat. And we ain't with it. We ain't switching. Y'all are tripping. I guess God just built us different, dog. The devil is a Democrat. That's a fact, that's the truth. Look how bad that it gets when it's blue. The devil is a Democrat. That's a rap, it ain't news. And the way they treat America is proof. I swear the devil lives in California, $100 bills. He knows everyone in Hollywood and parties in the hills. Give you everything you ever wanted, plus a couple mil for your soul and your vote. It's a deal. Cause the devil is a Democrat. And we don't play that, they say that. They love America, we know it ain't that. Cause the devil is a Democrat. And we ain't with it, we ain't switching. Y'all are tripping, I guess God just built us different, dog. The devil is a Democrat. And we don't play that, they say that. They love America, we know it ain't that. The devil is a Democrat. And we ain't with it, we ain't switching. Y'all are tripping, I guess God just built us different, dog. The devil is a Democrat.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get back to Dave Smith and Candace Owens.
Not only, it's not like it went from like, Candace is great. She's been heroic on all these issues. We really disagree with her on this one. It went, all of that's gone in one day. You go from being like our favorite person who we champion, who we put billboards up on, to you are the most vicious, evil human being in the world for saying, I just had some babies and I'm seeing this mom holding her dead babies. And I'm thinking to myself like, oh my God, what would it be like to hold your dead baby? Jeez, that's horrible. Like that's enough to make, and just people seeing that, like can't pretend they're not seeing what they're watching.
I mean, like shit, I had to even kind of humanize it a little bit. Like, damn, I couldn't imagine my brothers, sisters, family members all getting bombed recklessly by some state that this wild group of people that I don't necessarily agree with is telling me it's just, like Satan's country. But then, this so-called country that, the so-called country that these radicals have been warning me about comes out of nowhere, kills my neighbors and all of them. And that's not supposed to radicalize me. I'm just supposed to, just move on, live a normal life, and act like, country's radical mindset towards my people didn't just cause the death of my family. Like, what am I supposed to do? Well, I'm going to tell you what I'd have done. I ain't gonna lie, I'd have probably signed up for that organization my damn self. The radicals. I'd have probably been radicalized by something like that. I think a lot of people would have been too. I think we all can admit to that.
It's so true. That is how gentle it was. I had seen it was a dead Palestinian child, and she looked like my daughter. And I was going, well, this is crazy. Like, this is not just a black and white issue. I need to actually learn about this issue. And as soon as you express a feeling, I describe it very much. It is a psychological operation that is meant to break you. And there's no question in my mind that they have done experiments to see. I mean, this is really going back to what Kanye was saying, and he's not the greatest order of our time. But this is what he was describing was happening to him in Hollywood, where he was this is what he was trying to break free from. And of course, he notoriously says, I'm about to go DEFCON 3 on some Jews. And they made it seem like he had tanks and he was going to come in. And he was going to start.
Well, Kanye West done seen the rabbis now, and he apologized for his anti-Semitic views or what he was saying. He even changed his Hi Hitler song to Hallelujah.
Just like lighten up Jews in Los Angeles. But in reality, everyone ignored the fact that Harley Pasternak was, and this was one of the people he was referring to. He was also referring to at that time Scooter Braun. Justin Bieber has now kind of said things about Scooter Braun. Who knows what's true and what's not? I mean, I've had friendly conversations with Scooter, so I don't have a horse in the race. But the point is he was trying to say that there is this psychological operation that sweeps in if you do not actually peddle certain talking points or certain perspectives, particularly in Hollywood. I didn't understand what he was saying at that time. Then I went through it politically and I was going, what is actually happening? I mean, the peer pressure, you're going to do this or you're going to lose everything. We saw that even in Charlie Kirk's text messages. There is not a single person that bent over more for
now, have you been following Candace? Yes, Charlie Kirk was being threatened with donor money. These donors are pretty much saying if you have Candace Owens back on, we'll start taking money from you. They lost $2 million because, well, the guy said, hey, if you bring back what was it? I think he said if he brings back Tucker Carlson, they'll withdraw. And well, Charlie Kirk said, well, F you guys, I'm gonna have Tucker on. And he lost $2 million in donation for that. So there were, well, guys who were Zionists who were using their money to try to control Charlie Kirk with their money, which is, well, a bit stereotypical, but it is what it is.
Pro-Israel cause than Charlie Kirk, but it wasn't enough because they were so angry, Dave, particularly Josh Hammer was angry, Dave, that you annihilated him in a debate on stage.
Hey, I got to agree with you on that one. H3I says, bro's wrong. Lindsey Graham is the devil and he's a Republican. It's so crazy, though. Lindsey Graham was one of those never Trumpers. He sided with the Dems like whenever it was convenient with them because like Dave Smith said, oh, well, the liberals want war. I mean, the Dems want war. They want war against Russia, so I'm with these guys. I mean, the man's a flip-flopper for a war, but he is a Republican, so I will give you that one.
And how did you annihilate him? I don't know, just by being a human being. I don't know, and Tucker Carlson gets out there and Charlie was going through it. Okay. And that shows you they do not care. Everything instantly gets wiped. And for me, the attack they always do is they kind of try to make it seem like you're going crazy. That's the wildest part to me is reading back the messages and they're like, oh, we're your friend. They always come at you as a friend. Like, I care about you. Like, are you okay, Dave? I saw you wrote that tweet about that Palestinian child and you said it looks sad. Like, are you okay? Like, is your marriage okay right now, Dave? Like, are there some things going on at home, Dave? Like, I'm your friend. Like, you can always call me. This is their strategy behind the scenes.
I mean, that is the strategy people use with Candace. Like, even, some people on my side, they're just like, hey, guys, you think Candace is okay? Like, you think she might have lost it? I think there's something wrong with Candace. It's like, come on now. What changed about Candace? Can you really pin it? Can you mark it down? Not really. You kind of just been seeing other people post it. Now you're even thinking like, well, damn, what is wrong with Candace? Why is everybody saying this about Candace? Causing you to kind of doubt Candace's character as well. Because can you pinpoint where she went wrong? Because real with you, Candace standing up against Israel, well, it makes sense. I mean, as a mother, with kids, who would want to see that? It makes sense. So I do always wonder, the people who say, oh, Candace is losing it. Well, how is she losing it? I'm just being real because a lot of things she's saying has been coming true. Not coming true, but she's been right about. Even when everybody was trying to call her crazy about the Charlie Kirk text messages, she proved it. So what changed about Candace? Or did we all just fall for the propaganda?
And it's also their strategy in front of the scenes. I think Seth Dillon is a literal demon. I will never, I can't explain to you, there's something very dangerous, psychologically wrong with him. This is how they behave. And it's important for people to see that. I'm obviously at the time it wasn't fun to go through it, but I am ever resilient on topics when it comes to principles. And I would rather burn everything to the ground and make new friends when I realize that I am in a toxic relationship, whether that's an employment, whether it's a personal friendship, it has to go.
Now, let's go ahead and hear the other side. Let's go ahead and, let's talk to the guy, Brandon Tatum, Republican Jewish Coalition. Yes, a Republican Jewish Coalition. So, when they say that, Israel is more, has more money in the Republican side, they're not lying. They're not lying by saying that. But all right, though, let's hear what this guy got to say.
How y'all doing this afternoon? Boy, I tell you, y'all have no idea how grateful I am and how excited I am to be in a room full of sane people. Now, some of you guys may be on social media like I am, and you can see the lunatics. They're still saying I'm getting paid $7,000 per post. So if anybody in here know the hook,
Nah, you don't need to pay Brandon Tatum to protect Israel. No, he'll do that for free. You don't need to pay him to run propaganda for Israel. He'll do it for free. He believes in all the talking points. You don't need to convince him. He just believes it.
hook up. Can you hook a brother up and get me $7,000 per post, please? Get with Dylan Marks in the back. He will lead you where you need to be. But I'm excited because I think it's a calling on all of us to stand up with the relationship that we have with the state of Israel and our Jewish brothers and sisters. I am the most excitable person when it comes to this topic. And I will stand with my Jewish brothers and sisters to the very end. And one of the reasons that I have this fervor and this excitement is because I actually read my Bible. I know what God has said.
Are you sure?
I know what the principles of God mean to people like me as a Christian.
Because I don't know, man. The Schofield Bible and the actual Bible, those are two different Bibles, my friend. And the Bible you going off of, hey, man, we ain't rocking with. Sorry, but we don't believe that, helping the Jews take Israel is going to bring back the Messiah. I'm sorry, we don't believe that. That may be what y'all believe. That may be what the Jews believe, but that's not what we believe. So you might want to keep us separate from that. Please and thank you. And shout out H3I. Candace has been in the belly of the beast, and she's figured out who the enemy of America is, and she's not scared to call them out. I mean, hey, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that. Because due to the position she started taking against Israel, that's what got her fired. And here's the thing. If they wanted to, not make this such a big thing, try not firing, mainstream political pundits over it. Try doing that.
And we have to stand by those principles.
Don't do that.
To the very end. And I'm going to say this, because I know a lot of you guys in here are bold and courageous, but this is the time to be more bold than ever before. Anti-Semitism in America is out of control.
No. Not anti-Semitism. Criticism of Israel in America is out of control. I don't hate Jews, but I sure as hell will criticize Israel. I mean, most people don't hate Jews, but they sure as hell's going to criticize Israel, and that's the problem. You criticize Israel, y'all hit us with the anti-Semitic label. So no, there hasn't been an increase in anti-Semitism, but there has been a rapid increase in criticizing Israel and our support of them.
And it's no longer a time where you can sit back and watch others perform and watch others stand up for what's right. You have to get off of your butt, get online or wherever you need to get and stand up for what's real and what's true. And let me say this. I will never capitulate. I will never give credence to foolish people who are anti-Semitic, who are racist, people who hate America. I will never support them. I don't care how long you've been podcasting. I don't care how many followers you got. I don't care how much money you got. When you platform somebody, bring somebody on your show and let them just dog out Jewish people. Let them just dog out and say they support Stalin.
I mean, what do you mean? We're supposed to hear different people's ideas. If you want to go on there and dog out Jewish people, if that's what Nick Fuentes want to do, then okay, it is what it is. Don't watch it. But as my man Green Bean said, my bad. He said I didn't watch it. But no, don't watch it then. But they're allowed to have whoever they want on their platform. They should be able to do so without being feared of being censored or gatekept. So, you're wrong. If they want to sit there and host Nick Fuentes or have a conversation with AI Hitler, it doesn't matter. It doesn't freaking matter. Let them get heard out, okay? I do not care. It's like, bro, the man said, I think Stalin's cool. I mean, That's wild as hell to say. The fact that Tucker Carlson had no pushback for that was hilarious to me because I was like, all right, well, I guess there's more important things to get to. But it's his prerogative to do so. If that's what he wants to do, that's what he want to do. If you want to grill him on that, then have him on your show. But, I don't want to platform him. Then shut the fuck up. All right, stop crying.
I would never support.
Stop trying to control what other people do with their platform. Damn.
What you? I'm trying not to get crazy in here, but we got to stop being soft on this topic. We got to stop being soft on the topic. Let me tell you what cancellation is not. No one cares if you own your own social media platform.
And shout out to my man HRI coming in again. He says he's a liar. He's 100% taking that 7,000. I mean, bro, the way this man talking, it's like, I don't know. He really sounds like he's a true believer in the Zionist cause. Like he truly believes if we let Israel take Palestine, that the Messiah is going to come back. Like just let them take the red cows and burn it, the ashes, let them start destroying mosques all over the place. We'll get that Messiah. I'm like, why are we standing behind this again? I don't know. This doesn't seem real Christian, guys. This kind of seems like the opposite of what Christianity preaches. But I mean, hey, the Zionists are here for it, right?
And you spew whatever you want to say, whether it's stupid or not. We live in America and people have the rights of free speech, but we don't have to platform you. We don't have to let you come on our programs and say stupidity and spew stupid stuff. And for too long, I'm seeing it go on and on and on and on. I see somebody with a sign said Tucker is not MAGA. I guess I got to put his name out there. That's not MAGA. When you're on your platform and people are acting as if Sharia law is better than what we have here in America.
No, it is MAGA. You want to know why? Because one of the main things that MAGA was honestly mad about the Dems about was using social media to censor us. The fact that you guys are out here literally wanting to call for censorship, literally calling for people not to talk to certain people is antithetical to everything that MAGA stands on. Because we were coming out of the Joe Biden censorship era. So why all of a sudden would we want censorship for Israel? Like, make that make sense, bro. Make it make sense. Like, come on now.
And the laws that are given to us by God.
Dude, we don't even want censorship for our own damn country. I mean, we want to be told everything. We don't even want censorship that the CIA or the unclassified bullshit that the CIA tells us. What makes you think we're going to run a game for Israel?
Through faith. You're a silly person. If you are out here and you don't know whether or not Hamas is a terrorist organization or a political organization, you are a foolish person.
Bro, we know that. The problem is, though, it's not okay for Israel to take out 69,000 people. Yes, it's been updated to 69,000 due to the fact that they let in bulldozers and they're digging up the rubble. And they found about, what was it? There was 63,000. Well, damn, they found an extra 6,000 bodies under rubble, and more will be counted as the cleanup of Gaza commences.
And since I'm already name dropping, everybody saw that interview. You have a guy say that he supports Stalin and that he was a big fan of Stalin on your show. You can have him on the show, but doggone it, you better push back on people like that. There's no way you can say that you're a Christian. There's no way you can say you believe in God and you support a person like Joseph Stalin, who did not believe in God, who killed so many people. Enough is enough. We're not putting up with it anymore.
And I mean, I agree. It is a bit hard to call yourself a Christian that if you start celebrating Joseph Stalin, but here's the thing, though. I mean, I'm still gonna say we can let that man speak. Like, let him cook. It is what it is. I wouldn't call Nick Fuentes the biggest Christian either, but still, I don't think we should censor him.
Stand by our president. That's the reason why I voted for him, because he's a man of integrity. He's a man that stands on principles. And he's a man that's going to be true to what he said. Now, you can decide whether you like what he said or not, but you can guarantee that he's going to stand on what he said. And this is why I love Donald Trump. And when I watch Donald Trump and I see him with Bibi Netanyahu, I see people that operate in reality. The reality is that Israel is one of our greatest allies.
But
And for
how?
people to think otherwise,
Nah, dog. How? Because I mean, they've attacked our ships. They've got us into war. They let 9/11 happen. They had full knowledge of what was going on. They ain't tell us shit. So please tell us how Israel just our greatest ally. Because due to past records, I mean, I'm surprised they're not. I'm surprised they're not one of our enemies. But hey, that's just me.
you fall in one or two categories. You're either ignorant or you simply hate Jews.
Come on.
Quit lying to yourself. Quit trying to
Come
cover.
on. You tell me I just can't judge the past actions of a country without saying, you know, I hate Jews? I mean, I could judge the past actions of Iran, Afghanistan, and all these guys without saying, you know, without hating Muslims. So I can't judge Israel without hating Jews. What? I can't judge America without saying I hate Americans? Like, where are we going with this?
Just hate Jews. Just say it. I don't want to hear I'm just asking questions no more. You're not just asking questions. Asking questions means you do your research first before you put something out into the atmosphere. It's not asking questions to make accusations. If you somehow think the Jews run the world, you are a fool. If you somehow think that Bibi Netanyahu runs Donald Trump, you are a fool. Donald Trump don't even run Donald Trump.
I mean, Jews running the world is hilarious. I mean, you know what? I ain't there with that. I'm not saying that. You won't hear me say that one. Does Bibi run Donald Trump? Honestly, it looked like Bibi was controlling Donald Trump's geopolitical policies, not his at-home policies. And then there were also some things that they try to sneak in, like, what was it? Wasn't they trying to say that if you don't support Israel, you wasn't going to get like what was it, FEMA aid or something like that? Then they walked it back. So yeah, we can't sit here and say that, you know, I mean, you know, the Zionists don't got control in our government. I mean, you know, considering that a lot of our congressmen and senators do get money from AIPAC. So we can't sit here and say they don't have some type of control here. Around the world, though, I mean, that is a stretch.
That inner voice in his head that's saying, don't tweet that, don't do that. He like, whatever. I love you, Trump, if you're watching this. I'm done making a joke. Y'all better put a monitor here because I'm going to talk for 35 minutes. But I'm so passionate about this, and it really changed my perspective because I need to give you guys a little background here. I'm a young guy from Fort Worth, Texas. Never went outside of Fort Worth a day in my life growing up. We didn't even go to Dallas. Some of you in Texas, we were in Fort Worth. We never even went to Dallas.
Damn.
Dallas was it was a travel for us. And then I got older, went to the University of Arizona, but I had never left the United States of America. I was ignorant. I'm gonna be embarrassed to say this, but don't judge me, okay? God still loves me, okay? When I was asked, I wasn't really asked, it was Pastor Alan Jackson was going to Israel, and I had never been out of the country, and I said, of course I would love to go with you. I would love to go where Jesus was and all the great things that as Christians we love about Israel. And so
your first out-of-country experience is sounding like it was Israel, and that's why it has such a strong place in your heart, or this is why you're so aligned with it, and of course because of his Christian faith as well. I mean, yeah, he's a true believer. I mean, okay, see, this is why I kind of believe that he's not taking 7,000, because he's a true believer in this. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. This man would do it for free.
I decided to go. I didn't know anything really about Israel. I used to think that Israel was like a third world country. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was like Afghanistan.
I mean, shoot, just like how Qatar don't need to pay me for me to speak out against Israel. It's like, hey, he's a true believer. I'm a true believer. You gotta respect it. And he's kind of laying down and like, hey, this is why I feel so strongly for Israel.
And all these other places. I'm telling the truth. Can I be honest? I get on the plane, we land, and I'm blown away. I'm like, oh my God, look at these freeways. Look at this innovation. It's clean, it's peaceful. We went all the way up from Tiberias, all the way down to the Dead Sea. I mean, it blew my mind. And that's not even adding into the connection with all of the things that the Bible had prophesied about that you could see in the flesh right there in Israel. And we were on the Sea of Galilee, the Mount of Beatitudes, all the Christian sites, because as a Christian, that means so much to me. And when I left, I remember thinking, man, I love this place. I love the energy in this place. I see why in America we partner with a democracy like Israel. And
I mean, it is a nice country.
And it changed me.
Great real estate.
And therefore, after that, I'm like, man, I'm the biggest fan of Israel. Then I started doing research and I started realizing our true connection is beyond just the religious connection, the Judeo-Christian values. Beyond that, the connection that we have geopolitically, the connection that we have when we share intelligence, and all of the great things that all of y'all in here already know. Somehow these people are just losing their mind and they forget about these things. But all of those things and all of the connections make me love Israel. And then October the 7th happened. And I was so upset because I'm
gonna be real with you. I was always weary of Israel like before October 7th because I was being read into the Palestinian conflict by, well, shout out to Ryan Dawson. I mean, I found his content and I was kind of just getting walked into the whole Palestinian-Israel conflict before October 7th. And while I was looking into this stuff and reading about it a little bit more, I always did wonder. I'm like, well, damn, what's keeping these guys from doing something now? And then, about a couple months later, October 7th popped off. That's why I always say I kind of use October 7th as like, well, what did you think was going to happen when you do people like this? When you do a group of people like this for decades? So that's my only problem with how this whole, Israel thing works out, because if we always take Israel's side, there's never going to be peace in the Middle East. If we don't try to have a fair assessment of both sides and try to come in the middle and we're overly on Israel's side, there will never be peace in the Middle East unless we just help Israel destroy all their enemies at the detriment of our economy, due to rapid military spending, which we would have to do.
Some people were killed. I've interviewed since people who were hostage or who were held hostage for 490 days. People in the IDF. And I don't want to relive this for you, but it was a moment that made me so upset and angry because I can see I have a very similar feeling that if that happened to America, how would I feel? And the first thing that came out of my mouth, and y'all keep praying for me, I said, I want them to turn that place into a parking lot.
Dog. I mean, that's a bloodthirsty. Now, somebody asked me, said, if that was to happen in America, right? And so what would be the equivalent? They said the equivalent would be about 40K lost in America. And I say, well, if y'all using that numbers, then God, please, let's not use that number for the Palestinians, because basically y'all committed 42 October 7th on Gaza. And that would be what Israel did to them. But when I hear that and I'm like, all right, well, 40K Americans would die, I would demand the heads of every person in that terrorist group, not the heads of every person in that country, of innocent women and children. I'd be demanding the death of that terrorist group, that militant organization. I don't give a damn. We're going to chase them down to the end of the earth and make sure they don't exist no more. I'd be for that. But for recklessly bombing and killing women and children, yeah, I would never be for that. I don't care if it's in the name of my vengeful wrath. I would never be for that.
I got to preface it because somebody going to clip this and put it on the internet. Not because of the Palestinian people per se, individual people, but because if you dare to do such an atrocity to people that I love, people that I respect, people that are chosen by God, you decide to do something like that, you should never have an opportunity to do it again. And it should be an example.
I mean, we agree. Hamas should never have the opportunity to do that again. But it doesn't mean we bomb these people back into the Stone Age, bro. It doesn't mean we level 70% of Gaza and kill 60,000 plus of them. I mean, it was completely unwarranted. It definitely was an overreaction. And honestly, I don't even know why we were behind it. But yeah, like I said, even with his argument, well, if somebody was to do that to us, what would you do? I'm be honest with you, I wouldn't turn the whole country to a parking lot, but I would make sure we strategically get those militant forces out of there for fact. I mean, sure, I'd even be on the grounds of public execution for them, televised for what they did. But bombing innocent women and children, nope, couldn't even do it. Couldn't even get down on it. Even if they said, oh, well, if you bomb these innocent women and children, you'll cure those terrorists as well. Still couldn't do it.
To everybody in the world that if you ever think about trying something like this, your country will cease to exist.
Yes.
Boy, if I was the prime minister, ooh, it's 48 hours. Give me 48 hours.
And that is what you would consider genocidal language.
And so it enraged me. And then I said my statement. I thought that most people in America were thinkers and had common sense. Well, shockingly enough, I was wrong, because after I said it, we see all this anti-Semitism popping up. We see mindless people on campus wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars getting no real education, and they're out here talking about from the river to the sea and don't even know which river it is. You got people out here saying death to Jewish people and gays for Palestine.
Hilarious.
I said, I swear, I'll pay for your ticket. I'll fly you business class. I'll get you transportation, but I'm not getting you transportation back because you ain't coming back. We'll get you there since you want to be gays for Palestine, whatever that's supposed to mean. Ignorant folk in America with no common sense.
I mean, well, surprise, surprise. Guess what? I mean, nobody can really get into Gaza. Actually, Israel controls who leaves and gets into Gaza. So, yeah, even if the gays wanted to go there, they wouldn't even be allowed to. Why? Because, well, most likely Israel wouldn't allow them, especially if they're a reporter. Oh, God forbid they're a reporter. Israel ain't letting you in unless you're a pro-Zionist reporter. I mean, think about your guys like Douglas Murphy or Murray. That's what they call him.
And I'm going to be quick.
Well, you never been to Israel. You never been to Gaza, so how can you talk about it? That guy.
Quick, because my time is running out. And then I saw the propaganda online where you see them, the buildings blowing up. And you got people running around. But for some reason, the camera always know where the building is at before it gets blown up. And I said, I'm not the smartest person in the room, but how does the cameraman know that the building is going to blow up, but nobody else know? That, to me, ladies and gentlemen, is propaganda. And you see kids with dirt on their face, and then you see a kid laughing in the background on the side. You see one guy that somehow he's fathering 15 families in tragedy.
I mean, I remember when they were trying to say, what you mean? There's no starvation in Gaza. I see fat Gazans all over the place. I was like, bro. I was like, no, they're talking about the kids who are starving, bro. But okay. And yes, there has. Here's the thing. There's been propaganda on both sides. But the problem is, though, the main propaganda has been coming from Israel. I mean, with the 40 beheaded babies, that was disproven. And the problem is there's been so many lies by Israel that's been disproven. It is hard to trust anything that comes out of there. And then the problem is they won't allow no independent journalists to go out there and, do some independent journalism to get both sides. So when you guys do something like that, I'm not going to say that everything that they accuse Israel of saying is true, but y'all do kind of make it look that way when you kind of hide or you kind of block other people from seeing what's going on in Gaza.
Wearing different clothes, different family and kids. What kind of man is this? Ain't no way in the world that man is in that many tragedies. And they have been able to convince willfully ignorant folk in the West to believe that a terrorist organization is reasonable enough to give you the right numbers, to share clips that are reasonable and fair. It's asinine to me. And I went off on my social media, and I've been going off ever since, because I will not stand for this bullcrap.
I mean, bro, even here's the thing. Even Israeli media has came out and said that 80% of the death in Gaza has been civilians, aka only 20% of those deaths were Hamas. So when Israel's pretty much coming out saying that, we killed about 83% of civilians. Yeah, dog. I don't know what you're talking about when Israel's snitching on themselves, but they're coming out with those numbers. Okay. So you can't even say we're being anti-Semitic. I mean, unless you want to call Israeli media anti-Semitic or you want to call them all a bunch of self-hating Jews. But at that point, you're damn near doing anything to deny the evidence.
And I'm gonna walk off the stage with this. I want to encourage every single person sitting in this room. Do not allow the opportunity for you to be here, for you to just be here to hug people and say hi and drink some tea or whatever you do and slap high five. When you leave here, you better leave here different than the way you came. When you leave here, you better leave here more bold, more courageous, and standing up more than you ever have before.
I'm sorry, dog. I just can't stand up for the open killing of children. I'm sorry. I just can't do it, G. I just can't do it. And like bro, and like Deborah said, it's like, bro, I'm all for the people of Israel. I just hate what the Bibi Netanyahu regime is doing. I'm hating what those far right radical Likud party guys are doing. I don't like it. I'm never gonna support it. And what they're doing is an atrocity. Now, that doesn't mean I hate Israel. That doesn't mean I hate Jews. That just means I just hate how their government is running things. That's it. And shout out to my man H3I, man, for the baller alert. Appreciate the support, my man. He says, you do know the perpetrators of 9/11 were caught on the day in a truck full of explosive with a mural. With a mural on the site. Hold on, here it is. Whoops. On the morale on the side, decepting the scene of the discipling the scene of 9/11 with planes flying into the towers and the towers on fire collapsing. Hold on. Because what you're talking about is the dancing Israelis and how they caught a whole bunch of they caught a bunch of Israelis right after 9/11 in a truck, and they did held them up. They investigated them. They let them go, but it was a bit strange that they did that. Of course, there was Saudi Arabia and Israel that already knew about the attack before it happened. But no, you're right. But yes, the perpetrators of 9/11 were caught on the day in a truck full of explosive with a mural on the side depicting the scene of 9/11 with planes flying into the towers and the towers on fire collapsing. Yes, they made it that obvious that they were in on it, but we still didn't do anything about it.
And in the spirit of my good friend Charlie Kirk,
I mean, shoot, even Tucker's little softball coverage on 9/11. I know I call it softball because I've seen deeper dives into 9/11 than that, but it was a pretty good one, well funded. But yes, even his softball dive into 9/11 was pretty good, and it kind of explained that Israeli connection, the Saudi Arabia connection as well.
One of the boldest young men to ever do this. And I know many of you in here love Charlie. Many of you in here miss Charlie. But I want all of you in here to have the spirit and courage like Charlie did, to stand up and do the right thing all the time. And I want to finish it like this. God bless you. I love you too. God bless you. God bless Israel. God bless all my Jewish brothers and sisters out here. God bless America. And y'all keep fighting a good fight.
All right. See, well, that's what a Zionist had to say. And I mean, hey, we can hear Mark Levin next, but let's get back to Dave Smith and Candace Owens. But yeah, I mean, trust me, Mark Levin was way worse. I mean, that man's a complete radical. You know what? I actually agree with Mark Levin on a lot of stuff, except when it comes to Israel and his geopolitical positions. Like, I just can't do it. But shout out Tove. He says Charlie was the only thing stopping this split. Man, honestly, I think Charlie was about to hop on the boat with Candace. She was about to hop on the boat with Candace and Dave Smith because he was already losing money. Here's the problem. He was telling Bibi, he wrote a letter to Bibi saying, look, bro, we're getting cooked out here. So if you guys do better coverage, if you guys could let us in a little bit more, maybe start, I don't know, opening up Israel's independent reporters. Maybe if you guys actually, I don't know, stop hiding behind this whole everything's Hamas, we can maybe break some ground here. But right now we're losing ground with the young conservatives about Israel. And that was Charlie's main concern. The problem is, I mean, they only doubled down. Yes, I mean, he wrote that letter to Bibi and nothing really happened. They only doubled down. Bibi offered him $150 million to just say, hey, shut up and just, speak for Israel like you always have, bro. Just stop asking so many questions. But he said no, he turned it down. At that point, that was the beginning of the end, because a lot of donors start, pulling up and saying, well, if you invite this person on, Candace, Tucker Carlson, Dave Smith, how could you invite Dave Smith to destroy Josh Hammer like that? And they started pulling money. So, yeah, that's the story of how Charlie Kirk's little battle was going with Israel. So it looked like he was coming over onto our side on that note. But I'll give you that. And shout out Tobe, she says yes, but he never would have let this split happen. Yeah, I would say this. Yeah, the split wouldn't have been so dramatic to where we're just drawing lines like this. You're right. It wouldn't have been that dramatic. And I think the guys who really supported Charlie would have easily worked themselves over onto our side.
And people now know that it can be done. You can survive it, and people will be with you. Even if it's not immediately, they'll start to wake up and see that repeated pattern that you always talk about, where someone says something completely normal and then it's like a button gets pressed.
Yeah, and just all of that, like as when I was saying back to say 2017 or 2018 or something like that, the energy that Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson were able to kind of take hold of was that they were the ones saying, like, you guys are afraid to debate. You guys need to rely on censorship. You have to rely on demonizing your opponent rather than just addressing their ideas. And now they just can never say that again, because we saw what happened as soon as their ideas got questioned, and then they all turned into the exact same thing. And that's just, the hypocrisy like that is very hard these days in this media environment, in this spiritual environment.
I mean, what problem with Zionists is you start judging Israel and they turn into the very people they hate, which are the liberals. So it is a bit crazy how that works. It's like, wow, it really made us open our eyes to who's really MAGA and who's not. Because I'm just like, bro, hold on, bro. The only thing that should drive you up a wall is a criticism of the United States, not Israel. To be quite honest, you should not be. And here's the thing: I wouldn't even want you. I wouldn't even like if they were trying to cancel people off criticism of the United States. But if you are going to, at least let it be for your own damn country. At least.
Whatever exactly it is, it's just very hard for people to keep their own lies from being exposed.
Right.
So I wanted to obviously I want to talk a bunch about Charlie and because you've been doing a lot of shows on this, and so it seems to me. And a lot of shows that shows that have been some of the most highest rated shows. Part of the reason why have the biggest podcast right now. I mean, I remember I was talking about this on the show a few weeks ago. But I was watching one of your shows, but I was like, I had it on my phone, and then I was kind of like wrangling kids also while I was doing it. So I'm watching the show, and it's live, and there was like over 300,000 viewers live, and then I paused it because I had to go do something with the kids, and then I came back, and like when I came back, the show wasn't live anymore. But it was still like I had it paused where I was in the stream, and I looked down, and it was only 15 minutes after the show had been live, and it was over 1 million views already. On just on YouTube on it. I was just like, yo, there's so many people watching this right now. It's really
I remember one time she had like 500,000 people watch. Candace broke live records, low key. I mean, that's why they're calling her the #1 podcast in the world right now. She's breaking records, which is crazy. I mean, even PBD was trying to hate on them. I mean, PBD pulling a nice 40K live viewers, and that's nice. I mean, shout out. But, when Big Dog Candace comes through with like damn near 500,000 or 100K on the average, man, what can you say? If you talk about her, you're hating at this point. Well, if you talk about her numbers, you're hating.
Unbelievable. And there's been something very interesting about the way you've been covering this. Well, I mean, look, it's a little uncomfortable to say, but like part of what's interesting and part of what's compelling about it is that you're Candace Owens, you're this pit bull who's got a hold of something, and everybody knows you're not letting go until you shake out everything that there is in there. Then you're also like a woman who's in deep grief, very clearly, over losing like a very close friend. And so it's just like it's very, real, and human people can relate to it. It seems to me, and I kind of want to talk to you almost about like what you think the biggest things are that you've revealed so far, like where we are now if we try to put this all together. But it seems to me the things that the takeaway that I find the most interesting so far is that, and correct me if I'm getting any of the chronology of this wrong, but I think I got it pretty much right. So you basically come out in the wake of the biggest political assassination in modern American history, and a good friend of yours, and you go, look, here's the deal. Charlie was really at war with the Israel lobby and with all of the Zionist handlers around him. They were threatening him. They were pulling funds from him. He had basically gotten to the point where he was like, I don't support any of this anymore. And immediately,
shout out to Charlie Kirk, because he stood 10 toes down and in defiance. So in the end, Charlie Kirk held true to his values. So you got to respect it.
That was met with accusations of she is out of her mind. She's lying. This is I believe Josh Hammer called it an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. There was all types of that. Of course, Benjamin Netanyahu is selectively reading lines from Charlie's letter. Now, he doesn't, by the way, he doesn't mention that the rest of the letter, at least the rest of the letter that we've seen produced, is like the whole theme of it is like, this Hasbro bullshit is not working at all. We need to deal with I'm getting killed out here is the whole letter. He omits that and just reads the part where it's like, I sure do love it.
Bro, they was hitting Charlie Kirk with bangers when it came to Israel. I mean, like, he always lost the debate when it came to Israel almost every time. That was the problem. Like, Charlie Kirk will cook you on every other subject but Israel. And it's like, I remember one guy hit him like, bro, how can you call yourself a Christian when you know they're killing innocent women and children and they're even killing Christians and bombing churches out there? So what the hell is this radical defense of Israel when you're not defending your own Christian brethren out there in Gaza and honestly in the West Bank? Like, what is this? And he had no answer for it. Even I sat there speeches like, dog, I don't even know what you could say.
Israel so much, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, all of them are saying the idea that there was a Jewish donors were pulling money or that he was in some more. Now, the thing that always at the very beginning made it very believable that you were saying this is that, well, number one, you're good friends with him. And number two, we all saw that Megyn Kelly interview. So, like, we all kind of know what's going on a little bit.
He was hosting you on stage. I mean, if you're like so committed to the pro-Israel cause, you stay away from Dave Smith, right? I mean, that's a pretty easy thing to not invite Dave Smith to do a debate on stage.
Yeah, and like I said, he divided Dave Smith on there, he debate Josh Hammer, and destroyed him for a second time. Destroyed Josh Hammer. And like I said, it's like a losing debate almost every time.
When you know he's going to win.
Well, that was, and I mentioned this also at the thing. There was something about me because look, obviously he had Tucker and he had Megyn Kelly there, who both essentially said Mossad was Epstein and were very, Tucker certainly was very critical of the Israeli government. But Tucker and Megyn are Tucker and Megyn. So like you have to have them at a conservative conference. Who could tell you're not going to have them? They're like legacy icons.
And the way Ben Shapiro was trying to do Megyn Kelly, bro, it was disrespectful. I'm like, bro, shame on Ben for trying to grill that lady like that. But you know what? We're actually going to get into Ben Shapiro as well because he's also on the he's on the Maga side. He's make Israel great again. So we're going to go ahead and get into his part in it because that boy had a lot to say, a lot. But all right. Let's get right back into this.
Of the conservative movement. But there was no need to have me. Like that was a choice. Like that was just, he could have just not invited me. But anyway, so then this all gets exposed or you get attacked for making up this nonsense. And now all of the receipts have been produced that this part I don't even think is in dispute by anyone at this point, that yes, millions of dollars had been pulled out of Turning Point USA over platforming Tucker Carlson and maybe to some extent me or whatever. And then also the biggest one is this thread, this group chat where he actually literally says in writing that I'm forced. I have no choice other than to abandon Israel. And then the other thing that is a real important detail here, which really, can't be overstated, is that Charlie's right-hand man there, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on his name, Andrew, is it? At Turning Point? Yes. So Andrew, who I met down at that event, who was always by Charlie's side, he confirmed not only that the group chat was real, that he's the one who took the screenshot of it and that he sent it to the authorities, which is like, look, it's just, I'm not saying that proves anything about who done it, but it is like the fact that the closest guy in the organization to Charlie found that information to be relevant enough that he's like, the authorities should know that he just said he was turning on Israel. Now, correct me if I'm getting any of the chronology of this wrong or if there's more stuff you want to add, but that at least is like, that at least justifies your entire investigation into this, that you're like, hey, you guys were saying this whole thing was crazy. And we're at least at the point where like, no, it's pretty much confirmed by all that that's exactly what was going on. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is...
And all right, guys, let's take a moment to go over to what Ben Shapiro had to say. And let's see, because like I said, he came out on Megyn Kelly's show, pretty much swinging at both Tucker Carlson and, well, of course, Candace Owens. But their beef has been ongoing.
On a personal level, that's been not fun. The good news is that the security guys are very sweet, and my kids get along with them great, and they have lightsaber fights with them, and they think that this is kind of normal, but it isn't normal, and I wish that the country would go back to normal, but it seems like it may be a while.
You've been dealing with this for a long time, and I've seen it personally. You know, I mean, I've seen you surrounded by teams of security, and I heard you say, and I mentioned this last night, that if, God forbid, something happened to most of the Daily Wire guys, we would know exactly who did it immediately. If something happened to you, God forbid, it would be like an Agatha Christie mystery. There's so many possibilities because you're loathed by the far left, and you're loathed by what we used to and maybe still do call the alt-right. And I remember we used to talk about this on the Kelly File because some people called you alt-right. And you would explain, no, I'm not alt-right. I'm loathed by alt-right. So what is alt-right and why do they loathe you?
So there is a group of people in the United States who are rooted in an idea of grievance against the system that they believe has put them underfoot. And those people believe that essentially they are underfoot because of their white status. And thus, they must take revenge on anybody who is disproportionately benefiting from the system that tends to, in their own minds, be Jews. And you see this mostly refracted right now through
It's the Jews. Like, no, I'm just playing. But yeah, I mean, that is how some people is. I mean, there is a game on Twitter called Blame a Jew. So, I mean, any disaster in your life, you can find some way to blame Jews, which is absolutely insane.
Young man named Nick Fuentes. He's 27 years old. He is the leader of a movement called the Groypers. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this, but he says and believes truly awful things. I mean, truly awful things. Not just about Jews. I mean, he has said, for example, that the Vice President of the United States, this is a direct quote, I believe, is a fat gay race traitor married to a Jeet. That's a direct quote about the Vice President.
Nah, he did say that. He said J.D. Vance is a fat race trader who's married to a Jeet, a.k.a. an Indian woman. So I was like, yo. But, hey, that's what he was standing on. He was pretty much saying that J.D. Vance not America first. The Groypers shouldn't vote for him because he's a fat guy married to an Indian woman. And he should be a fat white guy married to a white woman. I know. It was mainly about because he doesn't identify with white people good enough. It was mainly about that. That's why I always said I'm always going to disagree with Nick Fuentes when it comes to race, because he does make everything about race. He's a racist.
Named his son Vivek.
Yes, he also has suggested and spent years trying to destroy Charlie Kirk's organization. Charlie, in texts that have now been revealed, called him vermin for exactly this reason and had banned him and his followers from TPUSA because he believed that Nick Fuentes and the Groypers and white supremacy didn't belong as part of the conservative movement. And so the alt-right became this, or they're two sides of the same coin, or they're parts of the same sort of broad movement. And unfortunately, I think that they've gained a foothold in sort of the internet subsystem. I don't think they have a foothold in mainstream America at all. And I think one of the mistakes that people make is to think that the internet is real life. The internet is absolutely not real life.
Here's the problem, Shapiro. When you go around trying to shut these guys down, I don't know, man. You kind of give these guys a little bit more of a voice, to be quite honest with you. But all right, let's go to this 10-minute clip because we ain't got time to hear his whole speaking engagement.
A right wing that embraces its own fringes will end up in the same position as a left wing that has embraced
its fringes. Okay, so that's why I want to get into it.
Okay.
Embraces.
Yes.
So now, having spoken to Tucker, I actually see that interview very differently. And I did listen to the interview, and I knew what Nick Fuentes was. And I think he did show himself to be who he is. It wasn't his most vile stuff, but you got the feel for what this guy was. Mm-hmm. But I really think Tucker was talking to him, Ben, to put like a bumper on this guy. Because what Tucker was urging him the whole time was to understand that collective punishment for any one group of people is wrong. It's deeply immoral, and it's anti-Christian, which this guy is supposed to be. And
and how we're supposed to judge people individual on their character. The problem is, Fuentes was agreeing, but let's be honest, his content isn't like that. He likes to sit there and try to blame all black people for crime. Whites are the best. All these Jeets sink. It's like, I'm gonna be honest with you. He does pretty much stand on a lot of that stuff that he does stand on a lot of that stuff that he preaches when it comes to how he feels about other races. And the problem is he has he kind of paints everybody with a broad brush when it comes to races. So like what? He thinks all black people damn near act the same or is more likely to act the same. He judges based on skin color, not our character. He does the same thing with mostly every other race. But he did sit there in front of Tucker and says that, yeah, well, it is antithetical to Christian belief to sit there and judge people like that. Sit there and think that, oh, well, just because he's black, he's going to commit crimes against me. Oh, just because he's Jewish, he's going to try to finesse me in the business deal. Or just because they're Indian, they stink. Like, come on.
Reminding him of how deeply immoral that is, that you should not be looking at a group of people, whomever it is. The left does it to everyone, whites mostly, but like this collective shame, white men in particular. And there's a group of people like Nick Fuentes that does it to groups of Jews. And he was making the case throughout the whole interview in the way that Tucker does. He's not like you or me. He's not like pointed and cross-examining.
That is not true.
And was making...
That is fundamentally untrue.
No.
Senator Ted Cruz whether that is true.
He gave it to Ted Cruz because Ted Cruz is a politician.
That's, hold up. So only politicians...
Which he said his sole reason for being a politician is to be an ally to Israel. Not to help the American people, but to be an ally for Israel. This is his words. I'm not even paraphrasing. That's literally how he said it. I became a politician to be an ally for Israel. Well, damn. I thought you're supposed to do for your people, but hey, it is what it is.
Get cross-examined?
You don't. Well, look,
Truly?
it depends on the person.
Tucker would never cross-examine a person who is not a politician. That's his rule.
Tucker has excoriated public figures who purport to speak for us and represent us for many years. Nick Fuentes is a podcaster civilian.
Okay, I just have a question. We all in our industry are constantly excoriating people who are in our industry. It happens all the time, every single day.
Okay.
Again,
but we're talking about his interviews.
We can agree to disagree on your interpretation of what Tucker was doing there. I think everybody.
Yeah, but like we may disagree with people, but we don't tell other people, no, don't watch them. No, don't ever listen to them. No. If I disagree with them, I want you to watch them so you can also agree with me on why we disagree with them. Not to just sit there and tell them, oh, no, don't listen to them. Don't ever go over there. Nope. You'll never hear that come out of my mouth.
Everybody should watch and determine for themselves what they think Tucker was doing in that interview. And I urge you to watch it back to back with the Ted Cruz interview to determine whether you think that was an aggressive Tucker Carlson interview. And you can judge for yourself.
I didn't say it was aggressive.
I'm weak. So he's mad because, I feel like he was nicer to Fuentes than he was to Ted Cruz. And I'm upset about that. And stop being a baby. Like, bro, man, I gotta hit you with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Stop whining. Your kids are soft.
Down and soft, bro. He should be able to handle a hardball interview. And if he wants to give Nick Fuentes a softball one, that's his prerogative. Why don't you go and give Nick Fuentes that hardball interview? Trust me, bro. You'll probably have 1 million live viewers watching. Be the biggest debate of the century. Honestly, the biggest debate of the decade would be Nick Fuentes versus Ben Shapiro.
I didn't say it was aggressive, and I don't think he would say it was aggressive.
And I think
his point was, this guy, first of all, he's become a behemoth, sadly. He's got 5 million viewers on Rumble. He's got 1 million followers on X.
I agree.
This is all before Tucker Carlson. And he was platformed, I hate that verb, but he was platformed by Patrick Bet-David. And he went on Dave Smith's show, and he went on another big show. He's been getting more and more purchase in the political ecosphere, including...
Nobody ain't getting mad at PBD, because PBD didn't really give Nick that much pushback either. I mean... Even after the video of Nick Fuentes saying that having sex with a black person is like, he said this to a white girl. It's like, yeah, if you have sex with a black person, it's like having sex with a dog. It's like, come on now, what's going on? I was like, whoa, well, shoot, I've heard people say it before.
Right wing.
And I think that's
not like that, but a little bit nicer.
Patrick Bet-David has a huge show. I know, but did you know that Patrick Bet-David had him on? Did his life blow up?
Patrick Bet-David did a significantly more aggressive interview with Nick Fuentes than Tucker did.
Okay, but my point is simply he's growing. He's growing in stature. And so what I saw Tucker do was not whitewash his ideas, but try to put bumpers up on the guy. I know Tucker well, and I think that was his approach. And the way, if you want to put a bumper up on Nick Fuentes, is it helpful to say, you're fucking vile. You're an anti-Semite.
Yes.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it
Yes,
no, it isn't. That makes the audience feel good because you have hand-to-hand combat, but it doesn't help change that guy's view or his
It's like, you see, they don't even get what they're doing, how it's like low-key going against what they want to happen. It's like, you guys say, oh, it's anti-Semitic, he's this and that, they're vile. Well, shoot, I want to find out why he's so vile. Why not? Let me listen to Nick Fuentes now, because I want to figure out what makes him so vile. And when I listen to him, I mean, yeah, he plays a lot. He plays too much. Maybe his jokes get a little bit out there, but he ain't the worst person I've ever heard. I'm okay with him having a public platform. I mean, there's a lot worse than Nick Fuentes, believe it or not.
Extremeness at all.
Okay, I'll tell you what doesn't change Nick Fuentes' view. Tucker Carlson with his arm around Nick Fuentes, grinning for the camera, while Nick Fuentes tweets out America first, and then triumphantly.
Now look up like Gypsy King, Paul Miller. Look up that guy. That's the worst. That's the worst we got.
He goes on the air the next day to explain that he has essentially used Tucker Carlson as a vehicle for manipulating other people. Okay, that's what Nick Fuentes is saying, not me, Nick Fuentes. Okay, and Nick Fuentes, and by the way, I will again say that Tucker Carlson, when you say to somebody in an interview, do you condemn anti-Semitism? And then the person says, sure, which is what Nick Fuentes said. He said, I'm not an anti-Semite.
Paul Miller, y'all know? Oh, wow. What they call him? The Gypsy Crusader. He's been blowing up really mostly all over X for his racist rhetoric. I mean, bro, the man's so racist that even Nick Fuentes disavows him. Like, I do too, but the problem is, though, is that he is gaining popularity. So that's pretty much our worst. I mean, bro, all the way Nazi. He has a Nazi flag in the background. He has a nice little gun that shoots out and call you the N-word with a hard R. He actually I've never seen him just say black guy. He just says, well, niggers with the hard R. Like, this period, point blank. That's just how he addressed black people. That's the worst we got. So when you compare a guy like him to Nick Fuentes, I'm just like, you know what? I prefer Nick Fuentes. Shout out to H3I. He said, who the hell is he to tell Tucker who he can and can't interview? Exactly. Like, who the hell are they to sit there and say, oh, we need to, gatekeep these guys or censor them or keep them out of mainstream media? And it's just like, bro, who are you to say that? Like, and what if that's actually going to hurt your media, like, platform? What if that hurts you guys instead of help it? You're just going to crash out over Israel? I mean, apparently that's what they want to do. Oh, no. Oh, well, that's good. You ain't never heard of him. That's good. You ain't never heard of Paul Miller. Okay. Don't go look it up then. You don't need to know about that guy. Forget I even said anything about him.
Which is blatantly untrue.
Yeah.
A responsible journalist would then follow up, demonstrating that that is false. Tucker did not do that. He allowed him to get away with that. And then
guess what? Even that guy, I would play on this platform. Why? Because I can hear anybody out. Even the guy who sits there and recklessly call black people, N-words with the hard R.
Allowed him to talk about, quote unquote, organized Jewry, followed by Nick Fuentes being treated to a disquisition by Tucker Carlson about why Christian Zionists of all human beings on earth are the people that he hates the most.
He took that back.
You can't take that back. How do you take that back?
You can walk it back.
How?
Because he
should explain why it was wrong. He should explain why Christian Zionists are actually wonderful people.
Tucker is very quick to self-flagellate, and he went on with Dave Smith the next day.
He did call him a heresy. I guess he said he misspoke, but he said he was upset. He said, I was upset. I take it back. But what Tucker originally said, what got these guys heated, was he do believe the Christian Zionist is a heresy against Christianity, and it's not Christian. It's not Christianity. It's damn near like he didn't say this, but it's almost like a cult within Christianity to promote violence.
The next week, whatever, Monday, Tuesday this week, and said, that was stupid. I didn't mean that. He said, I'm angry at people like Lindsey Graham. I'm angry at people like Ted Cruz because he thinks they run headfirst in these conflicts and they don't think about what's going to happen to American kids.
Hold up. If we're talking about firing inside the tent, everything Lindsey Graham, okay, and I'm not a huge Lindsey Graham fan. He votes with the president of the United States 100% of the time, and Tucker spent yesterday's show excoriating him as a psychosexual death worshiper.
He is.
Does that sound like firing out?
He is, though. He literally walked up in front of the Jewish coalition and said, you know what, man? Hey, man, we're cutting your taxes and killing all the right people. Bro. Every time we talk about regime change, Lindsey Graham is all over mainstream media championing it, giving us all the arguments for it, being like, oh, yes, this is why we should get into war with Russia. This is why we should get into war with Iran. This is why we should just continue to allow Israel to decimate Gaza every effing time. So yes, he is bloodthirsty.
Outside the tent? Again, these
I
are
gotta
the
say, I'm not
questions.
offended.
Again, the questions that I'm asking here, I'm
I mean,
not asking.
bro, the man drinks a pitcher of blood before he hits the Senate, okay? The man's literally a vampire, literally drinking the blood of Palestinian children every night from the gauntlet on his nightstool. All right, I'm done.
You to do anything, Megan?
No, I know.
Okay,
I know.
I'm not.
Our beef is not with each other.
I'm not, okay? When I draw a line with regard to what I believe Tucker Carlson is doing to the conservative movement and what he is fomenting, that is because that is my info, and everyone can make their own decision as to whether they think that I am right or whether I am wrong and where they choose to draw the line with regard to the conservative movement. The question for me is always whether somebody's statements are forwarding moral values that I think are worthwhile. I did not get into this business for the money or for the clicks. You didn't either.
Neither did he.
What was that?
Neither did he.
I mean, he may not have. That's fine. I certainly did not. I'm only going to speak for myself. And what that means for me is that if I see somebody breach basic moral values by having on a Nazi, and in my own view, you can take your own view, in my own view, gloss the Nazi, then I'm going to speak out about that, and I'm going to point out that there is a long pattern of him ideologically laundering terrible ideas over the course of the last 2 years, ranging from traveling to Russia to sniff the bread and explain why the Russian regime is actually wonderful.
Now, come on now. Now you're just accusing him of Russian propaganda just because he wants to go into the Russian supermarket and be like, well, I thought, Russia's supposed to be suffering. I thought they're supposed to be damn near looking like a third world country. But he's walking out there and Russia seems to be thriving. It seems to be going well in Russia. We're putting all these sanctions in them, thinking that we're hurting them. But Tucker Carlson's out here showing us how well Russia's doing. And you know what? It could have been, how the Chinese do, celebrities. They show them around, show them all the nice places, while they got civilians starving in the outer cities. But hey, China does the same. Maybe Russia was doing the same. But the problem is, you can't just sit here and say, oh, well, he was doing it for the Russians. Nah, he was just doing journalism. That's what he's supposed to do. I mean, CNN go out there and do it. MSNBC, Fox News did it for Israel. So, come on, dog. Don't you get picking and choosing?
Saying last week that the Venezuelan regime of Nicolas Maduro is actually not that bad because they're being attacked by, in his words, globo homo.
Huh?
Tucker's made the point. I'm not going to here to be Tucker's defender, but he's made the point that Maduro is culturally conservative.
Who gives a shit? The guy's a communist dictator. Everyone in his country is eating dog. He's shipping fentanyl to the United States to kill Americans. Why do I give a shit whether he's anti-LGBTQ rights? This is the number one thing about Nicolas Maduro. You know how far down the list you have to get before you can get to anything remotely recommendable about Nicolas Maduro?
I did ask him yesterday about the criticism that he didn't give Nick Fuentes a hard time, right? He didn't bring up the stuff that we've been talking about. No, he didn't. And here's what he said.
Ben, didn't you do it?
Seem to think that we've way overstated the number of Jews killed in the Holocaust. He's ripped on poor Usha Vance in the most offensive terms. Which I mean, so what do you say to those people? Say, why didn't you raise any of that?
Do your own interview. The way that you want to do it. You're not my editor. Buzz off. I mean, I don't know. You want to go yell at Nick Fuentes? I'll give you his cell. Call him and go sit and yell at him and feel virtuous or whatever. That's up to you.
I mean, literally. Like, why it gotta be, Tucker Carlson? Why y'all gotta sit there and be like, why didn't you yell at him? Why didn't you eviscerate him like you did Ted Cruz? Because the beef wasn't there. He just said, bro, go interview him yourself. If you want to go yell at him, then great. Go ahead, Nick Fuentes on and start yelling all you want, but you're only gonna make him more popular.
I agree with him. I agree with him. I agree with him. He did the interview that he wanted to do for a reason.
Here's the other thing I want to say. Okay. We all have different approaches in this industry, and there's been a lot that people in podcasting have said that I disagree with, including many of the names that we've discussed tonight.
And we disagree too. I mean, yes, of course.
But, yes, rarely, but sometimes we do. But my own personal approach, generally when it's someone who's on what I consider to be my side, the side of sanity.
And this is the entire question, is whether I consider Tucker Carlson to be on my side.
I got it. But I would just say, just for the record, my own general approach, and this is my audience here, so they know, is in general, I will take on a position and I will make clear how I feel. For example, I've been asked, and some of my audience is mad at me for this, but what do you think happened to Charlie Kirk? And I believe a man named Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I believe he was influenced by trans Tifa, radical trans activists, that he fell in with a lunatic that goes by Lance Twiggs, that guy was extremely radical and that he and possibly a band of others convinced this guy that violence was the answer, then I believe others knew about it before Charlie was killed. That's what I believe. And until you can show me cold, hard proof that it was something other than that, that's what I'm going with. And I don't want to do or say anything that will jeopardize the FBI investigation and prosecution of that guy to make sure he spends the rest of his life either behind bars or on the wrong end of a firing squad. But so I feel like I can make these points without attacking people who generally are on my side in fighting the deranged leftists who are killing us.
Hey, if you ask Candace Owens, she says Tyler Robinson is not the shooter. So, I mean, man, we're having ourselves a JFK moment. Except, it's more of a political pundit than a president.
But my point is, so 2 points. One, you have to define your side. You do. There are limits to the
All
side.
the people who don't want to kill others based on their political ideology.
So I would agree with that, except for the fact that, as you showed, Nick Fuentes wants to kill others based on their political ideology.
He's not on my side.
Whoa. Okay, now, Nick Fuentes ain't never said that. See, and that's where y'all drive traffic to Nick Fuentes. Because now everybody want to know, well, damn, does Nick Fuentes want people to die because of their ideology? No. That man ain't never said that. And he said some wild-ass things, but he ain't never said nothing like that. I mean, the man makes fun of all the races in the world, have all the racist comments in the world. But I'll tell y'all one thing I've never heard Nick Fuentes do: wish death on somebody. He'll sit here and he'll say some racist things about black people, Indians, all freaking day, and other races as well, all day. But I've never heard this man just say, no, but I just hope they die. Never heard him say that.
My point is that Tucker treated him as though he was on his side.
And I see it differently. I think he did an exploratory interview where there was a possible attempt to put a bumper up on this guy.
I think that we don't have to go over ground that we've already covered. We can agree to disagree on that, and everyone can make up their own mind after going and watching the interview yourself.
All right.
Let's be blunt. Gold is up around.
I mean, shoot, do y'all want me to play the Nick Fuentes interview? Like, I'll play it if y'all want to. But to be honest, it ain't all that. Because, trust me, they made it so extreme, but it really wasn't meant. I don't know why. It's honestly him just recapping his story about how he was canceled for questioning Israel when he was coming up as a young conservative. So that's pretty much it. But he just slipped in there that he likes Stalin one good time. I mean, honestly, he's had better interviews or more controversial interviews, in my opinion. But let's go ahead and get back to Dave Smith and, Candace Owens, the biggest pro-Israel critics. Well, I'm sorry, anti-Israel critics.
And amazed at how quickly Bibi Netanyahu interjected himself in this situation. He was not a personal friend of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk obviously had an affinity for Israel throughout his career. Everybody knew he was changing in the end. It was such a strange
I like Megyn Kelly. She got good sources. She gives out good information. So, I think Megyn Kelly's base, and she's really responsible about where she stands. Because she said, look, I'm believe the original story until I see otherwise. And until I see otherwise, I'm sticking with the original story because it would make sense. And that's a responsible position to take. So, yeah, I'll give her that.
Thing that they then tried.
I'm not criticizing her because she's going with the main narrative. No, I'm saying that's honestly the best position to have right now.
To say that wasn't real. So that obviously immediately for me becomes a compelling motive because there's no reason to lie. This is like what I said about the Bill Ackman summit. There's no reason to lie. You could easily say, which is 100% true, Seth Dillon pressed him. They did this whole meeting. Bibi Netanyahu calls, invites him to Israel. Charlie says no, offers to fund Turning Point to the next level, which is totally normal for a sitting prime minister of a country that's fighting a 97,000 front war. Charlie said no. Okay. And if they had been forthcoming and everyone had just kind of told the truth, I would have just been okay, this is some crazy lefty that did this. There's just never a reason to lie. Even if I get into a fight with Charlie day before he dies, I would be my biggest regret is that my last words to Charlie were F you. And this shows you life can be taken from you at any moment. I am just beside myself. They were obsessively lying, trying to bury this thing. And it made me go, something's just not right here. Okay. Then I learned, thanks to the Turning Point people, the younger people at the organization were just there's a lot of lies being told. Charlie was concerned about finances. Particularly, he didn't know where the money was coming from. that's a very strange thing. I saw evidence of that. I obviously then presented the Doge email. He 7 days before he dies says, I'm going to start, audit, like a personal audit campaign inside a Doge committee inside to figure out things, where it was going, where it was coming from, and who it was going to. That's not a normal thing for somebody to be wondering about their company and then they're dead. So everything was a lie. And honestly, the one that struck me as the oddest was them lying about the Catholic thing. Okay. And I'm including Andrew Colbert in this. Because what's this got to do with anything, I'm thinking, right? We all know Catholic gang. We knew he was going to mass daily sometimes. We knew he had the St. Michael pendant. I knew that Eric had flown a priest right when he died. And they're getting up here and they're like, no, he just liked the architecture and he would sometimes he would go in there and because he just liked pretty walls. I'm like, what is this lie about, right? So I'm putting together a picture, and the obvious thing to me, if I am a detective, is you're only lying because you're hiding something, right? And it seems to me like they're trying to not upset the very people that were pressuring him. They want him to be this committed Christian Zionist. He never faltered on it. If you want that money to keep going, are these donors still pressuring you? Now, why is Bibi Netanyahu lying? I don't know. But what I do know is we aren't getting the truth about anything. Then you couple that with Turning Point is lying, covering. That could just be financial, trying to protect the finances after Charlie, who knows. But then you add the Fed messages that they didn't want to give us a time about. The person's writing like they're in, 1887. This just young, gay 20-year-olds writing like we're in 1887. It's a nonsense. They have no explanation for that. I know that makes no sense. The persons, I've got contact with the family. They're telling me that the feds are even lying about why he turned himself in. They basically were told, we'll slam down your doors or you can come in peacefully. What are you going to do? Like, hey,
they have put a gag order on all witnesses to most likely to protect, evidence and make sure there isn't no way this man could weasel out of these charges. So yes, they did put a gag order on witnesses, but witnesses are coming out saying that, there's a lot of conflicting things that might prove that Tyler Robinson is, not the shooter, but we will see where that goes.
He got you no matter what. You have two options here. He turned himself in, the family friend. I mean, there isn't a single thing they have told us, unless believe in the fantasy of the Superman neck because Charlie ate healthy,
right.
And a 30-06, which would have decapitated him, as every hunter knows. He stopped it. He saved lives and he stopped it. And this was just your regular Christian miracle. It's all nonsense. Okay. We don't know what happened, but we certainly know that what they're telling us is bullshit. Right. And people we're just so tired of being sold slop. Another thing that struck me as very odd was they were pushing this kid, Breland Holland. You may have seen this, like a nice kid. He's like young.
Yeah. But it looks like he was made in an AI lab or something like that. Yeah.
Like, nice kid. Trump mentions this kid in his speech at the memorial. Okay. Donald Trump mentions this kid who he doesn't know. And he's like, Charlie interviewed this kid who was only in 4th grade, blah, blah, blah. Hi, I was there for the interview. Trump wasn't. Why is Trump mentioning this? It was a random side podcast that we did when we did an event down in Alabama. Who put this in your speech? Okay. This had nothing to do with you, Trump. You didn't even know that I was there, right? Because somebody put this in your speech. That seems to me like you're just kind of trying to set the stage for this kid who's controlled by Israel narratives to become the new Charlie Kirk. So it just smells, and I'm covering it meticulously. And there obviously is an emotional investment here. Charlie was an amazing person. He really was. He held the line. And when he gave an inch, like, okay, I won't have Candace, there's a reason he then said, and now you get Dave Smith, Tucker Carlson, and everybody else who's anti-Israel. That's how he was. He was very strategic. And I know he pissed off Bibi Netanyahu and his boys because he is the single reason, okay, that we did not go to war with Iran. You guys may think that's crazy. It's a fact.
No, it was a big, that was a big deal. And look, I remember it. I remember texting him and giving him a lot of credit for it at the time, because it was like what happened was, as Trump is flirting with what it turned into the 12-day war, or around the time when Israel starts first bombing, and it wasn't clear whether or not we were going to get in on it. It was like, again, like it was you, Tucker, like all these people, Steve Bannon, there were all these people who, I mean, like really, really influential, like high level. I remember talking about it at the time and being like, I've just never seen anything like this before. Like this would be like in 2004, like Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity and Rush Limbaugh all turning against George W. Bush's policy in the war. Like, what would that look like? You can't even like imagine it. Or Rachel Maddow and all of them turning against Obama or something. You never saw. But here you have this, and then Charlie, who was more. Look, obviously he was more. He was in a slightly different game than the rest of us are in. Like, he wasn't just doing a show. He was doing a get out the vote youth organizational big tent Republican thing. So he was always the most just pro-Trump of the group. Like, not that all of you guys might have supported Trump, but that was Charlie's identity. And then when even he came out and was just like, no, dude, like, we are not, this is not what the Trump base wants. Like, this is not, that is a huge.
Yeah, he did draw the line when he said, look, we don't want regime change in Iran, even though he, supported the outcome of the bombing Fordo. He did not support a regime change in Iran. He says, look, we ran on no new wars. This is exactly what we want. So shout out to Charlie Kirk for always remaining faithful to the America First agenda. Even whispering in Trump's ear about it, telling him that, yo, this is going to really hurt your numbers if you try to pull a regime change in Iran. So you might want to go against what Bibi wants, and let's just do what's best for us.
Huge. Look, again, to some degree, it's hard to prove the counterfactual or what influence everything had, but that made it that there was such a political price for Donald Trump to have escalated the thing. Like,
and
if
he was saying this to his face at the White House. And Charlie was, as someone said to me, and this is a perfect way to put it, Charlie was a maestro, right? So he would play like, hey, Mr. President, here's why, and here's whatever. And then he'd go and he'd call me, and he'd call like Matt Gaetz and Tucker. He'd be like, hammer him, showing you like, the market, they don't like this, whatever. And he won. Like, in a room full of people who wanted him to go to war with Iran, Charlie Kirk made the difference. And I don't take Bibi Netanyahu as someone who would take that lightly, right? And everything he has done since Charlie has passed, trying to assert his legacy as he never blinked on Israel, it makes me uncomfortable, okay? Now, that's a feeling, and I've expressed that feeling, but I've also been meticulous about delivering a timeline of the facts, and it is very clear that some funny business started happening after the notorious event where you and Tucker spoke at, and they were enraged, and the donors were enraged. They took millions of dollars, and he said after that.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk lost about $2 million in donor money from hosting the Dave Smith and Josh Hammer debate, which Dave Smith won flawlessly. But yeah, and that's the problem. It does seem like they were trying to control Charlie. They're trying to control him with money. And if you didn't stay on the pro-Israel agenda, they were going to continue to take more and more money. And if you were a true fan of Charlie Kirk, then you don't support that, right? Or it depends. If you're more, for the Zionist cause than what Charlie Kirk stood for.
He said no to Bibi Netanyahu. He said, no, I don't want your money. I don't want to take Turning Point to the next level. I've now recently, which I haven't presented yet, am learning how much money each person at Turning Point lost when Charlie said no to Bibi Netanyahu, because they were going to get a percentage of that. And that's interesting. Anybody investigating a crime knows, look at financial motives, right? Common sense, look at financial motives. And they're emotionally manipulating us like, it's disrespectful to his legacy to pursue truth. I knew Charlie. I'm not listening to them. You do one of two things when you go through something like that. I suffered a real trauma. I had to take 2 weeks off because I couldn't even process what was happening, and the way they were trying to get us to just forget about it. Dave, move on. His legacy is he loves Israel. It's over. And here's what you can do if you love Charlie, donate. Okay. No. I was behind Turning Point because Charlie was there. He's not there. I need to know what and who is running this organization now behind the scenes. And I'm not going to accept that, okay, well, Erica Kirk, yeah, on paper, she's a chairman and she's a CEO, but you don't learn how to be a chairman and a CEO overnight because your husband died, right? That's just a fact. I couldn't be a chairman and a CEO. And I've been in business. My husband does all of that because it's not my natural interest.
And there has been a lie saying that she implicated Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk's death. That's not true. She never implicated that Erica Kirk had anything to do with Charlie Kirk's death. So no. I don't know why everybody keeps kind of misconstruing what she's saying, but guys, like, let's act. If y'all want to actually know what Candace Owens is saying, I mean, you could just tune into her podcast. I mean, it's all out there for everybody to see and see why she's the #1 podcast in the world right now. Yes, she's been doing more views than Joe Rogan, guys. I mean, her episodes are doing better than Rogan. She's now the #1 podcast, like it or not. So I'm just saying, if you want to understand what she's fully saying, just tune into the episode. I mean, you might like it. You might end up liking her again in the end. You never know.
You have to actually like the mundane. You got to read the contracts and what everybody, you got to understand the LLC structures, the contractors that you're bringing in for a company that's worth $100 million, Dave. Like, no, okay, there's some snakes in the garden, and I'm here to cut the grass and figure out where they are.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Kalshi. I've been telling you about.
But look, and here's the thing. She is just laying out what she thinks so far. But if you actually want to know where she's coming from with this, I'd advise you guys to watch the podcast. And you can hear out where all her evidence and everything. And you can hear where she's getting this from. And you'll see. Because a lot of people they say, oh, Candace don't come with the facts. Oh, she's getting crazy. Well, if you actually, listen to the podcast, she ain't crazy. She's just going with the evidence that's being provided to her. And I mean, hey, for all you know, it could be, fraudulent evidence. She might be getting fed lies. But, I mean, that's for your judgment. But you at least got to look at what she's looking at.
How talented Charlie was. And that's natural. That's the way things work with really talented people. Like, they make it look kind of easy, and then everybody else kind of, doesn't really. But it's like, just to be like, people don't understand how good you have to be to go just like do what he would do and hold.
Nah, Steven Crowder don't like Candace because Candace kind of rode Steven Crowder during that little conflict with his wife. And then after the whole Daily Wire deal, her pretty much trying to call out Steven, saying that he was lying about certain things when it came to the Daily Wire deal and him rejecting the deal. So, yeah, there was like a long-standing beef between Candace Owens and Steven Crowder. They don't like each other, trust me. So anytime Steven Crowder has a chance to dunk on Candace Owens, he takes it.
Court with all of these students and debate 1,000 different people, and then go, like, you got to be really good to do that. But then also people in a weird way go, Charlie did what all of us do, and then he ran this gigantic organization, which really moved the needle in a very powerful way. In fact, might be the reason why Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah, no, I watched that episode, too, where she did implicate the Trump administration. She said the Trump administration is complicit in hiding it. And remember, if you remember her entire argument, though, she did say it's because Kash Patel and them are kind of acting weird with the evidence and all the gag orders around it. Remember the full argument here. She implicated them just off the fact that the FBI was being weird with the case. So she just wasn't saying that, oh, Trump directly, he's the reason for Charlie Kirk dying. Nah, that wasn't the argument.
Trump is president. I mean, if you go look at the polling data from 2024, the youth movement was a huge difference for Donald Trump, and I'd have to double look at that, might have been the margin of victory. It was a big deal. And by the way, all those youth are now going back to the Democrats. At least that's what it looks like as of this week, which is an interesting thing to think about.
I'm not going to vote, so there's that.
There's a real interesting dynamic there that I kind of that I do want to talk to you about a bit, where it seems like it's almost, and in a way, I think this was something that was one of Charlie's big concerns. Okay, we'll get to this in a second, but it was like, I know, so essentially, right, like everybody started kind of releasing messages, and Netanyahu is selectively reading from the letter. Bill Ackman's releasing text messages. You end up releasing some group chats, and you had that one show where you called on. You were like, "Hey, Dave, Tucker, like whatever you guys got." Like, and I was like, "Okay." So I looked through my text message with Charlie. Now I didn't know we became friends over this last year, but I didn't know him like the way you knew him. We weren't like close like that. But I was like, I wonder if and I didn't really have much, but I had that one text message that he did send me right after I debated Douglas Murray, where he was like, this Murray guy was really full of shit. And he goes, I actually agree with almost all of what you were saying there. And I did release that because I do think, like, look, even if, let's just say,
that Douglas Murray guy here, let's be real. He didn't come to Joe Rogan to debate Dave Smith. He came here to try to shame him, not tackle any of his arguments, and just try to, like, I guess, be real, try to invalidate him. And all it did was make him more valid and made him seem like he was a better debater altogether because, well, rude you, Douglas Murray, he didn't debate. He didn't debate him. He just tried to come there and shame him and end up getting cooked. So that was the problem. I mean, and that's the problem when people try to debate Dave Smith. I mean, they would try to insult the man instead of attacking his arguments, and then he end up just cooking him in the debate the entire time. And he always take these, it's always the pro-Israel guys he's debating, and he cooks them every time. Always do say, hey, man, look, don't come at me, man. Come at Dave Smith. When one of y'all pro-Israel guys can beat Dave Smith, let me know.
Hey, there is a thorough investigation.
Let me know when this man takes him in.
There's cameras in the courtroom. We all get to see the evidence, please. And we really are at the end of this. Like 8 months from now, me and you are talking and we're like, it was Tyler Robinson. And it was, like this is just the evidence does look like he was a lone left wing nut. Okay, fine. It's still the fact is that when somebody young who's so beloved by millions of people gets killed in such a public, gruesome way, in such a high-profile political assassination, that people trying to hijack his legacy, like that matters. And I'm sorry, like if you're going to tell me that Charlie Kirk, there is no daylight between him and Ben Shapiro or him and Josh Hammer or him and Benjamin Netanyahu, let me tell you what none of those guys do. Is text me after my debate with Douglas Murray and go, I really agreed with most of what you said there. They don't say that. You're an evil enemy to them at that point. And that wasn't Charlie's attitude. Charlie's attitude was like, I get what you're saying, man. Let's talk about this more. Like we should hammer this out. And so at the very least, even if it's not something to do with the actual like crime, this is all still very relevant to get to the bottom of like what was going on here. And then of course,
by the way, you're speaking to his character. And that's what I wanted people to understand for the people that were like, oh, Charlie was just doing whatever for Israel. Charlie was pro-Israel like I was pro-Israel because he actually believed it at that time. He was an authentic human being. It was not this like hardcore political idiot. He wasn't in a cult, and he was transformative. If he thought something and he was wrong, he would change his mind and he would tell you how he got there. And they knew that about him. They knew that he was not a cult member and that money was not going to be something that was going to make him go, okay, well, I'm just going to say the thing and look like a fool. What Charlie wanted more than anything else was to win. Okay. In order to win, you have to be right. In order to win, you have to be right long term. And so Charlie,
remember, Kenneth already posted the emails or already posted the text messages proving that Charlie Kirk was losing donors because he was hosting certain people that his donors didn't agree with who are, well, pro-Israel. So Kenneth is speaking facts on that one. Like there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The evidence is already out there.
Would do the due diligence. He would study things. He would have the conversations, and he was landing up. He was just winding up on the other side of this thing, like I did, where it's like, hey, and that's what I said to him. I was like, when you start looking into this, you're feeling the pressure. You're going to see something's very wrong. Like, we did not have this right, Charlie. We did not have this right. And because he had that humility to admit that he was wrong, he no longer served their purpose, right? That's what I realized. They will throw you out and coordinate behind the scenes, have all their sicko fans go after you, take quotes out of context, start with the articles. He's flirting with anti-Semitism. He put on a hot dress and he saw anti-Semitism, whatever. That's kind of where they start. And that's like the threat of the articles that are about to drop. And Charlie said no. And so that is one of the things that makes me just so happy. And
I'm be real with you. That's why I don't believe none of this Candace is going crazy propaganda, because hey, Candace was a hero until she started talking about Israel. All of a sudden, oh, she's going crazy. This, that, and the third. I mean, everybody was trying to prove that she was wrong about Brigitte Macron. Now Brigitte Macron damn near trying to proving Candace right. So here's the thing. What made you think that Candace is going crazy? Please let me know, because it kind of seems like all this came as soon as she criticized Israel. Now she's crazy. Now y'all worrying about her health, saying, oh, it's postpartum. It's because she's pregnant. Like I said, they start out with the sympathetic arguments first, and then they get right to bashing character. So it's a bit strange how this rhetoric that I'm hearing about Candace is surprising, because before Israel, everybody was on her side. And then after Israel, now she's crazy. And I mean, it's the same formula for almost every political pundit, musician. I mean, this is what Michael Jackson went through. This is what other political pundits went through before. When you criticize those guys, well, Yeah, you seem to be crazy all of a sudden. It's a repeated pattern, and it's kind of killing me how we kind of follow it or we're tricked by it every single time. Like, I mean, I would actually look through history. Every time somebody says something about Israel, what are they right after? Crazy, wacko. I mean, Kanye tried to speak about them. They put the man in psych under medication just for speaking about the Jewish control in the music industry. So it seems like when you talk about them and you say you bring up some relevant facts, you seem to be crazy the next day. Like they want to put you in a psych ward. It's a bit strange.
And I just pray. I just want him to know, like you died with your soul intact. And something that brought me such peace was a donor to Turning Point USA, who was very close with Charlie, said to me in the immediate aftermath, a soul that is in struggle will free itself, right? One way or the other, it will free itself. And I think for Charlie, his soul was starting to struggle. And to know that his last things that he said to them was like, no, F you, keep your money. Like he died a free man. And I think that that's really important for people to know.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, if I just can't imagine, like say to Josh Hammer, who supposedly was a close friend of Charlie Kirk's, and
let's be real. And this is what kind of kills me about it. I mean, would y'all stood behind Charlie if he'd have been, if he'd have just left the pro-Israel, would y'all still be standing behind Charlie? Would he got the same recognition? Or are we like, it almost breaks my heart because it sounds like the only reason why this man's getting so much recognition because he was perceived to be so pro-Israel. But if he wasn't, then what? Would y'all be saying about Charlie? Oh, Charlie went insane. Oh, are things going on with his wife, his kids? Things that happen like that. Maybe that's why he's going against Israel. We ought to do the same thing to Charlie. We ought to actually hurt the man out. I mean, honest question.
And according to him which is, I think, very weird to be saying right after he died. Like, even if this was true, I would find this very bizarre to be saying. Like, if you, if I just like the first podcast, just knowing Charlie the way I knew him, if I like the first
I'm so sorry Dave Smith died. The last thing Dave Smith said to me, the last thing he said to me, we had this conversation. He was like, Candace, your feminism book was amazing. And I want to go to makehimasandwich.com and buy your feminism book.
Nah, Josh Hammer. She's making a joke on Josh Hammer. Because Josh Hammer was trying to say, you know what, man? Before Charlie Kirk died, man, he really liked my book. So you guys should also go out there and buy my book. I was like, bro. No, not to use your homie's death to promote your book.
It was the last loving conversation we had. Was really close to Dave.
By the way, and I like your book on feminism, but like if I died and then you did a show about it afterward, I'd find it kind of weird if that was
not
just
one show. It was his first tweet after Charlie died.
And then
it was his first tweet. He did multiple shows about it.
Oh my God. And he almost, even the way he says it, like I pointed this out on the show at one point, that every single interview, he always says the horrific murder of my friend Charlie. It just always in those words. It's always the horrific murder of my friend. It's like, why are you talking to me like you focus group says it? Like, I don't want the global language dictionary here. Dude, be a human being. Talk about what, and I would just imagine like, whatever it is, like me and you, we agree on all types of issues. And like, let's say like right before, like, God forbid something happened to you. The night before, you were texting with me and you were like, I don't know, Dave. I mean, I know you've been saying we should end the Fed and have like a free market and money, but I'm really thinking we need a central bank and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, shoot, like Candace is like, diverting from the thing that we agree on or whatever. And then like, God forbid you got killed and they'd be like, oh, Candace was turning on the idea of Ron Pauly and, free market economics. I'd be like, well, she was exploring other ideas. It was a time when there was a lot of but to just lie, I would find that to be such a betrayal of I'd be like, yeah, it was a shame. I would have convinced her though. We were going to argue about it, and I bet she would have come back to agreeing with me after that. Like, just say something like that. Why, why? There's just something very profoundly wrong about lying
it's not just
about.
Profoundly wrong. It is demonic. That's what I'm saying. Most of us have something spiritually that would stop us from doing it. So we either don't want to talk about it at all because we're embarrassed, right? Like I don't even want to talk about the fact that we were fighting, which is fine. But to race out of the gate before anybody even cares about what your last conversation was, and to lie about his state of mind, to lie about, and knowing he was feeling so much pressure too, like he was like hurting over this, like, you know what I mean? And you just lie. There is is something spiritually wrong with Josh Hammer. So I don't even accept that, like, oh, like it's disgusting, it's wrong. It's like, no, this is actually demonic. Okay. A regular human being can't do that. There's certain things you just go, oh, I'm sorry. I that makes me really uncomfortable to do something like that. And you could see that. That's why Megyn Kelly, I didn't expect her to be, such a stalwart on this thing. And she was like, no, he was definitely going through something towards the end because he died. And that normal spiritual thing came on where Megyn was like, hey, these lies are actually I'm not okay with it. And I want to make sure the truth gets out there. And so it did present an opportunity for people to see that we're not being dramatic when we say that these people are evil. Like, that is an evil to do that to your quote unquote friend, to lie about him because you want to protect your identity as a pro-Israel psychopath, which is kind of what he is. He's a pro-Israel psychopath. There's not no other way to say it.
Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, I should go out of my way, as you said, that just to give some credit to Megyn Kelly, because she has been really solid on this. And obviously, there's I've always liked Megyn, and I've done her show a few times. And I've always liked her. There's always a lot of issues I disagree with her about, I'm sure, but just like having the basic principle of being like, no, I'm not going along with this like mob and saying I'm supposed to now throw my friends under the bus and pretend. It's this whole thing where we're supposed to pretend the people who were like everybody loved 5 minutes ago are now just like, possessed by evil almost. I thought it was so funny listening to Mark Levin.
That's what I'm saying. It was the major switch up. It was just the major switch up. It was like, oh, Candace is so great. Oh, this and that, to, oh, I think she's crazy, this, that, and the third. It's just like, all right, y'all switching up. And mainly because of the pro-Israel thing. I heard she said, well, when she started saying that, scientists were using dinosaur bones to disprove Christianity or to go against Christianity, yeah, that was a bit wild. I remember that episode. She's pretty much trying to say that scientists try to disprove Christianity to create more atheists, to cause more debauchery. She was going somewhere with that one. I'm not even going to lie. She was somewhat cooking with that.
Vin and Lindsey Graham at this Genocide Fest 2025, where they're all...
Tove, I agree with you on the premise of it. It did sound a bit wild, but when you hear it out, that was her explanation, that scientists were trying to disprove Christianity to push people into atheism and all that good stuff.
They're like,
she said Jews,
like if you were to hear them talk about it, it's like,
I'm pretty sure she said
I guess everybody just got possessed by Israel hatred over the last couple of years, and nothing else was going on in the news with Israel, Candace. It's just that, I don't know, so everybody just kind of, I guess Qatar must have sent a lot of money around, and then everybody was just all that's what happened, is that like all these people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and all the people who have been household names now for many, many years, who is very successful at the top of the conservative, most popular like commentators, they all just sold out their soul for Qatari money and just and their whole audience is possessed by it too, and nothing, and then they just leave out that part where like, you guys committed a genocide in 4K and forced us to pay for it. Like, you don't think that had a little bit to do with this? You don't think that had something to do with where we're at today? And this like, so one of the things, this is what I was getting at before, because Charlie was a movement guy. Charlie was a big tent guy. Charlie was a guy who wanted to find a way for us to not lose to like the crazy progressive leftists. And you've heard this brought up a lot by Mark Levin and by Ben Shapiro and people like that over this last week. We just had an election. The Democrats had a good night. You go, look, there's this infighting on the right. And so if we keep doing this, we're going to end up losing, and AOC is going to be president or something like that. Now, of course, they just take it as a given that, like, I guess we're just supposed to shut up and they get their way. Is, like, why is that the way it works? But at a certain point, I actually think in a sense, they're right about that one argument. And Charlie was right to like be concerned about this. But here's the thing, right? And you being number one, and you and Tucker are the biggest two. You're the biggest two conservative people in the news. And like, then as Charlie noted, as Megyn Kelly's noted, nobody under 30 supports Israel anymore. Barely anyone under 40 supports Israel anymore. It is essentially, my point is that you're right. If we fracture up this coalition, we'll end up losing to the Democrats. But the only way to overcome that and win is to obviously go with the wind. It's like saying in 2016, hey, there's a big divide between Donald Trump and the entire GOP establishment on immigration. They want open borders, and he wants to build a wall. And it's like, yes, but you've got him and 100% of the base against you. So the only option here is to go with his immigration policy, and then you could win the election. And I do think this all comes down to the war party and to Israel, which are kind of, one and the same in this country. And it's like, JD Vance, you can embrace that and lose, or you can come over here with the people and have a real shot of winning.
Yeah.
Right. And look, we have the Republican Party, we have a Democrat Party,
play it, JD.
and then we have the Knesset Party. And
JD, you could lose being pro-Israel, or you could win being America first. The choice is yours.
And they've infiltrated both of the parties, actually. And what's happening right now is left and right. People are saying no to that. The reasons might be different, but it's a populist movement one way or the other.
Right.
And it's hilarious to me that they think, after me watching Charlie Kirk get assassinated, them spitting in our face and telling us that it's raining about everything that happened here, the viciousness that they themselves directed toward me in the aftermath. If people say, they tried to say that I didn't even know Charlie. It was they were so intent on making sure that not one drop of Candace being anti-Israel was a part of his legacy, that they just lied. They lied in a way that, for the grief that I was going through, I'm not a crier. It was a lot. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. It was a lot for me to go through. And I look back and I'm like, wow, the nastiness of them doing this. And then a couple of weeks later being like, and now we demand you tell your audience to go vote for who we want them to vote for.
Yeah.
F you. F you. I am not doing anything. Okay. Here's the way it works. And here's how common sense is. Okay. You tell me I can do this job. I can build your house. I can do this. I hire you. Okay. I get behind it. I say, okay, I hire you. Go do that job. You then don't do it. You look at me and you say, Epstein who? Okay. You're at the top of the FBI and you say, oh, these are the real messages. You're blocking people, as Kash Patel is, from looking into Tulsi's team and Joe Kent. You saw this playing out in the news. They won't even let them look into whether or not foreign people could have been involved in this.
Yeah. Kash Patel was pretty much at Tulsi Gabbard's neck. Almost pretty much, they said he was yelling at her for trying to say, yo, I'm looking into foreign involvement in Charlie Kirk's murder. And apparently Kash Patel is throwing a fit over that, as well as throwing a fit of people criticizing his country singer girlfriend. So, yeah, there's that.
And then you're like, and now go get out more people to vote so that we stay in power. No, buddy. Okay. In your famous words, you're fired, as far as I'm concerned. Okay. And so I don't know what's around the corner, but I do know that my platform is not yours. Okay. My platform belongs to the truth, left and right. Okay. And so it was just incredible to me. They were like, and not even that, they were like, get out people and tell them to vote against Mamdani and to get behind interim. Okay, if you want to do it, that's your thing. But I'm telling you, I'm not doing anything, because for me, political life stopped when Charlie Kirk was murdered, and you wanted me to move on. I'm not moving on from it.
Yeah.
By the way, it wasn't because of Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson sitting down that MAGA got splintered. It got splintered when you said Epstein who? That's it. Literally for me on my show, when I said, okay, what is this? Did the Loch Ness swamp monster come up and swallow the MAGA party? Actually, who is the Loch Ness monster? I think it's Israel. Okay. I think it's Israel, actually.
Such a good point.
And if Trump suddenly joined the Never Trump
now
party,
she's taking it,
which he did, right? Trump joined the Never Trump movement. That's what's happening right now. And now they're trying to tell us to join it. I'm good. I've always been against the Never Trumpers, and I'm going to stay that way, even if Trump has joined them.
Yeah, well, that's such an important point. And so but I just real quick before I get to that, I just do want to say, and I made this point last night. I was on my buddy Clint Russell's podcast, Liberty Lockdown. Oh, Clint Russell, by the way, criminally underrated. He's great. So it was me, him, and Ian Carroll, and we did.
Yeah, it was trending. You guys were trending.
Yeah, well, it was a great show. I think I bowled over everyone. I talked too much on the show. I apologized for it afterward, and I was like, I bet I'm going to get shit in the comments for this, and I did today. So sorry about that, guys. It was late. I'd had a couple whiskeys. I was ranting a bit, but it was a great show, and you should go subscribe to Clint Russell's channel if you get a chance. But I said this to them on that show, and I wanted to just make sure I say this again while you're on my show. That look, I don't know everything about everyone.
All right, guys, hold on. We're going to call it a night on this one. We're at the 5-hour mark. I'm going to go ahead and close out with a nice little clip for you guys, something that's a bit concerning but interesting. So now go ahead and enjoy the clip. I'll go ahead and see you guys. Make sure you guys double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel, guys. We do this every night. This is Set with Set Media. Peace.
I'm sure everybody's been telling you about the 300 ostriches that the Canadian government literally went onto this lady's private property, rounded up all of her ostriches. These things lived to 75 years old. Most were under the age of 30. And they executed them. They slaughtered them for no reason because the government said that they're dangerous, they're bad. Well, the only danger they have is their eggs and the antibodies that their eggs provide. Basically, we don't really know. We just started doing research when they realized that it could literally cure the coronavirus. And this family came forward and was like, hey, we got all these ostriches. Like, yeah, let's use these eggs. Let's study this. Let's see what these ostrich eggs can cure, thinking it's going to be a gift to humanity. And they come to find out exactly how powerful these ostrich eggs were and exactly what they could do. Basically curing cancer, tumors, all of the things that Big Pharma profits from. They want to make sure that there's never enough of them to do enough research so that way you guys could really realize how you guys can cure yourselves without going to get Big Pharma.
You guys are you're allowing healthy animals. Our birds have a cure for your kids, a cure for your grandmother. At least our birds have a cure that they're killing.
Respect.
They're healthy animals. When they are killing them right now, each and every
Why are you forcing us?
for breaking the Animal Health Act. My birds are getting shot slowly and dying. They're suffering. They're not getting shot in the head. They're not doing it humanely. If they're sitting up on bales and shooting my birds,
every time you hear one of those gunshots, they're healthy.
You could order some ostrich eggs. Well, they wanted to make sure that we're going to make these ostriches go extinct, along with anything that you hold near and dear. And this is what happens when you allow foreign governments like Israel to take over your country. You think America is the only Western country that Israel's taken over? You're out of your gosh damn mind. You think the cartels reign supreme in Mexico and Israel doesn't have a role in it? Israel controls it all, guys. They are the root cause of all evil around the entire world, and they will be until they are no longer in power. And if the West falls, which is their real goal, Israel's not aligned to anybody. They don't have a home, right? They don't have an allegiance to any specific country or entity. They come to a country, they live off the host, they claim the victim, and they suck us dry like a fucking parasite that they really are. And this is the aftermath of it. It doesn't matter where you look, it doesn't matter what government you're talking about, outside of China, outside of Iran, outside of Russia. Those are the only three countries that have really stood up and said, no, we're not doing this. We're not playing these games here. We are going to be a nation of Chinese. We're going to be a nation of Russians. We're going to be a nation of Iranians. And we're not going to play your games. You know what? We're actually going to ban the United States citizens from traveling to our country without a permit, without an escort, right? You can't go to Iran right now if you're an American citizen with just a USA passport unless you're going to go and have a tour guide with you at all times, somebody that's appointed by their government, a certified tour guide. Russia, they're never going to let anybody that's not Russian run their government. China, no way, right? But here in America, yeah, we'll let foreigners come over here and take over our country. They'll buy off our politicians. They'll blackmail our politicians. Then we, the American people, just get shit on. President Trump was supposed to be your Lord and Savior. I thought that too. Well, he's not coming to save any of us. He's actually working for them to take away all of our freedoms. He's pretty much the Antichrist. When you have the ability to do that much good and you choose to do that much bad, after the mandate that the American people gave you, after we brought you back for a third term, and you're going to treat us like that? Well, obviously nobody respects Trump. The Canadian government doesn't give a shit. If they did, they would have never pulled some shit like this. Trump 2016 would have never let this happen. Trump 2020, 2024, he ain't saying shit. He ain't going to give a shit. Y'all cook in Canada. We should get out.